Welcome, everybody, to the May 14th, 2026 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission Wildlife Resources Committee. Here today with me is my WRC co-chair, Darius Anderson.
Good morning.
Participants have been placed on mute, and so when it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item today, you'll receive instructions on how to indicate that you would like to contribute to the conversation. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves individually when called on. So please keep your microphone on mute when you are not speaking. And I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to provide technical notes, and then to Ari with introductions and the overview of the meeting.
Great, thank you so much. Co-chair Zavaleta. Good morning, co-chair Anderson, department staff. So a little different introduction this morning for those in the room. Just an FYI, not that we're expecting this to happen, but for the last 2 days in a row, we have had fire alarms. So it's entirely possible we will have one again today because they can't explain why it's happening. So nice thing is we're right here on the second floor. We're very close to the exit. But if the fire alarm goes off, please don't stress, don't get yourself too worked up. We have exit doors right here, exit doors over here on this side. Take those exit doors right back out to where you came in, and take the big giant grand stairwell down to the bottom floor and exit out the front. Staff and commission and department staff will be following you and will help direct you once we get outside. All right. For those of you on Zoom, you don't have to worry about this. Okay. So for those who are in the meeting room, also, you'll notice when we started the meeting, there was a little bit of echoing from the individual at the other end because some computers somewhere were also connected with their volume on. So please make sure that your volume is off to avoid that echoing. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you log into Zoom first and use the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you've joined by phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand when it's time to speak and alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So please only press it once. And once you are called on, you may need to unmute yourself using the Zoom button or by pressing *6 on your phone. You can turn on your video if desired. And if you have any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov. Again, that's FGC at fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method. Or if you need to, you can call 916-201-6201 if needed. Again, 916-201-6201. Again, video is available if you'd like to turn it on. That's optional. And for each agenda item, the presiding co-chair will first call on speakers here in Sacramento, and then we'll ask for speakers via Zoom and phone. Again, today's presiding co-chair is Commissioner Zavaleta. Zoom's chat feature is disabled for everyone other than to communicate with the host. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Melissa. I keep looking for my microphone. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Ari next for introductions.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Welcome to everybody for this meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee can't take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and they'll be posted to the commission website or the YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the presiding chair. Committee meetings operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. If you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair or a co-chair. Please share your name and affiliation if you have any. Time is limited, so please be concise and give to make sure that everybody has time to speak. We really do want to hear from everybody. If several speakers have the same concerns or ideas to express, please appoint a group spokesperson. Generally, participants in person are called on first, so that's folks here in the room, followed by participants joining by Zoom or by phone. As a topic discussion evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. And if you're speaking on a general public comment item, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda. So public comment agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses that item. It's currently scheduled for the end of the meeting. Please note the nearest emergency exit in the unlikely of an emergency. We already talked about that. And the restrooms are located on the second floor down the hall. So just brief introductions for those in the meeting. You have your co-chairs, Commissioners Zavaleta and Anderson. Melissa Miller-Henson is the Executive Director of the Fish and Game Commission. My name is Ari Kornman. I'm the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission. We have David Howe, Regulatory Analyst, helping us out remotely. We also have Kelsey Laird, an Executive Analyst, here in the room with us. And we have Analyst 1, Cynthia McKeith, helping us with the notes today. For department staff, we have Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries Division, Chad Dibble, Wildlife Branch Chief Scott Gardner, Fisheries Branch Chief Jay Rowan. We have Assistant Chief for Law Enforcement Division, Robert Peltzman. And we have other staff that will be participating from the department, and I'll introduce those as their individual agenda items come. And that's it.
Great, okay. So I will call this meeting to order. And before we start the first agenda item, I want to ask that tribal council members or other elected officials or their representatives raise their hands using the Zoom raise hand feature if you are online. If you're on the phone, by pressing *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and to alert us that you'd like to introduce yourself. And again, if you press *9 twice, you will take yourself out of the queue, so just press it once. And then when it's time to unmute yourself, if you're on the phone, you'll either need to press *6 if you're on the phone or use the Zoom button to unmute yourself. You can turn on your video if you'd like. And we also ask that tribal council members and other elected officials or the representatives who are joining us in person today feel free to come up and join us here at the table so that you can introduce yourself. We're going to hold substantive comments for the relevant agenda items, but you can tell us who you are, who you represent, and what agenda item you would like to speak to later. So do we have any elected officials or tribal representatives in the room today? Okay, not a big crowd this morning here in person. I do see a number of people on Zoom. Do we have anyone with a raised hand on Zoom yet? Let's see, I do see one. Yeah, Chris, do you want to go ahead? Oh, a couple of them. Okay, Chris Howard, please go ahead. You just need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you. Chris Howard, Del Norte County Board of Supervisors.
Great, thanks for joining us today. Supervisor Howard, what agenda item are you joining us to speak to so that we know to call you first?
Item 4.
Great, okay, thank you. And then we have a second raised hand. It says wireless caller. I'm not sure who that is, but if you are an elected official or a tribal representative, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself, please. Oh, hand went down. Okay. Great. Seeing no others, we can proceed to the first agenda item. So the first thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda and the order of items. And Co-Chair Anderson, is there anything that you want to change?
Looks good to me.
Okay. So we'll proceed with the agenda as previously agreed on. And that takes us to the second item on our agenda, which is mammal trapping, to discuss and potentially make recommendations for amendments to regulations regarding mammal trapping. And I'm going to turn it over first to Ari to lead us off on that item, and then Scott department to introduce it.
Okay, several bills were passed during the 2019 to 20 legislative session and signed into law, extending certain prohibitions for mammal trapping. Current regulations are out of date with respect to the new statutory requirements. And so the department is recommending regulatory amendments to bring the bring regulations into compliance with statute. There's no presentation for today, but I wanted to make a slight, not really a correction, but an addition to the meeting materials. The materials referenced petition 2025-15, which is germane to this topic, but the more important and more relevant petition was 2023-13, not necessarily 2025-15. So if folks want to take a look at that petition, it's on our website in the petition index, and you can take a look. Pretty much they were all addressed. All of the granted items in that were addressed last meeting in the department's presentation and are taken up in that. But if you want to see where some of that came from, can take a look at that petition. That petition again is 2023-13. And that's all I have.
Great. And Ari, I should have said this first. Do you want to make the call? for
Yes,
public
that's right.
contributions? Yeah.
Let me do that. So if you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 2, mammal trapping, and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile Zoom app, the raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're joining by phone, press *9 once to alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. If you press it twice, you'll take yourself out of the queue. When called upon, you may have to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. So again, that's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. You're welcome to turn on your video if you'd like, but it's not required.
All right. Thanks, Ari. So as Ari said, there's no presentation today. This is an item that was introduced to us at the previous Wildlife Resources Committee meeting. And so today is really a chance to hear additional discussion, get questions answered. I don't know if my co-chair has initial comments or questions about this item.
No, I was gonna wait until after public comment.
Great. Okay. So we're waiting for folks to weigh in that they'd like to make public comment. Is there anyone in the room? Okay. Do you want to join us at the table?
Sure.
That'd be great. Thank you. And
Thanks.
please introduce yourself and what organization or government you represent, or if you're just representing yourself.
So I'm Kimberly Richard. I'm the representative for District 4, Napa County. I'm also with the Napa County Wildlife Coalition Group. We are forming planning and strategy for Napa County's wildlife. And trapping is a big thing right now, especially in Napa County, because we're trying to make some changes. But as far as the regulations going and the amendments and recommendation, I would like to see if I can make a recommendation to possibly change the wording a little bit in Article 14, where it says either immediate release or immediately kill the animal, euthanize the animal on spot. Is there a way that that can be reworded to where maybe the animal is trapped, could be taken to a wildlife rescue for rehabilitation, and then turned around and released eventually out into the wild once it gets away from cat food and, corn put out for squirrels? The last meeting, I asked about the regulation change, and she goes, that's a death sentence for the animal. If the animal is taken down the road 5 miles and released, it's a death sentence. Well, it's in the death sentence for the animal anyway. At least 5 miles down the road, it has a fighting chance to survive. So is there a way that we can look at rewording that, or do we need to go online, Scott, maybe, and do I need to do a petition to reword it, or is there something that we can do to correlate, since this is a recommendation? What do y'all?
Yeah, thanks for that comment. Scott, do you want to respond to that?
I ask my staff to.
Please, yes, by all means. Just put you on the spot.
We're getting in between trapping regs and.
Right.
Wildlife rehab here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so.
I think, Fish and Game Code 211A.
Sorry, Matt, can you speak up? So that-
Yeah.
And maybe introduce yourself.
So, yeah, I'm Matt Meshry, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. In Fish and Game Code 2118, I believe it is, it states that wildlife may not be transported. And so in this case, you know, the on-site is sort of where the dispatch or release is supposed to occur. So there's not currently the ability for us to adjust the a regulation that would allow for transporting away the site, is my understanding. You know, the on-site is sort of at the, you know, discretion of the parties that are involved, but it's basically to release the animal past any barrier that can allow it to escape to the environment. You know, so taking it past a fence line, for example, would be sort of getting into transportation of the animal.
Now, would that take legislation to change that by chance? Or is that something that the department could look into, changing that one aspect of the regulation?
Because it's in statute, the department doesn't have the ability to modify that provision. The logic there is that primarily, you know, disease issues, also genetic issues, you know.
A variety of issues.
And the reality is that you know, the outcomes are generally low probability of success, you know, in a new location. But yeah, I mean,
It's,
So I think the bottom line is that in order to do something differently with our regulations, it would require a statutory change.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, this is a good discussion. Thanks, Matt, for your
Yeah,
side
awesome.
on that. And Kimberly, thanks for raising the issue. And I think, you know, every situation is a little bit unique, but this is a clear case where we don't have, and the department doesn't have the ability to change that right now. So we're trying to work within the
Well,
guidelines that we have.
if you give me just one more minute, and in our Napa County, our ag commissioner, which we have probably one of the best ag commissioners, I think ever, Tracy Cleveland. We have a contract with USDA on trapping, and they go out and they help the homeowners assess where the problem is, inclusion, we help with inclusion to people, and then they get educated. This is what's gonna happen to the animal. We're gonna trap it. It's either gonna be immediately released or it's gonna be euthanized on the spot. And a lot of time people will go ahead, we'll release the animal, we don't want it dead. But a pest control company, they don't do that. A lot of times they don't educate the homeowner. Oh, well, we'll take the animal and we'll humanely dispose of it. What's humanely disposed? Drowning, shot, you know, put to sleep. So that, you know, I don't know if there's something that y'all could do to make it mandatory where these pest control companies that have licensed trappers can educate the homeowner, this is what's gonna happen. Is there something y'all can do for that too, or is that completely out of the scope?
Yeah.
well, that, I think knowing a little bit about the legislative process, you brought it up, that I think that would have to be a bill and that would have to be done by the legislature.
On the legislature?
Yeah, not us.
Okay,
Yeah.
since it had to do with regulations.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, that helps.
Good suggestion.
It gives me a
Something
suggestion.
you go back.
Please, yes.
That's a risk of going bad.
Can you make sure to see that, Scott, so that
Yeah.
you're online?
Copy that. Gotcha. You know, there is a permit that can be issued under 2118 to transport wildlife. I mean, that is typically, I mean, that's done under certain circumstances. You know, I don't know if we would want to define that here, and the department would make that recommendation here. But I do want that to mention that there are permits are.
And under the reg, what are the examples of where it can be relocated?
I don't think there are any examples.
No,
it's
not the right.
It's under code, so it's
Yeah,
on a, it's on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
It's a pretty.
And who makes that call?
Want me to read it real quick?
Yeah, that'd be great.
At least the pertinent part, 2118. It is unlawful to import, transport, possess, or release alive into this state except under a revocable, non-transferable permit as provided in this chapter and the regulations permitted pertaining thereto any wild animal of the following species. And then there's a big, pretty inclusive list.
And is that intended primarily for sort of
It's not-
specialized things like research? That
Correct.
doesn't seem,
Correct.
okay, that's not,
Correct.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones that come to mind for me,
okay,
not in this type of context. So I did want that in the record, but
that's helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay, thank you for
Thank
raising all
you,
that.
thank
Yeah.
you,
Your time.
thank you. Matt.
Okay, we have 10 more hands raised is what I see. This is a committee meeting. It's discussion. I'm gonna suggest we aim for 2 minutes per person. And we can start by calling folks in the room. I'm sorry, I did not ask whether there were folks in the room. No, only 6. Okay. Do we have people in the room, additional folks besides Kimberly who would like to comment on this item? Okay, all right. Who's calling online speakers? Is it Sherry today?
No, Julie Adelson.
Thank
followed
you.
by me.
Hi. I agree with all the proposed petition changes to this rule, but I am concerned about this language that says unless such traps are set by a person controlling such property, which almost sounds like an exception to the 150-yard rule, which would concern me what if I just have the unfortunate circumstance of living next door to a trapper? Can he just set a trap on his property because he controls his property, even though I'm close to him? I'm within that range. That's my concern. It shouldn't be like, there should be no exception. If I don't want to be, can be able to control that 150 yards around me, there's no trap without my signature.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I think what we'll do is we'll hear from everyone and then we can have a discussion about all the questions that arise.
Okay.
Can you call the next speakers?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were me. My bad. Nadia, and that'll be followed by Rebecca.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am Nadia Steinzer, the Carnivore Conservation Director of Project Coyote, and I'm speaking on behalf of our organization and our thousands of California supporters. And as the previous speaker indicated as well, I am talking here today briefly about the 150-yard rule as it pertains to trapping in the state. And our concerns continue to be centered on the ambiguity of Section 465.5, which prohibits setting traps within 150 yards of another person's habitable dwelling without that person's consent. And as it currently reads, this rule is quite ambiguous, and there's a lot of room for interpretation, which can lead to a lot of confusion, even among game wardens, and lack of clarity about being able or unwilling to act on potentially unlawful acts or where the place of the traps are placed, given how it's written. So to address these critical loopholes and ensure the safety of California's communities and wildlife, we want to express strong support for the petition that's on the agenda today, with amendments to 465.5 G3 specifically offered by Rebecca, who I think will speak next. And these amendments are essential to provide the clear enforceable standards that are necessary to protect the public and prevent prolonged suffering of wildlife in residential areas. So I just want to encourage strong support for that petition and clarity in the language of the rules. And thank you to the Commission for all of your efforts around trapping and improving the rules. Thank you very much today.
Thanks, Nadia.
So Rebecca, followed by Atash.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can hear me.
Great,
Go
thank
ahead.
you much. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you. Rebecca Dimitrick, representing Humane Wildlife Control, Inc. I'm going to tell you a little story first. I'm going to try and do this in 2 minutes. Just this past Sunday, Mother's Day, I received a call from a homeowner in Fremont asking me to remove baby raccoons from an attic. During my usual questioning, I asked where the mother was, and the homeowner explained she'd already been taken care of. He then clarified that a trapper had been hired, trapped, and killed her about 2 days before. So now the orphan babies were crying in the attic, hungry and in distress. And before I could respond, the homeowner informed me that another company had already been called. They came out and they took care of the babies as well, meaning they removed and killed her cubs. I obtained the address and the trapping company information and submitted a CalTIP regarding the possible violation of 465.5G3, the requirement for written consent from neighboring property owners within 150 yards. And in this case, over 80 surrounding property owners would have had to have consented to extermination of this mother raccoon and her cubs. And I think we all know that level of consent never would have been obtained because, like it or not, most Californians don't want to see wildlife needlessly killed. The 150-yard rule is not just about protecting pets and children from traps, it also protects property rights. Listen, wildlife, as you know, is held in trust. You are the trustee agency that's held in trust for the benefit of all people now and future generations. One individual in a neighborhood should not be able to unilaterally decide to eliminate raccoons, skunks, opossums, or other wildlife from an area without neighboring residents having a voice to what happens to those shared resources. So I'm sharing this because this is not just an isolated incident. I truly believe violations of this subsection are occurring daily, maybe hundreds of violations daily, due in part to the fact that the regulatory language is unclear and leaves room for broad interpretation. And this is precisely why I filed both of those petitions asking for a little bit of clarification. I want to be clear. I deeply respect and support the department's law enforcement division. Wildlife officers are our heroes. They're doing difficult and important work to protect California's wildlife resources. I know how much time it takes to investigate violations, gather evidence, document cases, and submit the reports. And this is where the problem really is. Clear-cut cases being refused by the district attorney or city attorney's offices. This is the state of California right now, where criminal activity like this largely goes unpunished. So I get why there might be resistance to investigating violations like this. What simply is happening, though, under the guise of nuisance wildlife control is basically tantamount to poaching. So I'm genuinely asking you, commissioners, what do we do about this? How do we protect our wildlife when illegal trapping activity can continue without meaningful consequences? So I feel like clarifying the language of 465.5G3 is a good step in the right direction. So I hope you'll reconsider my petition and move forward with changes.
Thank you.
I thought I might interject here just to clarify the petition that was mentioned in the meeting materials, 2025-15 was, that petition was withdrawn. So it's not an active petition under consideration. It was withdrawn precisely because we're having this discussion now in anticipation of this discussion. So there wasn't really a need for a petition because we could have this discussion now, but just so that people know that petition isn't under consideration right now. It's under active consideration. It was withdrawn by, by Rebecca, who just spoke. So.
Thanks for that clarification, Ari. All right, I want to continue to give people a chance to contribute to the discussion. Who do we have?
Yes, we
next?
have Atash next, and that's going to be followed by an individual named Wireless Caller. And that's not to be confused with the individual who is named Caller Wireless. So Atash?
Good morning. Hi, my name is Atash Soltani and I'm a Southern California resident, city of Rancho Palos Verdes. I submitted my written comment to the commissioner on the 24th of April via email. I take the stand for the bears. While every life matters, Blondie, the Monrovia mother bear of 2 cubs, was euthanized instead of being relocated. The cubs were about 2 months old when they were orphaned. If Monrovia is not the safest city due to bear habitat, why does this?
I need to stop you for just a second and ask whether this is a comment specifically on the item we're on, which is mammal trapping and the proposed changes to regulations that are in the binder. It sounds like you might want to make a comment about the black bear in question in Monrovia, which would come during general public comment later in the day.
Okay, I will wait then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, wireless caller, which will be followed by caller wireless.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen. I wanted to talk about, well, first of all, the inhumanity that's going on, and this very much affects how people treat each other all over the world. Everything is very connected. Through education, a lot of problems can be prevented. I remember our neighbor's chicken coop was destroyed by a bear, but I had a little flimsy electric fence, and the bear didn't touch my chickens. And then I learned about this from a chicken farmer who lived surrounded by wilds, whose chickens were not harmed at all by bears or other creatures because of the electric fence. And so there's so much, we need to learn to live with the animals. They were here first often, and people freak out and go overboard. And, you know, we need to protect, you know, the livestock and so forth, but we don't necessarily always have to relocate things. And we certainly don't need to, this killing spree that's going on in our society that's been going on so long is not healthy for our spirituality. Mahatma Gandhi said that the life of a lamb is no less valuable than the life of a human being. You know, my mom's former gardener would tell me how he would go out and kill squirrels with a gun. And I know another woman in Santa Barbara who told me the same thing. And he was working for some rich people in Montecito, and he would just shoot them. And I guess in the real world, not everybody gets a permit when they want to relocate an animal. They just relocate a squirrel, or they relocate a rat or whatever. But in the real world, but the inhumanity of it all is sickening, and we need to leave the animals alone more and just educate people so we can coexist, and to not make food accessible for them, to have proper garbage cans and so forth. A lot of it is just.
Thank you. There are a lot of ways that education could help contribute to better outcomes too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so our next speaker is caller wireless, who will be followed by Craig.
Hello, is that me?
Yes, that's you.
Oh, okay. I'll just wait for my turn. Thank you.
Oh, no, it is. It's you.
Oh, it is. Okay. Hello, Commissioners. Lorna Moffett here. I would like to state that you put in this amendment that the trappers cannot use CO2. It's bad enough that they're killing these animals, but CO2, if you hold your breath until you can't anymore and you were to faint and die, that's what these animals have to go through, and it's unnecessary. Nitrogen with 2% oxygen puts them to sleep. And so this violates the Humane Slaughter Act, and these companies are getting away with this very inhumane way of killing these animals. They're doing it to birds, to Canadian geese, to raccoons and possums, and it's deplorable that they're allowed to come and kill these animals. But if they are going to do it, at least they have to do it humanely. And I have, for a long time, studied this issue. I was able to get a petition that the USDA actually signed that allows for nitrogen gas to be used on pigs instead of the CO2. And you can see the videos where the pigs are in the gondolas screaming because they're suffering so. So we have to stop this inhumanity. I believe that people that are moving into the country, they have to understand that they're moving into the animals' territory, and if they don't like it, then move away. And, we can't just keep giving them license to continue to violate the wildlife. And so that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lorna.
Yeah, we need to address this CO2 and get that changed. It's like drowning in air and they outlawed
Who's
drowning.
speaking right now? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm not sure. I think that maybe it was Rebecca, but we need to make sure we give other folks a chance to weigh in before we go back to anyone who's already spoken. So let's call the next speaker, please.
Yeah, so Craig, followed by Randy.
That's really.
Craig, are you there? All right, Craig may have stepped away.
Here I am. I didn't unmute. Yeah, I say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a wildlife ecologist, and I was asked to participate in this hearing. Now, what is the motion now that you're receiving testimony on? Is the trapping measure? Is that right?
So there's no specific motion. There would be a recommendation. If the co-chairs are so inclined, there would be a recommendation to move it forward to the full commission where there would be a rulemaking.
Oh, well, I was asked to testify about the transfer of the Catalina deer, or the elimination of the Catalina deer. Could I comment on that?
So Craig, first, just for clarity for folks who are on Zoom, this is the Wildlife Resources Committee. So there's no testimony, there's no hearing. It's a discussion about different subjects.
Oh,
right
okay.
Now,
yeah.
Right now we're talking about mammal trapping, but if you want to talk about the Catalina deer, you can do that later today under agenda item 6.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd like to take, because I'm pretty busy. I have a nonprofit and protects different species. So I have to get on my business. But I would like to say that I am in sympathy with these people that don't like the indiscriminate trapping. It affects many animals, and it can spread into the through the food chain to affect other animals as well. Particularly these poisons like 1080 or the cyanide what they call it, M14s. They're really wicked. So I'm in sympathy with those people, and I do own a little forest in California, and I would hate to think of people, trapping around that beautiful forest, which is a multi-layered forest there in El Dorado County, where my family, or I grew up a lot of my youth, and generally it was very virgin at that time, but now it's a little remnant forest. So anyway, I'll give my input on behalf of those people against the trapping. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks for your input.
Randy?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Randy Filish Calabasas. I support enforcing the 150-yard rule with the proposed amendments from Rebecca Dimitrick for clarity and for, just understanding. I believe that many trappers are unaware of the 465.5 rule in entirety. It would be beneficial to update the regulation while also maybe launching an education campaign to all California stakeholders and the trapping industry on the existence of 465.5, while an opportunity at the same time to update it for clarity. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks for that input. Okay, and that's everyone who indicated they wanted to contribute to the discussion, but this is a discussion. So at this point, I would just ask my co-chair, Anderson, whether there's any question or any input you'd like to make.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll just say, broadly that this is really mainly like this item has been about bringing regulations into line with changes in the code that happened several years ago through legislative action. That were generally, placing additional restrictions on trapping around, prohibition of recreational trapping, and various other things. So I appreciate the comments about concern about the welfare of animals that are trapped, that are potentially like in people's homes. And I think that the series of laws that were passed are addressing some of those pieces. So this all makes sense to me that we would want to bring code in line with those changes.
Yeah.
And they're really aligned with a lot of the comments folks made. And it's just a cleanup that needs to happen at the very least. There's no decision today. We would be discussing this with the full commission if we take this item forward. So that's what I'd like to.
And I'm supportive of moving it also.
Okay,
Take it
great.
to the commission.
So we'll recommend the commission support a future rulemaking regarding mammal trapping based on the department's recommendation and the discussion today. Okay, and that takes us to our next item. Thanks everyone for your participation. Thanks, Matt, for your insights. Item 3 is department lands to discuss and potentially make recommendations for amendments to regulations regarding department lands, including wildlife areas and ecological reserves. And I'll hand it over to Ari to make the call for public discussion and introduce the item.
Okay, again, if you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 3, department lands in your own Zoom, please use the raise hand feature located at the bottom of the window and the bottom of the participant list. You can hover over the Zoom window to have the options appear. On the mobile Zoom, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. Don't press it again or you'll lower your hand, and *6 to unmute. *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. This item is department lands. Commission regulations provide the regulatory framework for public use of lands owned, managed, and or administered by the department, including wildlife areas and ecological reserves. As needed or requested, the commission considers regulatory amendments that govern various public activities on department lands, such as hunting, fishing, boating, hiking, horseback riding. Regulations for department lands were last amended in 2024. And today we have Christy Kripe from the department who will present an overview of new ideas for amendments to department lands regulations that the department's recommending since January.
Great, thanks, Ari. So do we have Christy?
You do. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great.
Hi.
Okay, is that the second slide?
It does look like the
Yes.
second slide.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start with that. So good morning, everyone. This presentation is really kind of an extension of the previous one I gave in January. I've got some new information and I have a little more detail on some of the questions I had after the presentation. And I also have a handout. So if some of the information I didn't present that I'm not presenting today, you can reference
Christy,
the
can you
handout.
pause for just 1 second?
Oh.
We lost sound in the room.
Okay.
We're reconnecting now. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Need for that little guy to hoot hoot.
Because of technical difficulty.
Okay, I think we're good.
We're not reconnected.
Quite
Quite
yet.
yet.
It hooted,
Second
though.
to trigger
It
that.
hooted.
Gave us a hoot hoot, but.
Still not there.
There we go. Christy, can you say some words so we can hear you on the mic?
Yes. Do you want me to start from the beginning again?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that better? Can you hear now?
You really well now, so you can go ahead when you're ready. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I forgot to say I'm Christy Kripe. I'm the Ecological Reserves and Land Acquisition Coordinator for our lands program in headquarters. So this presentation, I'm just going to start again, is an extension sort of the one I gave in January. So I have a little more detail on any topic that I had questions on, and then I have some new information. There's also a handout that you can reference. At the bottom of the handout, you can see which properties are, we have proposals for, and they link to the topics at the top of the handout. So we can just go to the next slide. Our previous package that Ari mentioned in 2024 was a pretty large package. This one is a much smaller focused package, but we still have proposals for general visitor use regulations. We have property specific proposals, and we have proposals to remove some of the properties that we have in the Lands Pass program, and you can see those on the bottom of the handout. And we are proposing 2 new wildlife areas. You can go to the next slide. So in January, I showed a picture of the Big Springs Ranch that's in Siskiyou County, and we are looking at proposing to make that a Type B wildlife area. Here is a photo of some of the habitat at Sheep Ranch, which is in Calaveras County, and we're looking at proposing that to be a Type C wildlife area. And you can go to the next slide. In our previous package, we created this Title 14, Section 540. That was the department's commitment to not use neonicotinoid pesticides on any of our lands. And we're just proposing to remove those 3 words by the department to show that we're committed to not just the department, but for anyone to use those pesticides on our lands. So it's a quick edit or update. And next slide. So I did have a few questions about the ejections and penalties. So I wanted to show the language we're looking at is adding the yellow highlighted underlined text and removing the gray strike through text. So down towards the middle of the slide there, we're looking at going from a 4 to a 5-tier approach for penalties. And that would be if at level 3, it's ejection from the department land for the day. And then at level 4, you would be banned for 1 calendar year, not up to 1 calendar year, but 1 calendar year. And this is for serious violations where people on the property or the property itself, the welfare and safety are threatened. It's not common, but we're proposing to update the regs to say that. Next slide. I did show this slide last time, but I forgot to add San Luis National Wildlife Refuge. The Freitas units north and south are both boat-in units, and we're going to be changing to issue the permits at 2 a.m. And this is really compliant with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service current regulation. These 2 properties are closed from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. So we're just moving to issue the permits when the property is open. So next slide.
Yep.
I mentioned last time that I was working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife for our Section 552. This covers the 9 wildlife refuges that are also wildlife areas where we administer hunt programs. I have examples for 2 properties, and really we're going to just be updating our regulations to their existing regulations. There's nothing that isn't already on their websites, so we're just kind of updating our files for things like snipe hunting when snipe hunting is allowed. This is an example for Merced, and I also have an example for San Luis Refuge, and they represent the types of changes we have. So there's the snipe hunting. If you're in assigned blind or assigned free roam areas, you need to stay in those areas. Bicycle use, camping. You can go to the next slide. Snipe use again. Some of this language, like it shall be unlawful to retain an entry permit within an hour and a half. You need to leave the refuge. That's standard language. It was just missing from this particular wildlife area, and then camping again. And the other topics we have are fishing, day use access, and hours of public access. So I will be updating in October. You'll be able to see all of the 9 refuges, but those are the basic topics. And then in addition to that, we are taking it and reorganizing the information so that across each wildlife area or each refuge, the information is presented in the same order. So if you're looking at Calusa and then Sac River National Wildlife Refuge, you're getting the details in the same order. So with that, you can go to the next slide. And this is just a photo of some turkeys at Upper Butte Basin Wildlife Area. Thank you for this opportunity, and feel free to ask now or reach out to me directly with any questions. And that's all I have.
Christy, thanks for the presentation and all the information. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, just one question, Christy. On change number 8, it said add to clarify that hunters may only have 25 shells in their possession while in the field. Can you tell me why that was?
That's standard language that we already have in other regulations, but they were having some issues at this particular ecological reserve, and so they wanted to add that directly into the regs for that particular property. So that's standard, the 25 shotgun shells in the field.
Okay. Okay.
Great. All right. I think if there are any other questions or comments, we can go to discussion. How many people do we have who want to participate in this one?
3 online.
And we've got at least one in the room. Let's start by calling folks in the room. Please come on up. Good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
Hello, Commissioners Zavaleta and Anderson, Mark County, California Waterfowl. I just want to say we've looked at all the proposed changes, talked to the department, talked to Christy about this, and we don't see any significant issues. We are especially appreciative of the 2 new wildlife areas being created, and then there's some other changes in there that will increase hunting opportunity. And then the other thing, from a waterfowl hunting perspective, there's a lot of good things in there that improve flexibility for hunters. We've talked about allowing bikes at Napa-Sonoma Marshes Wildlife Area. That's a positive change. And then also things like allowing 3 hunters per reservation at Gray Lodge and at Yola Wildlife Area. So anyway, a lot of great stuff in there. And again, appreciate the department's efforts on this.
Great.
Thanks, Mark. We have other folks in the room who want to participate on this one. Okay, let's call the folks online, please.
Yeah, so we have wireless caller 2, followed by Craig.
There we go. Hi, good.
Hi, and Brian Rosen again. I just want to mention the hunting industry has disproportionate influence because they're outspoken and they're very loud. They don't necessarily represent the will of the public, but they tend to get their way. The public, I believe, and you should poll the public and not just rely on whoever yells the loudest. The public does not want animals to be killed, them to be left alone. And, you know, we want to have a wilderness wildlife sanctuary. It's not a...
But Brian, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if we lost you.
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out for a few seconds.
Okay, so I hear about bounties being offered on predators so there will be more deer for hunters. And I think this is a big mistake. We need to leave the predators alone. We don't need to remove predators to allow for more deer hunting. And yeah, hunting is it's very brutal to the animals. How would any of us like to be hunted?
Can I ask
the cattle industry
making package regarding department bids here? Because I hear you're addressing hunting in general, which would also be something that we might take under general public comment. Since this is a set of proposals,
okay,
I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, it's just about on our public lands, and I thought that was referring to proposals regarding our public lands. That's why I brought it up. I would just propose we poll the public and restrict hunting to be more in line with what the public thinks and feels. And also we restrict cattle ranching because cattle does so much damage to the land and is an interference on our public lands. That's my comment.
Okay, thanks.
I
Craig.
hope it fits within the purview a little bit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your perspective, and I think we all want to hear from everybody. And, you know, it's especially because we're in a committee meeting, and this is really just addressed to everyone. It's really helpful if you can give us suggestions, questions, sort of perspectives and discussion on the particular items that are being proposed. This is a set of several specific changes and regulations regarding department lands that deal with a variety of things, but they don't deal with everything. So take a look at the meeting materials.
Right.
That's yeah, I'd love to keep hearing from other folks who also have comments on this one and want to discuss it. Looks like we have 5 more folks.
Yeah, so Craig would be next, followed by Dawson.
I don't think
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Craig. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I mentioned that I have some forest land. It was pretty virgin. I grew up in my childhood there over in El Dorado County in the mid elevation in the Sierra. And I would like to investigate the possibility of having it as a ecological reserve. It's turned into a beautiful multi-layer forest where there's a great variety of birds and mammals and even salamanders and plants also, including the yew and the black oak. It's a mixed evergreen and deciduous forest. And it would really be meaningful to me to create an ecological reserve. So I would like to know how I might go about realizing this and whether I could realize some reasonable compensation since I'm a low income senior. But anyway, my main concern is in preserving a natural home for the plants and animals. And I think it's a great asset to everyone around there. And it interconnects with certain other forested areas there in the El Dorado Forest.
Yeah, thanks for that. Can we connect? How can we best connect Craig to someone in the department?
Reach out to our folks, Christy, or maybe to the commission directly, and we can pass it forward. I don't want you to call out your phone number or any information online.
Yeah.
Just reach out to us and appreciate your willingness for a discussion and happy to talk with you. So either through the commission email or on our lands page, Christy, or one of you or our contacts on our lands page.
Yes, and you could reach out to me directly. If you could give me location information, then I can connect you with people.
Okay, wonderful. Do you have a basic email or number, or is that on the?
It is on our webpage.
On the webpage. Okay, yeah, I'll be in touch then soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Craig.
Okay.
All right, Dawson, followed by caller wireless.
Good morning. My name is Ben Work. I'm Dawson's dad. I just have one question about the item on the agenda. Do you guys have to pay property taxes?
Is that a question to the department about department land?
Well, keep in mind that these department lands are state of California lands, so that would be a state of California agency paying taxes to itself.
But
So
the
no,
answer is no.
there's no state tax that the state pays to itself.
So they do not have to pay the property taxes? Is that what I heard from the gentleman?
No property taxes either.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for the comment. Let's see. Looks like we have one more.
Caller wireless.
Yeah, waiting to speak.
Yes, Commissioners, Lorna Moffett here. I would like to see wild horses on our lands. I'd like us to get used to that idea. I want to send you a video of what China is doing to the Gobi Desert. It is a barren land, nothing can grow on it. So they had the brilliant idea of bringing in 15 Perovsky wild horses. And these horses had been on the land previously, and they transformed the land from a dry landscape where nothing could survive, and they did not think these horses would survive. And they did. And they turned the land into a green paradise. Now, we have this mindset that, yeah, cattle can be on the land, but it's unconceivable that wild horses can be on the land. And the cattle decimate the land because they don't digest their seeds, and they don't disperse their seeds like wild horses do. So they decimate the land. And so if you're going to consider cattle grazing on these public lands, which is everywhere, you need to start thinking imaginatively, my God, we need to utilize our wild horses that are now being rounded up and sent to slaughter. So I'd like you to really consider that, and I'd like to send you the video because China is so much more advanced than we are in this regard. And that's because the cattle industry has wanted to hoard all the public lands for themselves, and they've moved their wild horses off. And that's illegal, but as much as we fight them in the courts, we don't win. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Lorna. It's probably worth just inserting here for a second that I think that the nexus of cattle grazing, wild horses, and so on, as I'm familiar with it in California, is primarily something that's happening on federal lands. And the topic today is state lands, specifically the Department of Fish and Wildlife that it manages.
Yeah, and I would like to see that happening on state lands, wild horses, to regenerate. Okay, thank you.
That was the last person who wanted to contribute to this conversation. Questions or comments from my fellow co-chair?
Oh, no.
Sorry about that.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, great.
And would it make sense for just a quick response from the department with regard to introducing a non-native species to department lands?
Sure.
I think the way you asked the question kind of answers the question.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I appreciate, and obviously this has been, a significant, long discussion in the federal space that was mentioned about horses. And of course, they're specifically protected under federal law. That is not the case with state law. Environmentally, there are concerns about wild horses and their impacts on the landscape.
Great.
So the department would have those concerns.
Great. Thanks, Scott.
Could I just say one thing here on the non-native issue?
Yeah,
that horses.
Please. Yeah, I want to ask you to please be brief since we don't actually have any proposed changes right now regarding.
Sure, I'll be very brief. Horses are native. That was found because in Carlsbad they found horse fossils that were 5,000 years old, and cattle are not. They're from Eurasia. Thank you.
Thanks.
Fair, I would say, they have special designation law based on that law.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. Great discussion. Lots of interesting points. I think, this is a package that makes sense, like nothing, revolutionary here or anything, just sort of continuing to improve access and opportunity on the department lands in line with managing them sustainably. So I think we can move forward.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of work been done.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, everybody who's worked on this package. And thanks again, Christy. So we'll recommend the commission support of future rulemaking regarding department lands based on the department's recommendation and our discussion today. And that moves us to item 4, private lands management program. This is the initial vetting and discussion for recommended amendments to regulations for the Department of Private Lands Management. And I will turn it over to Ari to lead us off.
Okay, if you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 4, private lands management program, and you're on Zoom.
I'm in the middle of a meeting, so I'm kind of trying to stay away from the.
There we go.
Please use the raise hand feature. You can raise your hand using the button at the bottom of the window. You might have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window to make it show up. On the mobile Zoom app, the raise hand button's on the bottom of the screen, and you may need to unmute your microphone no matter which version you're using. If you're joining by phone, you can press *9 and that will raise your hand. Don't press it twice or that'll take yourself out of the queue. And you can unmute yourself on the phone using *6. So *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. With regard to the item, the Private Lands Management Program administered by the department encourages private property owners within California to develop and implement wildlife habitat enhancement and management plans that actively encourage the propagation, conservation, and wise use of the fish and wildlife species on their property, as well as to protect and enhance wildlife habitat. So today we have Victoria Barr from the department present several concepts for amendments to the regulations governing the PLM program for discussion today.
Yeah, maybe I'll just jump in. Sorry,
Okay.
I wasn't gonna say anything, and I want to just make sure that folks kind of understand, maybe even folks that are new today. We've been informing existing PLM members that a discussion was happening today. We were bringing forward some recommendations or some discussion topics, and I think that's really what I want to emphasize is that the continuation of conversation that's happened over actually a couple of years now in WRC that hasn't had all of the parties involved. We're trying to make that known. We're trying to gather up some of the comments and thoughts that we've heard kind of inconsistently, but over time as we've approved PLMs or you have approved PLM programs going forward the last couple of years. And there's some cleanup, there's some things we'd like to do. But most importantly, I just want to emphasize that this is a discussion. We're bringing forward some ideas, some thoughts that we've heard. Our hope is to hear from folks today of good ideas, bad ideas. Why are we doing this? What are we thinking here? And maybe you forgot something. So that is really the intent today. We're going to walk you through that. It's also educational for some of the folks that haven't really understood what this program is or how it was created. And so I'll turn it over to our folks here, but that's maybe just a little bit of preface of why we're here today and what we're aiming to do.
Yeah, that's great. But before we jump into the substance, wouldn't we all agree that, the program is working and that, we've had lots of success, more participation in a lot of these properties and great investment that's having a positive impact on wildlife.
Yes.
So, anything we do above and beyond that is going to continue to evolve the program and just get better and better.
That is our hope. Yes.
Yeah, great.
Good morning. I'm Victoria Barr, the statewide Share and PLM coordinator, and I will be providing some background on the PLM program as well as some regulatory concepts for consideration. Next slide, please. In 1979, the legislature authorized the Fish and Game Commission and the Department of Fish and Wildlife to test the feasibility of encouraging landowners to manage a property to benefit fish and wildlife. The resulting 3-year pilot program involved 5 different properties in 5 counties. In 1983, the legislature authorized the commission to adopt regulations and approve licenses to operate PLM or private lands wildlife management areas statewide on a long-term basis. This became the Enhancement and Management of Fish and Wildlife and Their Habitat on Private Lands program. Around the time the PLM program was enacted, the California landscape was rapidly changing. One of the greatest conservation challenges facing wildlife at the time and to this day remains habitat loss. The PLM program is a voluntary cooperative partnership between the department and private property owners with the goal to ensure that both habitat and wildlife populations they support will remain viable. Next slide, please. The intent of the PLM program is to encourage private property owners to protect and enhance the habitat and manage native wildlife on their lands. Landowners, with the guidance of the regional biologists, write a 5-year management plan, which is then approved by the commission. Once approved, they assign an annual PLM license agreement. In the last 6 months, we have worked on strengthening the program by updating the PLM handbook to include habitat work beyond game species, which include native pollinators, birds, bats, and sensitive terrestrial and aquatic wildlife. This update includes clarifying program processes for department staff and landowners. Next slide, please. Currently, there are 124 properties there's a typo, 28 counties across the state. This is the largest number of properties we have ever had in the program, and we are still growing. This year, we are adding 12 properties consisting of 38,000 acres in regions 1, 2, and 4. Next slide, please. In 2025, we authorized harvest of deer, elk, antelope, black bear, quail, and turkey in the PLM program. For big game, obviously deer and elk are the most popular. Regions 1 and 4 have the most properties, so they have the most authorized harvest. Next slide, please. The deer count for most of the properties enrolled in the program, followed by elk. In the last 2 years, we have added properties in 4 new counties: El Dorado County, Fresno County, Tulare, and King counties. Next slide, please. The success of the PLM program is a partnership between the department and the private landowners with the goal to maintain open and viable habitat for wildlife. The success of the program shows in the increased number of properties and acres annually in the habitat improvement to those lands. Examples of habitat work include juniper removal, conifer removal from oak woodlands, and adding water sources. A program of this size, popularity, and benefit to wildlife has many successes, but is not without its challenges. I'm here to identify some of the challenges and offer some solution-based concepts for discussion. Next slide, please. The first challenge we have is gaining access to some PLM properties. The department has moved toward integrated population models to estimate wildlife populations. The draft deer conservation and management plan, for instance, will rely on this method. There are instances where we can enhance our IPM estimates by filling these gaps. Currently, the department has access for PLM compliance checks, and LED has access during the PLM hunting season, but we do not have access for department monitoring. Many PLMs allow department access to conduct wildlife management activities, but some do not. We would like to put language in the regulations to require department access to conduct studies and surveys. We are open to discussing schedules, frequencies of visits, etc. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to discuss public access on PLM properties. Currently, it is not a requirement for PLMs to allow public access. PLM operators are issued PLM tags that they distribute as they wish. Some sell the tags, some use them for their families, or donate them to NGOs and local fundraisers. 2 PLM properties donate their junior antlerless elk tags to the share program. We would like to consider some mode of limited public access as a condition of participation to balance the exchange of public resources for PLM management. A public access component adds a layer of legitimacy to the program and builds onto the public trust for the program. We are open to discuss how to moderate that access, whether through share program or donations to other entities. Next slide, please. Currently, the regulations can be interpreted as an operator must be convicted of must be convicted of a fish and game code or regulation violation before we can remove them from the program. Rarely are people actually convicted for a violation. There have been instances where a property should be removed from the program and it has been difficult to do so. We would like to discuss adding regulatory language so that a violation of the PLM license agreement would be grounds for removal. Additionally, add regulatory language to review and consider whether to renew a PLM during their 5-year renewal. This can be based on conditions such as completing habitat work and reporting their tags and meeting deadlines. The PLM program is a great opportunity for landowners to access resources they directly influence through habitat work, So it is important to uphold standards of stewardship and reporting requirements. Next slide, please. As of April 16th, the commission approved the elk regulations, which made it limited hunters to 1 elk tag per license year. We would recommend capping the PLM elk tags as well. Next slide, please. Disease test. The department is testing for chronic wasting disease in deer and hoof disease in elk. We would like to add language to the regulations to require PLM operators to send in samples as needed. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we just need to tidy up some regulations. Currently, the regulations require landowners to send in 3 USGS maps with their initial PLM management plans. This is an outdated requirement. And we also need to update our mailing address for the wildlife branch. Next slide, please. And that's it. Thank you for your time. And
Great. Thanks, Victoria. Thanks so much for that presentation. A lot of really interesting ideas here. I guess, before I say too much more, I want to first ask my co-chair if he has anything he want to
I have a few questions.
ask at this point.
Thanks, Victoria. Through the process and through the years, why would we have done a PLM agreement and not required access from the department?
we've started doing that in, I would say, the last 5 or 6 years, but not everybody has done it. And we can't require them to put that in the management plan because it's not in the regulations. So that's why we kind of need it.
And listen, it's a great program. I want to see it expand, but I also feel that, if you're going to be in the program, get the benefit of the program, we should have some monitoring. So if it's not, if we can't do it internally, then we should look to have somebody in the legislature try to fix that. I just don't think it's right.
Yeah, like
We can, and that's what we're trying to propose it, so in the regulations it would be there, so it's not it's a stronger conversation when someone comes to apply, it becomes a known requirement, and we're
So
willing to.
across the board, everybody would have it. That's great. Okay, good.
And we want to be, again, it's a discussion topic, and we want to be open to the landowners and how that might impact. It's not just free for all, we can come whenever we want, access kind of a thing, but you negotiate that in the plan, and it says, hey, this is the time of year we might want to do surveys. What do you have going on? Because every species is different. How could we work out a time and schedule? And that would be all part of the plan and the development of that, and then we just exchange with them to figure out how to do it when it's time.
Right.
Yeah.
And remind me, how long are those terms?
5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Will you talk to me about the cap on the elk tags?
Okay, so in April 16th, we just made it, what, 1 elk tag per
license year.
For each license year for the 365 regs. The 555, 5551 and share.
Yeah.
So it would just bring PLM up to date with all the other programs.
Okay. Okay, great. And I'm glad that we're instituting the chronic wasting disease requirement. I think that's great.
Yeah, so just to clarify, it's a requirement when we ask for it. So if we're not asking for it, they don't have to do it. But if we do ask for it,
why wouldn't we?
Well, I'm just saying that I don't want to. I want to clarify that this may at some point not be something that we want to put on top of people as an extra requirement. We're just saying that if we're asking for it, then you have to provide it. So if we don't model in 10 years, we may not be monitoring for this any longer.
Sure. Okay.
So maybe I can add it with respect to that and also the access. It's maybe a little esoteric when it comes to regulations, but whenever the department issues a permit, not really licenses, but a permit or anything like that, they have the ability to establish case-by-case terms and conditions that the permit owner would have to follow. But anytime that one of those terms and conditions is proposed to be across the board and apply to everybody, it really should go in regulations. And that this is what the APA says and our lawyers tell us it really needs to be a part of the regulation if it's intended to apply to everybody across the board. So that's what we're trying to do here, is to make sure, since it's intended to apply to everybody, it really should go in the regulations rather than just be on a case by case basis.
And I'm a big believer that if we can do, you know, more for the landholders and get more for youth hunting, public access, there should be, you know, some ramping up that if they're willing to do more, we give them more. It's a benefit system. So I don't know which direction we're going in, but the more I think we do, the better off we'll be.
Yeah, like we said, we want to hear from folks, so I'm happy to see some hands, and I know there'll probably be some comments in the room, but the intent here is to sort of start that conversation about how we can, there's obviously some things in here I think that maybe not everybody agrees, we'll see, but that we should do that are kind of like, yes, these need to happen.
Yeah.
Just for the basis of having a consistent program. And then there's some ideas in here that are, you know, new, if you
Right.
will, and that's what we want to hear from folks on.
That's great.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, a couple of questions before we go to public comment real quick, because I think all of those are really great questions and comments. And I just want to say thank you. This is really exciting to see, because the BLM program is so successful, and strengthening it, making it better, you know, through all of the proposed sort of concepts at this point is, you know, it's really exciting. I wanted to just ask, you know, a little bit about sort of one possible outcome of this is that landowners might opt not to participate in the PLM program. And do you anticipate challenges or problems arising from that? And, you know, how do we manage that piece of it?
You mean opting out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, let's realistically, I think the goal is to implement these concepts in ways that, you know, make the program better for everyone, including the people who are participating in it. That's the goal. And I just want to err and sort of ask about, you know, how do we take into account, how do we address the possibility that, you know, folks who are just not interested in, for example, providing access might choose not to participate. Are you concerned about that?
I think that if some of the things that are, if we move forward with, I've heard that people would leave. I don't know how many landowners, we're adding 12 new properties this year alone. We've never had that many.
There may be a balance, but I think that's the point of hearing from folks today, because it is a concern, of course. We don't want the program to go away. I think the department likes it. I think we're super supportive of it. And so I think that's the point of hearing some of it, and that's yet to be known. But I think as you lose some, you'll have other folks that want in now and will continue to want to be in the program going forward.
And can I ask, you know, with regard to all of our holders today on the 124 properties, have we surveyed them and asked, you know, send something out and asked for their input?
Well, we sent a letter out to say we're gonna do this meeting.
Okay.
And I've gotten quite a few calls, and so are the regions. So, and I know I've got emails with comments that couldn't be here today, so.
And what do you think? A third of them commented or less, or 20%, 50?
I think after today, it'll be a third.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah, this is kind of the first step for us,
I want to
right?
know that people are
And
listening.
as you see here, there's not detailed prescribed regulation changes, right? The intent was to sort of invite conversation around conceptually what we're thinking and where we would, where we might go. And the hope was to hear today, sort of molding that into what we would come back with some proposals. Based on that discussion.
So that we'd come back to here.
Yes,
To the
correct.
committee. Okay, because I think it'd be great, you know, when we do that, to actually have participating members, you know, show up and testify and give us thoughts and input and that type of thing, so.
Absolutely agree. Yeah. Two other questions, and part of why I'm asking them before we go to public comment is because I want to make sure people have an opportunity to also like weigh in on these things. The question of access for the department. I mean, one of the things that, you know, I like about this is just, you said that, you know, wildlife monitoring would be better if there were opportunities for members of the department to access. I'm curious about like this other piece that's sort of, you know, has to do with assessing specifically how effective the enhancements are that are in the PLM agreements. Is that something that can happen now? Or like, is that something that potentially could also be enhanced? Just the ability to ask the question, like these particular things that people are agreeing to do, like the guzzlers and the changes, you know, brush piles, et cetera. Are we able now to go in and sort of learn from those to see like how much they are enhancing wildlife populations and all.
Well, right now, annually, a biologist is supposed to go out and do a property visit.
Uh-huh.
So, and look at it, they've done the habitat work, but
That's
it's
more of a
hard to
compliance.
assess, like.
But can I ask with regard to the abundance of resources we have, do we get out every year to go ahead and do that?
Okay, so on, actually, during the initial
Because
PLM.
we're willing to give money from the commission if it, you know, we've got a lot of extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots.
During the initial five-year management plan, a department employee is supposed to go out every year.
Yeah.
And then after the first 5 years, they can go out 2 times. They have to go out 2 times in that 5-year period. And the other 3 years can be sending in photos. Hey, this is the habitat work I did. So that gives the unibiologist a little more flexibility. Okay, I'm gonna go and visit XYZ this year and, ABC next year. So they don't have to do it every 5 year.
Okay.
Every year.
Every year, right?
Okay. So yeah, it for some of the unibiologists, they have a lot of properties. So
Yeah.
it is a heavy load. Some of them, not so much.
And that's
Right.
more of a compliance thing, like,
Yeah.
are
Yes.
the enhancements happening or not, as opposed to like, are we understanding whether they're actually sort of providing the benefit?
Yeah.
To answer that question,
A little harder.
I think you're asking about this more, is what you're doing on the ground actually benefiting wildlife and how is it?
Is it
benefiting?
making more?
Yeah,
data?
yes. And I think that that's a fair question. I think that's, you're also pointing out that there's a compliance and a bandwidth concern right there already. However, we have looked at some of this. And one of the things that we've looked at, especially on the Central Coast, and we're not quite ready to share these results, is we are looking at surrounding areas, so outside of PLMs, and we're trying to see how elk utilization of these areas before and after these properties became PLM, how that's changing potentially. So that's, I think, what you're asking, whether those types of things are happening. And we are looking into that, but it's also very difficult to come up with statistically significant results when you have these types of things, because the Forest Service may have done some mastication or whatever else as well, or someone else is starting to do things, or that ranch is starting to irrigate. There's all these things that you have to control for, making it very complicated to do that kind of research. But it's certainly a line of inquiry that we started.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I think, that's the premise, is that it's good for wildlife too,
Sure.
so.
And then,
to the extent we can do that. it's
and in that context, from what is good for wildlife, what we are doing, and this is something that, this is dependent on unit biologists in each of the regions. And that means that if you have different people involved, it also means that the interpretation of how this should work is also not always 100% consistent. And one of the things that we are working on together now is to make sure that some of that consistency is built in. Like you were talking about, like access, or talking about the chronic wasting disease sampling, or what are we doing for some of the species that may not necessarily be harvested, like salamander habitat or pollinators, or those types of things that are also, just part of holistic good land stewardship. So those types of things are starting to come into it, but it's a thing that, just like with many other items within the department, could absolutely have more funding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question on fire mitigation. I don't know out of the 124 that we have, if any of them have been adversely affected from fire.
Oh, yeah.
In that situation, what have we done to, work with the landowner to reset, or to, because there's a ramp up period if everything's destroyed. What's actually occurred on a case by case basis?
So I know one until, oh my gosh, Tehama, like the whole property burned.
Okay.
So he talked to the department, and we gave him some resources for reseeding or stuff like that. And then they stay in the program, because early successional, everything's coming back, deer start coming in. So yes, it's decimated for a while, but it starts being good habitat again. So they're still in the program.
Okay.
And they're just doing other things to
And I guess, do those other things count against their original commitment, or do we update that?
no, we'll update it, yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, we're not gonna, I'm not gonna kick anybody out. I mean, and their tags might get reduced, or, and this property chose not to hunt that year.
Okay,
So they were still in the program, just trying to, assess everything,
sure.
you know, for the
Sure.
first year. So
Sure.
it has happened to, as far as I know, like a handful of properties, especially the last 10 years.
Okay,
So.
okay, thank you. I'm ready for public comment.
Okay,
I'm done.
yeah, thanks. I think that was a really good discussion. Hopefully we'll hear more thoughts from folks about some of the things we raised. And we'll start with folks in the room. How many people do we have in the room who want to participate? Okay, I see Bill. Mark, you want to come join us at the table?
You, Bill?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners Anderson and Zavaleta Department staff, Commission staff. Bill Gaines, representing myself on this issue as well as California Deer Association and some other organizations. The goal of the PLM program is, as Chad mentioned, and others mentioned, is to try to combat the tremendous loss of habitat that we're having here in California by working with private landowners to do good things on their land, on their own dime, right? It's in a lot of ways, no different than what we do and do very successfully when it comes to waterfowl. You look at our interior wetlands, 2/3 of them are in private ownership. They're duck clubs, right? And the department works with them to do good things for ducks on their lands. PLM's the same thing when it comes to other species as well. You know, they have to work with the department, develop and implement management plans to do so. They don't just kind of willy-nilly go out and do it. I appreciate some of the suggestions that they're making for PLM, how to improve it. You know, scheduled visits. They certainly, as you mentioned earlier, the department should certainly be able to get on that land to take a look and making sure that the landowners are doing what they're doing. I think the way you pitched it in the presentation was just scheduled visits. It's not like they're going to be surprise visits or anything like that. That makes sense. And if it's not required, like you said, it should be required if we have to do it in the statute, what have you. The removal of bad actors, no question that the department ought to be able to get rid of bad actors in the program. You know, but when it comes to the public access, I have received more phone calls on this topic than I think any topic I've worked over the last 35 years. I mean, my phone is ringing out the hook. A lot of private landowners, I've gotten calls from retired Fish and Game staff saying, whoa, what's going on? All of them have issues with the public access concern on this. And I've had.
And what is it? Is it safety? Is it that, do they think they devalue the value of their, asset by doing it?
Liability and a whole bunch of things across the board. I mean, every single one of the ones that I talked to, and I've talked to several, said, I'm going to drop out. Now, whether or not they would stick to that, I don't know. But my fear is that unless this is more properly vetted with the landowners, I mean, I haven't seen the letter, so I'm not sure.
But knowing a lot of these guys that have them, they love to negotiate, right? Is there something that on our side we could give them that would enhance the value of their, what they have for, public access? Because ultimately we, if they're truly true to the mission of getting more people out there hunting and protecting the species and so forth, we should want those younger kids or, other hunters to be in there using it. I know if they don't get anything, or if I don't get anything in return, I don't want to do anything, right? I get it. But if they were to get something, would they be open to that? Would that change their tune?
Well, that's exactly why, and I suggested this to Mario a few days ago. I think this is too big of a topic, too deep of a topic to try to settle on, the May WRC and the September WRC. We've got some time. I would strongly suggest that there be some meetings set up with landowners so you could have the dialogue that you're talking about, so we could look for that type of consensus solution, if you will, some middle ground, whatever it may be. But that really hasn't happened yet, and so I'm getting phone calls. I can tell that you're getting some calls. It appears that you may have got some calls. I mean, this really has
I think this is fair, and we've heard calls, and we had prepped that. And again, this was sort of conceptual, based on comments over the last couple of years, right? We've had around here, and I think what I want to maybe ease folks' minds in some of the thoughts we had was there are participants already that donate a tag to a youth hunt.
Right.
They donate it to their local deer, organization, and they raffle it to raise more money in the deer, and they're gonna have, someone's gonna have access to their property from it,
Right,
but.
right.
So some folks, we're trying to build on what other folks are already doing. Some of that might be, some of the thoughts we had were, it's not across the board. If you're in the program, you have to have it, but there might be a threshold. Some of these properties get lots of deer tags, let's just say, over some of the other smaller properties. And so maybe there's a threshold of like, when you hit this number, one of these might need to be donated, or, so those are the things we were thinking about, building on some of the folks that have been a little more, I'd say, progressive. They're in the program now, and is there some uniformity we can bring from what they're doing that supports, this is a great thing, gets better word out, gives more opportunity, invites others that maybe didn't have an opportunity normally to take us. So who knows, they might be a buying client after they won a raffle and went to one and decided that was really cool, that was worth paying whatever their fee is through the PLM programs already running. So that's the conversation we wanted to have today.
Exactly.
Thinking more broadly around it. I don't want folks to just automatically jump in of like, oh my gosh, I only get two and I gotta give one up or some other thing. So I think it's more of a concept of taking what we're learning from folks that are doing this and the successes they've had, and how could we see about a way to uniformly put that across the board.
And at least from my standpoint, I don't want anybody to leave the program.
Yeah. 100%.
I want to expand the program and I want to get more public access. So from the current participants, you know, they're all very smart people, all very successful people. You know, we'd love to hear from them. I'd love to hear from them and have a, you know, meeting with a bunch of them to see, you know, we don't want to drive them away, but what else can we do to benefit the public?
We need to have that dialogue.
Yeah.
That's an important
Absolutely.
suggestion. I also want to appreciate that, like, when you say public access, like, that's a little scary because it's a
Agreed.
concept, which is that's
Sure.
where we need to start, right? We need to start with the concept. But I do think that, like, that's exactly who we need to hear from everybody about what that might actually look like. How do we give that
Yeah.
legs in a way that
Right.
doesn't cause
But as
exodus from the
Chad was
program?
just talking about, you know, from the standpoint, if you donate a tag
Yeah,
to a certain NGO, I would consider that public access,
Yeah.
right? That's not something that somebody paid for.
and that's real
And,
specific,
you
right?
know, it's a one person or a two-person thing that can be controlled. It's not just, you know, on next Tuesday, everybody can show up at the ranch.
That's right.
And I think it's much more managed, yeah, and, you know, reasonable.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Mario and Chad and Scott again for they busted their pick trying to get more public access out there, whether it be elk, what have you, for the average hunter out there that can't afford to write a $15,000 or $20,000 check. So through the share program and others, they've done a phenomenal job at that, right? But on this one, I'm just concerned that we're gonna see a substantial loss of critically needed habitat. So I think that dialogue just needs to happen. I think there's a lot of ways that we can try to reach consensus on this.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I mean, it sounds like everybody's in agreement that, you know, the goal is to do this in a way that strengthens the program, preserves the program, and we just need to kind of.
And I'm gonna throw this out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw this out, and nobody's gonna like it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. That, you know, I also think that as you alluded to it, you know, let's say salamander, butterfly, whatever else, you know, we've got 253 listings. You know, some of there's a cross pollination between these lands and those listings. And I think that if the landowner were also help on that front with the species that we're trying to protect in California, there should be some enhanced return to them. Because on a lot of those properties, they're not doing other things.
Right.
Bill, did you have a chance to say everything you wanted to?
Yeah, no, I just
Okay.
wanted to
And,
make
you know,
sure.
it's a
that-
discussion. We can circle back to. for
Look,
sure.
we've got until September WRC, right? We got a few months.
That's right.
Let's use it
That's right.
wisely. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So we'll try to put together a meeting in between with.
Yeah, let us look at that. I mean, we have time. Obviously, it's September. I'm not gonna push this. I mean, we wanna have the right conversations, and if we need to carry on and move it, you know, as it needs to, that's fine. We can go back and regroup and see if there's, you know, some sort of a specific stakeholder meeting we could have around this topic only, potentially maybe between now and the next time we come to you. I'll just say that to hear a little more in depth, but definitely want to hear some comments today, and that would help shape our
And
conversation.
commissioners could attend that meeting. Or
However, we need to work
We
that
haven't
through.
done that in a while, but we in the past have had a number of, you know, sort of like listening sessions,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, where commissioners participate or
Yeah.
One commissioner participates.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have to work that out.
Yeah, but it would be something we would sponsor, not necessarily you as the commission. We can work that through, and then that allows more flexibility for you all to figure out how to attend and how that works.
Great. Good. Thank you.
We can look at that.
Thanks.
Bill.
And we can reevaluate in September, right? We'll see how the discussions go and see whether people are comfortable moving it forward or whether it needs to wait a little bit. There's no
Yeah, I don't think we wanna
timeline
rush
on
this.
this one, right? We're not up
Make
against
it
a
right.
deadline or anything, so if the committee feels like it needs some more discussion in September, we can put it off and continue.
Yeah,
We'll
absolutely.
just see where we are.
Okay, I want to give Mark a chance to weigh in on this.
I will be brief. Again, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl Association. And I do echo a lot of Bill's concerns. We did get feedback. Several of our members participate in the BLM program and are enrolled, and they did say the public access mandate just would be a non-starter for them. And they thought that other landowners too would not like that firm requirement. So I guess the real fear would be if this is a huge disincentive, then we're gonna lose landowners. And I think everybody agrees that's the last thing we want to do. So I think trying to do it in other ways that are more voluntary or working out agreements with the landowner would be good. The other thing, and maybe the department already does this, of course, we'd have the public access program for private lands, the share program out there. If when you're talking to PLM landowners, if that is brought up as an option for allowing public access, that just may be an additional tool for them to consider. And then as it relates to the scientific monitoring, no problems there. We think that's very reasonable. So I think that was the right thing to do to include it in the proposal. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, the way it currently works, Mark, in terms of the share program, and you can correct me if my details are not correct, Victoria, is that there are currently PLM landowners that are donating tags to the share program, so that the share program then essentially goes through the normal process of issuing those tags. However, they remain counted as a PLM tag, because you can only use PLM tags on PLM properties. You cannot have a share program and a PLM program or a general funds or whatever on that. It excludes you once you become a PLM in that regard, right? So you cannot have general tags on a PLM property any longer. You can only have PLM tags. So that makes it a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
Is that restrictive? Is it restrictive in any way?
Well, my understanding is, and if you have more details,
So if a PLM gives it the share, what then happens?
So the way it happens is, why don't you answer the question?
We run the draw through the share program.
Yeah.
And then, and they're 2 junior hunter tags. So once they get drawn, they go to the PLM hands them, well, the junior hunter hands them their exchange deer tag. Oh, wait, no, sorry, these are elk. The PLM hands them their PLM tag and they get to go on a hunt. And both of those hunts are guided. So it's really a cool opportunity for junior hunters.
So it's not restricted in that sense, but it might be restricted in the sense that there's not a pathway. There's not even a possibility of public access in the form of like somebody with a general tag has access to a PLM property anyway. And I'm saying that out loud because I want it to be one less thing for PLM participants to have to worry about.
Correct.
Right, so PLMs, once you're in the program, if you're in the program for deer, you can only hunt deer with your PLM tag on your property. If you have pigs on there, you can hunt them turkey. But if you're getting PLM tags for a species, that's the only method of take you can, or the only tag you can use on a property.
On the property.
So people think, I've heard over the years, people think when you're enrolled in PLM, it's gonna be over harvested. No, we actually limit the harvest.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
And Mark, do you think, would your folks have a problem if it went into it, where especially like if you had some of it went to vets or some of it went to kids or whatever else?
If it would be like a firm requirement, I think that would cause problems. But if there's ways that you could work out agreements with the landowners, getting back to your theme of, okay, how can we, provide a few more incentives for the landowner to do this and then get the agreement that way? I think that would be the proper way. Right. Not some firm requirement, but rather more of a cooperative agreement between the two parties.
And again, the only thing I'd say, if we have to negotiate 124 of these with the abundance of staff time that we have, So you guys should be noodling on what would the folks that you work with or talking to, what would be a structure that would, create a win-win? So that when we do have this meeting, throw out some ideas that might work.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, I think if it's voluntary only, that's sort of where we are right now. So that would be status quo. And I think if the goal is to try to increase some pathways for public access, that's the question, is how can we do that in a way that works for the landowners, but not leaving it the way it is now?
Yeah, and having a hunt club, the guys that say, if you do this, I'm never coming back. That line's been crossed 1,000 times. It's all for the kids.
Okay,
It's all for the
any other
kids.
folks in the room who would like to participate in this discussion? And I want to appreciate how patient everyone online has been. I know that there've been a number of hand raised for a while, and we are not going to end early or anything. You're all going to get a chance to speak. So let's go to the folks who are online.
Right, and before we do, for those,
Yeah.
especially those online, I think in the room it was pretty obvious, but for those online, in case it wasn't obvious, when our co-chair was making mention of the tremendous amount of assets that are available to both the department and the commission, there was a tad bit of
That's clear.
sarcasm included in that statement.
It's true.
Just making sure.
It's not a commission meeting. We can laugh in a committee meeting. And in the commission meeting.
We can laugh there too.
We usually cry.
Yeah. So for the folks online, thank you so much in Zoom land. First, we have Jeremy, and then that'll be followed by Pat.
Great, thank you, Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the PLM program. I've participated for the last approximately 15 years for 2 ranches, approximately 30,000 acres. We've limited our harvest amount, and the participated in a lot of habitat improvement work, and our late season tags are the tags that kind of generate the revenue to actually do the work. So I understand how the program works. I guess some of our properties are hard to access in terms of you got to go through multiple landowners to even get there. So I've got concern about that, not inclined to participate in a public access program, might consider share on other properties, but the PLM, the private land management, kind of gives us the tool to improve habitat privately and limit access to folks that most of my hunters have been there for 15, 20 years. So they're known quantities versus a random member of the public who, from a safety perspective, I really have concerns about. So thank you for hearing my concerns.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Pat, I think you're up next.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great, my name is Pat McNeil. I work for Green Diamond Resource Company. It's a private timber company that owns approximately 400,000 acres in California. And almost half of those acres are enrolled in the PLM program. We have done everything from allowing public access prior to PLM to allowing public access by giving PLM tags to the share program. But my concern is that, and we also donate tags every year to local nonprofits and fundraisers and kind of like what you guys were talking about earlier. But we would like to have the control over how those tags are allocated. Not the share tag, that just goes into a drawing. But I also want to point out that we're doing habitat work, and we're also faced with public access right next door to our PLMs via the share program. So the same animals that we're providing habitat for and increasing habitat for are getting harvested right next door with no habitat improvements. Tags are getting handed out. And so I feel like the public access, from my perspective, should be focused through the share program. I mean, the first word of private land management is private. And so I think most landowners agree that they would like to control over their tags to figure out how they would like them allocated. And I don't know how many other PLMs donate tags to various either fundraisers or donate to share, but we do like that, and we do feel that that's a good use of some of our tags. So I just wanted to point out that I think having control over the tags is important for us, but we do support giving some of them already to the public. So that's all I have to say.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Pat, and thanks for contributing some of those tags to the public in the ways you described.
Exactly. And apologies, Supervisor Howard, we should have taken you first, so please, if you would go next, and then Hannah, you'll follow the supervisor.
It's not a problem at all. I don't mind. There's been a lot of great discussion around this, and I really wanted to reflect back on some of Commissioner Anderson's comments. There's a lot of great suggestions here today, but I think one of the most important is you really need to try to get us all in a room to have this discussion. Just having a third of us at the table is going to be very difficult. Let me kick back. As a representative of Delaware County and the region, and also as a landowner implementing PLM, I'm coming at this from two perspectives. So please remember that when I'm making my public comment today. This area, this EMU, Elk Management Unit that we have in Humboldt and Delaware County is quite unique. And it's not really like the rest of the state. It's specific to Roosevelt elk. The populations here have been growing by leaps and bounds. And the department in Region 1 is very familiar with this. You guys have got some incredible biologists up here doing yeoman's work with little money to gather data that has informed not only elk management within this region, but also is informing it statewide. And that is something that we really had to push on for decades in order to have that information begun to be collected. But what we're learning now is, especially with the programs that are in place, is that we need every tool in the toolbox within this specific region. And it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Share in Delaware County specifically has been very, very problematic in recent years. And I'm sure your wardens and your biologists will tell you that. We're putting share into landscapes on small private properties and having a credible amount of difficulty in neighborhoods. And I'm talking small private neighborhoods. I know there's some suits that have been filed against the department because of the lands that have been put into this program. And these kind of conflicts will continue to happen. It's unfortunate, but it is an outcome of some of the tools that the department has in their toolbox in order to utilize. In Delaware County, specifically with PLM, farmers want to participate. Alexander Family Farm, one of the largest participants in the PLM here in Delaware County, works with wildlife and not against it. It is a very core principle to their tenets of organic regenerative farming. In essence, the populations are expanding here on our property with healthy, mature elk. TAD is a huge issue, and we work with the department weekly, especially right now, to have calling programs. But those programs, if an opportunity arises, should be also done with the participant of the landowner. It shouldn't take staff time, paid staff time, for us to go out and determine what animal's hurting, what animal's not. It's very clear when an animal's injured, it needs to be called from the population. Those are considerations that need to be made. But in essence, as we begin to expand these programs, we really need to encourage the public participation from those that are in these programs, right? And have this conversation as they lead up to what Bill Gaines was referring to. It is going to be incredibly problematic to have public access on working lands, especially working farms that are dairies like ourselves, where we have bulls on the landscape. The liability behind that could be incredibly problematic unless the landowner's representative is out there with that individual. As Pat McNeil suggested with Green Diamond, we also participate with the only 6 tags that Alexander has, 2 of which are given as raffles, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and another logging conference in Reading. Of the 6, those are cow tags, which generate 4 times the amount of money that we could sell that tag for. In addition, not a lot of what was talked about today. I know Commissioner Anderson brought it up, this cross-pollination. That's exactly what we're doing on this landscape. We're not really creating elk habitat. They're coming here to feed. They're breaking a lot of fencing and wires, and a lot of the work we're doing is now changing and lowering this fence to single strand polywire and electrifying it so they could just hop right over. Our cows really stay within those bounds, but we're focused on other habitat, right? We're focused on coho salmon habitat here in particular, and migratory bird species. That's the cross-pollination that really works effectively on this landscape. But far too often what I see on a political discussion, which is this conflict between science and politics. And in 2023, Region 1 and the biologists here on the ground that know us better than anybody published the draft elk management unit plan. PLMs were a part of that plan, and I feel like there's been an attack on those PLMs, specifically in this area, because of the level of conflict here. I don't know how to resolve that, but without getting us all together in the same room, we're going to continue to have these difficulties. I do know moving forward, without some kind of modification, which somehow was overlooked in the 2019 amendment to the environmental impact report, PLMs will never be able to be expanded, especially for this species. We're going to continue to be capped at the number of elk that can be harvested with this tool in the department's toolbox. We all thought that it was going to be modified with the expense that was taken to do the amendment in 2019, but the Department of Legal Counsel said no, it wasn't considered. Even though it's mentioned in there, it wasn't considered. I would truly hope that the commission would encourage the department to take another look at that, especially for elk species. And it's just not Roosevelt here on the North Coast. It's also Thule and Mendocino County that are beginning to expand similarly to the Roosevelt. But we really need to continue to offer as many tools as possible to the department in order to properly manage these species. And for us here, with hundreds of these animals on our property, we want to continue to have them here, but we want to be able to support management that makes a lot of sense and do good for other species besides just the Roosevelt elk.
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor Howard, for those comments. And yeah, I just want to acknowledge, you're in a particular situation up in Del Norte that's, it's not the whole state, but I think we need to be sort of thinking carefully about what this looks like in these settings where you're having conflict issues, right? So thanks for that. Let's see. We still have enough.
Hannah, followed by Dawson.
Thank you.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
You can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Hannah Van Duzer. I'm the Executive Director of the Buckeye Conservancy. Our mission is to promote stewardship of working landscapes through shared experience, hands-on education, and collaboration. Our membership is interested in elk management on the North Coast, as many are impacted by the increased elk populations. The home range of the majority of the elk on the North Coast tends to be restricted to private properties, and populations of elk have expanded drastically over the past 2 decades. We have members participating in PLM programs and the SHARE program. There has been expressed concerns regarding unfamiliar individuals accessing private property for a variety of factors, including safety and liability. The department is pushing the SHARE program, but isn't acknowledging that this is not the only management solution on private properties. PLM programs, when compared to SHARE and landowner tags, encourage and promote maintaining a productive ranch while promoting environmental stewardship and supporting wildlife populations. We need to maintain a mechanism to support wildlife, in our case elk, on the landscape and continuing to foster relationships with the department and landowners. At this time, the department is recommending changes to the PLM program, but are not opening up this successful program for enrollment for additional properties. The department and commission should focus on allocating additional enrollment for PLM tags. Presently, decisions regarding elk on the North Coast are being made based on the 2010 environmental document and the 2019 supplemental environmental document, both of which are considerably outdated at this time. I encourage the department to prioritize updating these documents to reflect true elk populations. I hope that you will reconsider the public access change to PLM properties and the implications that it will have to participation and recognize the unique nature and often remoteness in our area of these working properties. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks so much, Hannah, for those comments. And I'm just going to note that we've hit the 2-hour mark today. And I know there are still a number of people who want to participate in the discussion on this item. So we're going to pick it back up and keep going, but we are going to take a 5-minute break. Just
Bio break
till 10:36. Yep. Okay. So we've still got a number of people who are interested in participating on this item. And Melissa, are you going to keep calling for us?
Sure.
Awesome. Yes, please. Thanks.
All right, so Dawson is next and then Craig.
Ben, that's right.
Yeah.
It's Ben.
Sorry, Ben.
Maybe.
Ben Work, followed by Craig Young.
And there we go. Are we unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, and thank you for everybody that's there. My name is Ben Work, and we've been in the PLM since 1981. I think we were one of the pilot programs. It was originally set up for blacktail. And so I'm trying to go through my notes, and it's a little jumbly. But I would like to support Supervisor Howard's suggestion about meeting again. The best part about this program is at least it gets the landowners talking with Fish and Game. I think that's really important. I'm going back to it being started with blacktail, and then the elk have been added, I believe, since the inception of the PLM. And I think it's kind of muddied the waters a little bit. It's kind of changed the focus, and maybe there's some way to remedy that. I don't know. But it's pretty hard to manage blacktail with the same sweeping stroke, and then assume that the elk will be managed the same. I just can't see the I don't see how they can work together totally. And I'd like to know if there's an option to have a anyway, I'll leave it at that. And as far as public access, because we're in the PLM, we've had public access. It might not be free for all public access. We have guided hunts, which we think is better for management. And but it is public access in a way. So I just want to put that out there. And I also wanted to bring up the fact that there wouldn't be any foxes in England if it wasn't for the hunters. They are the only ones that tend to pay for their hunting privilege. And I think that needs to be considered. And the PLM is very big on management, and it's a fantastic program. I don't want to lose it. And then I'm going to try to close. with anonymity, being anonymous. I think you can get more people in the program, especially with private land people. If they can be anonymous, that's their biggest, they like to be anonymous. So I think if we can keep that in the back burner, that it's more participants will be involved if they can be anonymous. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for those comments.
Yeah, so Craig, followed by Rebecca Dimitri.
Thanks for having me today. Craig Young here. I've been a PLM operator for 4 years now. It sounds like there's a lot of consensus that this is a successful program across the board. One lesser known or talked about piece is sort of bringing up the next generation of conservationists and folks that are focused on stewardship and land management. I have 4 children. We bring in the community. We have a lot of youth on the property to sort of celebrate what's happening there from a habitat restoration and protection perspective, whether that's, planting pencil-sized willow cuttings into the creek beds to prevent erosion, or, taking care of the alfalfa to make sure that the elk and deer have green forage year-round. But I think that's an important point, in terms of the overall benefits of this program. It's bringing up the next generation of folks that are going to help take the mantle and carry this program and habitat work and conservation efforts into the next generation and beyond, just a critical piece. So I think we're all in agreement around that. I think that the issue here that needs to be discussed further is clearly this concept of public access. And, at the end of the day, this program is a partnership. It's a partnership between the department and the private landowners that elect to participate in this and spend time and resources and money to do the work that's necessary to participate. And partnerships evolve, evolution is natural, but it requires cooperation. And I think that's really what we're talking about here. Much of the proposals here and the recommendations are completely understandable and necessary, but I think the idea of public access is a bridge too far, potentially in even, what I would say is a poison pill for the program writ large. I do think there would be extreme fallout from participants were it to pass in any form. And I do think keeping that, the ability to offer access to the public, which happens naturally. I mean, we have, tags that are given away. We have participants from our community come in and utilize the PLM tags, gifted, not sold. And so I think that that's best distributed on the part of the landowner. And a lot of that public access is happening anyway. It's not being forced upon us to do that. So I'm not sure the names of the folks up on the podium there, but the idea that was brought up around this public access piece being maybe done in conjunction with an added benefit to the landowners seems to have a little bit of ground beneath it, somewhere to explore. But for something to be taken away as part of this, I think is what makes it sort of untenable. And again, these partnerships are sensitive, right? Like, it's got to be done in a way that is mutually beneficial towards the common objective here. And I would just say that, on our part, we grow alfalfa, we sell that hay to ranchers. The elk eat our crop. And so part of what we are considering is, are we benefiting to a degree that allows us to continue doing that, or are we better off just high fencing it, keeping the elk out and selling the alfalfa? So I think the idea of maintaining the program and the ability on the landowner part to be able to distribute these tags as they see fit is critical. And anything beyond that feels like a potential breaking point for a partnership that has led to such incredible benefit for both today's generation of outdoorsmen and land conservationists and future generations. So I would love to be part of this working group or meeting to discuss this further. And just appreciate the time you've given me today.
Great, thanks, Craig. Thanks so much for those comments, and thank you also for participating the ways you do to support youth access and youth participation. I think that's really important. It raises a question for me. We've heard from a number of people who are already and on a voluntary basis donating tags and so on. Do we have data? Can we, as a can the department pull together information about where that or is that not information the department has? Who's donating tags?
Yeah, I can pull that together from the regions. Some of the regions put it in the tables that we send to the commission. And I'm like, I just heard from a lady the other day that said that I think she said that they donate all 3 of their tags. I'm like, I didn't know that. So some of them are putting it in the tables, but I bet it's more than we know.
It would be nice just in a summary way, like not to identify individual folks or call anybody out, but it would be nice to have some understanding of the extent to which that's already happening.
Yeah.
So if that's something that you all could bring to us, I think that would be a nice added piece of information for all of
I
us.
told them put it in the table. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to hear about. Okay, thanks. Let's go back to comments.
Yeah, so Rebecca, you're next, followed by Matthew.
Thank you. Yeah, Rebecca Dimitrick, Humane Wildlife Control. So as I said before, California's wildlife belongs to all Californians under the public trust doctrine, not just those who own these large acreages of land or profit from that hunting access. And yet the private lands management program seems to be drifting or is towards a system where the public wildlife resources become economically privatized, like managed almost like a crop. And I understand the original intent of the PLM was habitat improvement, which is a great thing. But when you look at what happens here, the incentives these programs create when game species, which seems to be prioritized, becomes tied to revenue, then the predators can begin to be viewed as obstacles to production. And that has serious implications. So the structure of the PLM naturally increases intolerance towards species like coyotes and mountain lions. So under the PLM, you have to look at it and say, are we managing it? Do we want to manage the land as a healthy ecosystem, a healthy functioning ecosystem, or more like a crop? 2 very different philosophies. So public wildlife should not quietly become a private commodity managed primarily around hunting economics, while predators are treated as expendable. So I would strongly urge restrictions on predator killing on PLM properties. Predators are not obstacles to healthy ecosystems. They're actually what create them. If PLM is to continue, it should be evaluated not simply by how many deer, elk, or game birds are produced, but whether the entire ecosystems, including the predators, are being conserved and respected. That's your job. So additionally, if PLM is truly about stewardship and habitat conservation, then California should also incentivize non-consumptive wildlife economies like wildlife watching, photography, birding, ecology tours, educational experiences that depend on healthy, intact ecosystems and that value wildlife alive, not just simply as a harvestable inventory. As a stakeholder, I'd like to see a broader dialogue and be involved in the more discussions, greater public involvement in shaping the future of PLM, including exploring ways to expand the program beyond consumptive uses. The majority of Californians are non-consumptive wildlife users who value wildlife through photography, birding, etc. And their voices and values should be also reflected in the future of this program. Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks for those comments.
Matthew, followed by wireless caller. Matthew Delbar.
Hi, sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm a 6th generation rancher up in the North Coast. We actually would love to be on the PLM program. However, a mandatory thing to open up our ranch to the public is a great liability, and it would certainly turn us off. Beyond that, I really do see this as like I said, we've tried to be on the PLM program. It's not being opened up for elk, and that's where we would like to see it be for us. And being voluntary, it would allow us to actually choose what years we would want public access up and what ways we would like to send out those donations. I do think that an incentive program would be great. I don't know all the details, but maybe if it was a taxable write-off to donate your tags that you would have from the BLM program, seeing that it is already, and that may or may not be a feasible functionality, but that could be a great incentive. Beyond that, we have watched the elk boom on the North Coast, and I've heard that reiterated by a few other people from up here. And it's would be, I think PLM, among others, is a great management tool to operate with. And I don't think I have much my other portion I would think I would have is on the data and on the research coming back. I think it shouldn't be very hard to have landowners even help you be the data scientists or the researchers and get that data for you as well. As we've heard, the department can be very low on funds. It could be a really great thing, not only just to have more access from the biologists, but to be able just to send pictures and show things of how much these elk herds have boomed. And I think we would do that a lot more often if we knew what was going to come of them. If we were sure that, okay, what we're seeing on these lands can be expressed, and once they are expressed, that they would all show that we could see the fruits of that labor. With a booming elk herds, if we were able to see, like, okay, we're increasing the ability to manage, then we would be able to show more booming elk herds. I hope that all makes sense.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for those comments, Matthew.
All right, our next caller is wireless caller, followed by Robert Lashinsky.
Brian Rosen here. We have a situation now where the wealthy own almost everything except for the land, including the land. And of course, originally it was the Native Americans, but then that was stolen from them. But we have to deal with the current situation. And I think we need incentives. I think that's very important. Incentives to, not use destructive pesticides on the land, incentives to allow for public access on the land. Most of us aren't hunters. That's true. After World War II, a lot of the English estates couldn't afford to maintain themselves because of the taxes. So they were forced to open up their estates and castles for tours. And we're not at that situation. I know there's nothing you can do, and that's not your purview, not your area. But overall, we need incentives, and people listen to money. And when they have incentives, like if somebody goes onto someone's land and gets hurt, they can sue. If we go on public land, I guess we're at our own risk, hiker beware. And so there can be programs to help landowners who are willing to open up their land to cover the cost of liability, provided there is adequate signage. Like there should be adequate signage, and they should be treated no differently, say, than hikers who go into a national forest. And so it's all about incentives. This is definitely a very capitalistic society, and it's all about money. And you give people incentives to open up the land to the public. That can make a very big difference if they're going to listen to the dollar. So thank you very much. That's it.
All right, Robert, followed by Julie.
Good morning.
We
can you hear
hear
me?
you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not sure why my video is not working, but Robert Lashinsky, Capistrand Ranch. I'm the owner of the Capistrand Ranch. We're up in northeast eastern Mendocino County around Round Valley, Covelo area. And I'll start with, I appreciate the program. We've been in it for 15 or 20 years, had a great relationship. Currently working with Victoria and Pat and Camden, and we'd like to stay in the program. We started with deer, long ago, and I was actually approached by the agency, Scott Kohler and Jack Booth, to find out if there was interest in adding elk to our program. And the reason is the elk were in the local Round Valley area, sort of harassing the ranchers, and they were chasing them off, and they really didn't have anywhere to go. So we had interest, and we took them up on it, and we joined the elk program. And we spent like last 15 plus years, attracting the elk onto our ranch, and had pretty good success. We have a part of our ranch is valley ground, flat pasture that the elk like, and more importantly, we have some hill ground right next to it, so they go up and bed in the hills, and they take their babies up there and just kind of come down at night. It's worked out quite well. Herd, has increased from 15 to probably over 200. And almost any day I go through the ranch, I can see there's 100 to 200 elk that are grazing in our pastures. And that's okay, but there's a cost to that to us, because we run 500 plus pairs of beef cattle, and so anything that those elk eat, we don't get to feed to our cattle. The things that the agency is suggesting in changes in the PLM, I'm good with everything, but quite unsure about the public access. And I don't know if we'd stay in the program if we were forced to have public access on the ranch. It was very selective in who and how we hunt and who we let on the ranch. We have donated tags in the past, and I doubt the agency knows that, but we've done wounded warriors and field of dream hunts in the past, and we'll probably continue to do that in the future. And I'd say I'd be happy to participate in any meetings going forward to try to work out a compromise between the landowners and the agency related to the public access. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments.
All right, so then Julie, followed by caller wireless.
Yeah, I agree with two callers ahead of me, Rebecca and wireless caller. And in addition, if PLM receives special public privilege and economic value from public wildlife, then the program should evolve toward broader ecological stewardship and broader public benefit, including the interests of the majority of Californians who are non-consumptive. That means not killing wildlife. Thank you.
And caller wireless.
You look like you're unmuted. Go ahead and say something, and we're not hearing you.
Yeah, we're not hearing you. Oh, you did it twice. You need to press *6 one time.
Okay, go ahead.
We're still on.
Is it possible your phone itself is muted?
Oh, that could be.
So caller wireless, you're muted via, well, you were unmuted via Zoom. If you press *6, you'll unmute on Zoom, but then you have to unmute your phone itself.
I think unfortunately we're not able to hear that person.
Come back in public comment.
Yeah, that's right. So we can have you come back at public comment. So sorry that we're not able to hear you right at the moment. Co-Chair Anderson.
No, I think a lot's been said, and I think we've got a direction, and I feel very positive about the discussion. So.
I agree. Yeah, I want to appreciate everyone's comments and appreciate all the work from the department to bring us the concepts. Clearly we're going to need to be talking about this more going forward, and I'm looking forward to doing that. It's a really important topic. All right. Wonderful. Do we want to do another item or two or keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
All right, let's keep going. All right, so that takes us to item 5, annual regulation changes, and this is the initial vetting for the 2027-28 seasons. Rounding the corner on another lap. So there are 3 parts to this, and I'm going to turn it over to Ari to lead us off. And to give the call for public discussion first, actually.
If you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 5, annual regulation changes, and you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature, which is located at the bottom of the window and the bottom of the participant list. On the Zoom mobile app, it's at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you will most likely need to unmute your microphone. If you're on phone, press *9 once to alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. That'll raise your hand. If you press it twice, you'll take yourself out of the queue. When you're called upon, you may have to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. Don't press *6 again because you'll mute yourself again. So hopefully that will help. You can turn on your video if you're able to, but it's not required. Okay, so here we are again on the annual regulation changes. It's always kind of ironic because we just finished up package the last commission meeting, and now here we are on next year's cycle, but these things take time to develop. So so here we are in initial vetting for the 2027 to 28 seasons, starting with waterfowl hunting. Annually, the commission promulgates a rulemaking to bring state regulations into conformity with the federal waterfowl framework. This is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for next year.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? This is wireless caller.
Yes.
Hi, yeah, unfortunately, we've already moved on to the next agenda item. So I'm sure that's frustrating. I want to encourage you to come back and make your comment during item.
So this was concerning the private ownership, and I was unmuted, but for some reason you didn't hear me, but now you can. Could I just make my comment quickly? Is that okay?
And we'll just get back to the next item in a moment. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. As a former forest owner of 40 acres abutting state property in Washington, I had a lot of trouble with hunters coming on my property. And I think it's very important that landowners have the choice. And once they're under, a certain jurisdiction and mandatory element, it changes everything. And we don't have the say-so. And it's very, very important that we can say personally to these people, we want you on our land or we don't. We might just want observers. We don't want bullets shooting across. That can go a mile. Bullets can go a mile and injure us. So we want to be aware of who and what are coming on our property. And also the liability, it should be on BLM. And I think this would really stop that program, because what's happening, even though private property people sign waivers, the judges can still rule in favor of the injured party. And so I think very important that BLM our government has to be responsible for all lawsuits if they make this a mandatory issue. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for the comment. Quick clarification. I think the BLM is a federal land management agency, and you might have been referring to the PLM program, which is the state program that we were talking about. But I think we understand the nature of your comment. So thanks for that. And with that, you're going to return to the annual regulation changes, item 5. Ari, you were in the middle of telling us about 3 parts. We were on waterfowl.
So we're gonna take each in turn, starting with waterfowl hunting, and then we'll go on to Central Valley sport fishing, Klamath River Basin sport fishing in their turn. Starting with waterfowl hunting, I don't know if I don't know if Scott has anything to say. Melanie, I know, is on the Zoom. If there's any questions or ideas that people want to.
Yeah, the department doesn't have any proposals at this time. We're going through our normal annual cycle. So.
Good.
nothing now.
Yeah, and I just reiterate for everybody, this is like the very, very initial part of the discussion, no presentations today or anything, just, if folks have general concepts or things they want to raise today, we're all ears.
Nothing from me.
Okay, let's go to folks in the room. Hi, Mark.
Briefly, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. We don't have any proposals either at this time, and we do very much appreciate all the work on the last year's regs. That was very good. Our regulations and traditions meeting isn't until August, so we probably won't have formal input until then. But again, appreciate all your work and the ability to work with the department on these regs, given how complicated and challenging they can be at times. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Others in the room? Bill.
Yeah, Bill Gaines on behalf of Sioux Resource Conservation District, Larry Basin Wetlands Association, and the Black Brant Group. It's super early, but we just look forward to working with the department, the relationship that we have, and working with CWA and their R&D committee. We look forward to working with you and coming up with some positive waterfowl regulations and hunting opportunity. And we hope the nesting season goes well and all those factors play in. So far, so good. But look forward to working with you guys again. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Bill. All right, do we have folks online? Couple hands.
Yes, we are actually two. So, okay, caller wireless. And then that'll be followed by wireless caller.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I am vehemently protesting the killing of the mute swans. First of all migrating birds must and should be considered native to our planet, especially because they're migrating and especially in this time of global warming caused by humans for the most part. Bird migration is already changing due to global warming, and we will be experiencing more and more bird migrations coming to areas never before seen, and we need to accept this because this is our bad that is causing this global upheaval. Mute swans are an example of this, and to allow them to be hunted is such a violation to my spirit. Swans are a symbol of beauty and grace and faithfulness, and they, not by choice, but by the changing climate, have come to find a new home, like so many of us, violated by war or global change. And thirdly, taking testimony and science from hunters should not be even considered a valid science to base your laws upon, because they love to kill, and the more the animals allow them, the happier they are. So the science is based on killing swans is false. My friend Andrew, he oversees a lake in Orlando, Florida, where mute swans reside, and he has observed them for 10 years. He takes care of that lake. And he sent a letter to you stating in all his 10 years, he's never observed these mute swans being aggressive towards other waterfowl. And this is a person who's at the lake for hours daily, unlike hunters who come to shoot and leave. And so I'm asking you to really put in your program here under waterfowl hunting that non-native species needs to be protected, including our mute swans, because the whole non-native invasive species diatribe, that came originally from Nelroy Jackson and his group Monsanto to utilize herbicides to spray all over the forests and all over the world, which they've been very successful at. And it's just gone too far. And now we have global changing, and we have to consider that. So please stop this mute swan hunting. It's just such a violation to our spirits and our souls. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for your comment. I want to circle back to just address that in a moment, but let's hear from there are two other people waiting to speak. So hear from them first.
Yeah, so we'll call on wireless caller will be next, followed by Eric Allen. And I just want to take a second to say attributing intent other people's intent during your public comment is really not helpful unless you've actually talked to them and they've expressed that intent. Really appreciate if folks could avoid that to the extent possible.
Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate that. Okay, our next speaker is wireless caller, I believe. Yep.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hello. And I hope I'm not violating the rules. I'm going to try. I'm not sure exactly what you meant, but I just want to say that I do think swans are divine, sacred creatures, and they're like angels. They're incredible. They're magical. Remember the old poem, "Why lookest thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross, and then the ship, I believe, was cursed." Well, we as a society, by not taking care of and respecting the sacred, we are turning on each other. So it is very important. Look at the state of the world. It is very important to protect these swans. There used to be a heck of a lot more birds and wildlife than there is now. Like some parts of the country, the skies were black almost. They said for the passenger pigeons that went extinct. So these sacred swans, we need to respect them. India, they respect the cows. We ought to respect the swans. And the animals, they're losing more and more of their migratory habitat. More and more hunters are killing them legally or illegally. And there's a lot of depravity with our own species and what we're doing to this planet. So we need to respect these swans and migratory birds and make sure they have plenty of habitat, and listen to other factors other than money, which speaks very loudly in a capitalistic society, but is really doing great harm. So I pray that you will protect the swans, the mute swans, and all the other swans and the migratory birds, because it's extremely important to our welfare. Somehow we're connected in ways we don't even understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
I just want to make one comment. Hunters don't hunt illegally. Those are poachers. So I just want to make sure to clear the record.
It's a couple of things.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eric.
Mute swans are no longer protected under new California law. So my intent is hopefully clear when I say that I strongly oppose allowing mute swan hunting. Calling them invasive is a flimsy excuse. These birds have been naturalized in the U.S. for over a century and cause no real ecological harm worth naming, and I politely encourage you to use your resources and research that. This isn't wildlife management, it's appeasement for hunters looking for another living target. If the goal were truly conservation, you'd focus on habitat loss and pollution, not slaughtering graceful birds that offend literally no one. Stop pretending this is science. It's just cruel recreation dressed up as policy. Thank you.
Okay, is that our last speaker? Okay, all right. Thanks everyone for the comments. I just want to circle. Melissa,
I'm sorry, I unmuted myself in the hopes that I could get to speak, but if it's already closed, I understand, but I would like to if I have the opportunity still.
Did we?
They just didn't raise their hand.
Yeah, it's just you didn't raise your hand, and that's why we didn't see it. We can take a quick
I'm
comment.
a call-in. Yeah, I was a call-in, and I don't have the ability to do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. You can take another quick comment.
One thing that I did want to bring up, and it's problematic, is this. Mute swans can be easily mistaken for the native swans like the tundra swan. And I'll give you an analog. Each year, the greater sandhill crane is mistaken for, or we're supposedly told mistaken for, the whooping. There's a whooper crane, essentially. And it's in Louisiana principally. And every year, that crane, the nearly extinct one, each year one of those gets shot. Now, those two cranes are very easily distinguishable. And yet people will say, oh, I thought it was a sandhill crane. So I do have concerns that things will happen and the person who is shooting will say, oh, I thought it was something else, and, you know, I'm getting things confused here. So I just want to remind people that those species can be easily confused, and that is, and could be a problem. Another issue is that I know that there has been a lot of journal articles, but I noticed that the verbiage used in those journal articles is always the same. And I can't find the original journal article which states how much of what kind of vegetation that the swans eat. However, if you go to European published journal articles, they state differently, and they state that the swans eat both aquatic and terrestrial plants. So they're not completely reliant on the aquatic plant species, and so the concerns about them ravaging lakes may be overstated. And lastly, the European articles state two things which should be of noted. One is that when there are human swan conflicts with Cygnus oler, the Europeans acknowledge that it's not an unprovoked attack, that in fact it's almost always that the human has knowingly or unknowingly come too close either to young or to a nesting pair, and that's what initiated. So it's never unprovoked. There's very few real instances of that happening in the U.S. And that brings me to my other point. When this is happening, we seem to have a bit of a sociological problem here, because there's only 3 countries in North America that here, 2 of them have mute swans, but Europe and Central and Eastern Russia, they all have Cygnus oler. And it's interesting to me that they don't report many aggressive instances of the swans against humans. And so we may have a sociological problem where what's described as aggressive is very different than what the Europeans are describing as aggressive. And so I would caution you to look at the other studies from other countries where Cygnus oler is present and understand that as a circumpolar species, maybe we have them here for that reason. Even so, some of the articles that I'm reading are rehashing information that I cannot trace the original source point journal article. And since I do have a pretty widespread ability to access those, I'm a little concerned that there are political forces which are making the decision rather than actual ecological concerns here. I greatly appreciate that you have permitted me to speak, and thank you for the time this morning.
All right, thanks for your comment. Couple of things I want to say. First is to clarify to a speaker who said they weren't sure what Melissa was referring to. I understand there's a lot of passion being expressed by callers, in a lot of different directions about wildlife in a lot of different ways. I think that's a common sentiment. But we discourage, and it may detract from the effect of what you're saying if you broadly characterize people, other stakeholder groups, other groups participating in the conversation in ways that they haven't identified themselves as associating with. So saying things like hunters are, they just kill. I don't remember exactly what the words were. I want to discourage that. Again, like both because it's not respectful or civil, and also because it's not accurate. It's not, it's an opinion that is detracting from the ability for us to hear what you are saying. I think there's also just this kind of broader thing about a lot of people talked about mute swans right now because this is a waterfowl item, and maybe I'll turn it over to Ari to clarify directly like what the situation is with mute swans. I will say that, mute swans are not native to North America, and we have a bunch of, regulation and law that deals with non-native species, and some of that is beyond the purview of the commission, but in particular for mute swans, and Ari to talk about that.
So section 3801 of the California Fish and Game Code, that is statute that is set out by the legislature. It contains a list of invasive non-game birds. It included or has included the European starling and the English sparrow. And recently the mute swan was added to that list. So it's now classified as an invasive non-game bird. As a statute, so it is therefore able to be taken, and the commission doesn't have any way to override statute. That's set by the legislature. The commission doesn't really have flexibility when it comes to allowing mute swans.
Nor does the department.
Nor does the department, right, because the department follows the commission's regulations, at least with respect to this. I will say, just as a biologist, while I certainly, the other callers notwithstanding, and with all due respect to them, mute swans are invasive. The scientific evidence that they cause habitat destruction is incontrovertible and well established. In particular, they outcompete our native swans, and that's extremely concerning to a lot of folks. And so that was the reasoning for adding to the list. And we don't really have any flexibility when it comes to prohibiting it because it's allowed by statute. So.
Great, thanks, Ari. Any other additional?
Nope.
No other comments. Okay. All right, well, we're really, really early in this process more broadly of, we didn't have any comments about sport fishing at all. So I just want to acknowledge that. Are we moving on to those next, or did we intend it?
Yeah, I have some.
Okay.
A few things, yeah, a couple things.
Sorry about that. So that was 5A. And so now we're gonna open up the call for a conversation about 5B and C. Can we take them together?
Yeah. Okay. Introduce. As far as Central Valley goes, annually, the commission adopts Central Valley sport fishing regulations to align state regulations with federal recommendations made by the Pacific Fishery Management Council. This is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for next year's Central Valley sport fishing package. And with respect to Klamath River Basin, annually, the commission adopts Klamath River Basin sport fishing regulations for consistency with federal fishery management goals. And this is a chance for the public to discuss potential regulatory changes for next year's Klamath River Basin sport fishing package. And I think we're going to hear from Jay Rowan, fisheries branch manager.
Yeah, thanks, Ari. So just a couple things. I think the first two are just a little bit more more informational, maybe not for this upcoming package, but perhaps for future packages, just to put on your radar. John Nelson talked a little bit about this during his presentations at the commission meetings, but it may have been lost in all the excitement that we were going to be able to go fishing again. So I just wanted to make sure to point them out. The first on the Central Valley, this is kind of just more of a highlight for awareness. There is some evidence that from past samples we've been looking at, genetic samples, that the fishery may be encountering some spring run Chinook early in the season in section C in the Sacramento River, and that's a section that starts at Woodson Bridge and goes upstream. So we're going to be monitoring that over the next season plus to look at how many fish are being harvested, whether or not those are indeed spring run Chinook, and whether or not that harvest is causing an impact of these ceasing illicit species. Very similar situation in the lower section of the Klamath with the spring season. During the CISA listing process for spring Chinook on the Klamath, July was selected as the opener for that season. There wasn't a ton of genetic data that went into that decision. It was sort of looked at when harvest was low, and then started picking back up. It looked like a pretty good time in that July period, but we want to reinforce that with some genetics data to make sure we're not accidentally harvesting some of these early homozygote spring run finid fish that are protected under CISA. So we're just going to look at that over the next couple of years. And then again on the Klamath, it was pointed out in the comments during the reg adoption hearing last week, post dam removal, we do expect to see some impacts to the cohort that will be returning this next year in the fall of 27 in the Klamath. We don't necessarily expect those impacts to be carried over on the Trinity side. So in the interest of being both protected and providing options for anglers, What we want to look at doing in the climate package coming up is adding some flexibility into the quota numbers that are fixed, the percentages that are fixed by section, and changing those from the fixed quota numbers as they've been for a very long time into ranges from 0 to 100%. That will allow us the flexibility. Should we need to restrict or close the Klamath, we could still potentially have options to open the Trinity side. So just in the name of flexibility of trying to find a balance between protection and opportunity. So that's something you can expect coming up in the climate package.
Terrific. Thanks for all of that. It all makes a lot of sense. And I'm glad to hear that there's sort of bandwidth to look a little bit more closely at that timing piece with this being. Great. Co-chair?
No.
Okay.
No.
How many people do we have who would like to participate on this item?
Well, I don't think folks realize that we were dividing it. So just a reminder, folks in Zoom, if you're interested in speaking to the topic of annual regulation changes for Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing, we're having a conversation about that. We just heard a little bit from Branch Chief Jay Rowan on both those topics. And so if you have anything to add or suggest or want to speak about, now would be the time. And so we currently have one hand raised. If you are on the phone and you want to raise your hand in Zoom, you can press star 9. Press star 9 one time, and that will raise your hand in Zoom. So at the moment we have one with a raised hand, caller wireless.
Yes, commissioners, I'm a little confused on this issue. Is this about the climate change and bird hunting?
So we are now talking about sport fishing in the Central Valley and in the Klamath River Basin. So we're on the next.
I see. Okay, so you haven't come to the deer yet, have you?
That is part of item 6, which is going to come a little bit later today.
That's what I wanted to comment on. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll hear from you later. Anyone else?
So anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak to Central Valley sport fishing or Klamath River Basin sport fishing? Not seeing any hands.
Okay. Seeing no comments on this. Again, this is early days, but it's great to hear that the gears are turning and there's some exciting new things coming down the pike. It all sound like really sensible to me. So that takes us to item 6, periodic regulation changes. I'm just going to manage expectations up front to say that if this item is running long, it's possible that we will break before we get to all the parts of it for lunch.
Do you want to break before and then just come back and bang through it all?
I should have checked in with you about that. Would you like to? I mean, I think it depends on.
Yeah.
I think it's fine with us. Let's do that and just then we can do it all at once.
Kelsey will be back in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you have it. I guess we're going to hold then on item 6. I know some people are here especially for that. So it is 11:37. Should we take 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, 45 minutes.
Okay, great. Let's see everyone back at about 12. What is that? 12:20.
Are we going up? Stop?
No, 12:30. 12:30. All right. Thanks, everyone. See you. Have a break. We are going to resume, and our next item is item 6. This is periodic regulation changes and initial vetting for a number of different 2027-28 seasons. And I'm going to hand it over to Ari first to make the call for conversation, and then to introduce the item. And I guess I'll ask a question. Do we want to take comment and discussion item by item or group them in some way? I'm looking to anyone who has input or thoughts about that, because there are 6 parts to this, and I anticipate we're gonna have maybe more discussion of some of them than others.
That is at your pleasure. If you want to take them one by one or group them or whatever. I will say, I only have one introduction for the entire.
Okay.
For both A and B together, so I'm not gonna be interrupting or anything like that, so you can do it however you want.
You've thought about it?
Well, unless we think it detracts if we do them all together. I don't see, because then people can speak in whatever order they want.
And speak once
And
about.
speak once, yeah, exactly, versus coming back, well, I want to speak again, I want to speak again.
Can we just one presentation?
No,
No.
I just want to clarify one thing.
Yeah.
There's no upland, there's nothing for deer, and there's nothing for pronghorn. So I know you're thinking
Okay,
about
so
the
there's
6
three.
items. So it's less.
And elk and bighorn are both pretty minimal.
Okay.
So I don't know, it might make sense to do elk and bighorn together and then bear.
Yeah.
I like that. So we'll do elk and bighorn together and start with that, and then we'll go second to bear. And if folks who want to comment on bear can hold their comments until we get to that item, that part of the item separately, that would be ideal. Thanks. Okay.
We could just clarify also too, because this is the initial vetting, while the department may not have much to offer in the case of deer or pronghorn antelope, it doesn't mean members of the public won't have things that they would like to suggest be considered for regulation changes. So just wanted to be sure folks online didn't think they couldn't talk to those issues.
That's an important clarification. So let's do everything on the list except for item B5, black bear. So that's game birds, deer, elk, bighorn, and pronghorn for discussion. If folks do have anything they want to add, anticipating that we're mostly going to be talking about a couple of those.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, each year, first of all, let me do the spiel. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 6, periodic regulation changes A and B through 4. So that's everything except for black bear. And it's so if you'd like to contribute to that and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature, which is located at the bottom of the window and the bottom of the participant list and the bottom of the smartphone if you're using the app. When your name is called, you might need to unmute your mic. You will need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone, press *9 once to raise your hand. If you press it twice, you will lower your hand. And then you may have to unmute yourself by pressing *6 once. If you press it again, you'll remute yourself. If you are using one of the apps, you are welcome to turn on your video, but it is not required. So each year at the May WRC meeting, the department presents updates on and its recommendations for a number of potential rulemakings, including resident game birds, big game species, including deer, elk, bighorn sheep, excuse me, pronghorn antelope, and black bear. So once again, we will be discussing upland game bird hunting, deer, elk, bighorn sheep, and pronghorn. And I believe we have presentations on elk and bighorn that will be given by Shelley Temple King of Big Game. So let's get her presentation up.
While we're waiting. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shelley Temple King. I'm the Big Game Supervisor in the Wildlife Branch. And today, first I'll be presenting some sort of brief regulatory concepts for elk hunting for the 27-28 hunt season. And I'm presenting these on behalf of Brent Wolf, who is our statewide elk and pronghorn coordinator, who is on leave today. Slide, please. So the department conducts regular statewide elk population assessments, which currently indicate that the elk populations throughout California are stable or increasing. In certain areas, the increase in elk populations has led to increased human-wildlife conflict, impacting agriculture, structures, and human safety. We heard this morning about some of these impacts during the PLM discussion. The department is dedicated to increasing opportunity for elk harvest, especially in areas where increased harvest opportunity can also address or mitigate potential human-wildlife conflict. We are currently proposing 2 concepts. The first is to increase hunter opportunity by increasing tag allocations. The second is to reorganize our regulations to make them more user-friendly. Slide, please. So for the first concept, continued population surveys and stakeholder engagement may lead to proposed increased tag allocations and adjustments of season dates. Adjustments that address human-wildlife conflict situations will be prioritized. Slide, please. The second concept is to reorganize elk regulations in Section 364 of Title 14. We are proposing to reorganize current regulations to increase clarity and to be consistent with other sections of Title 14. Similar items will be grouped together, and tables will be implemented for describing hunt boundaries, season dates, and tag quotas. We also propose renaming hunt area, which is the language that currently appears in Section 364, to elk management zone to be more consistent and for clarity with other uses of elk management zone. Finally, we propose removing unused sections entirely. There are some subsections that have been held as reserved as regulations have changed over the years, and so we will remove those subsections. And that is it.
Great, thanks, Shelley. Questions or additional comments from folks up here on the dais? From my co-chair?
None, I'm good.
Okay. So I guess we should continue to the presentation for Bighorn.
Okay.
Thanks. While we're waiting for it to come up.
Yeah, so still Shelley Temple King, this time presenting on behalf of Paige Young, formerly Prentice, our statewide Bighorn sheep coordinator. And Paige is available online for questions at the end of the presentation if there are any. Slide, please. We are not proposing any new Bighorn regulations for the 27-28 regulations cycle. Instead, our staff are going to focus on developing the Northern Deserts Bighorn Conservation Unit Plan and collecting demographic data needed for the other BCU plans. However, we would like to keep the option available for minor changes to existing regulations, specifically to the single zone fundraising tags and general tag quotas. Slide, please. This summer, regional staff will be conducting population surveys in many of our desert bighorn hunt zones using trail cameras on water sources. The photo data will be processed during the fall and winter and used to calculate population estimates. Based on these results and to ensure sustainable harvest levels, we may choose to reallocate the single zone fundraising tags to different zones, and/or we may choose to adjust general tag quotas within existing zones. And that's all of that one.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Shelley. Questions or comments from the co-chair?
That was easy. Nope,
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, this is all, like you said, it's clean up and make sense.
Yeah.
It's great. Okay, how many people do we have who want to make a comment in the room today on this first 6A and B 1 through 4? Seeing none, okay, and then online, it looks like we may have one person. Okay.
Wireless caller. Wireless caller, are you ready?
Brian Rosen here. First of all, I think it's kind of being making a euphemism, and elk removal or elk management. We're going to change it to wildlife management. It's really basically a kill area, and animals are being killed, and that I don't like. And we have so few animals compared to what we used to have because humans have moved into their territory. I'm a vegetarian. I'm almost completely a vegan. And it really is not necessary to kill these wonderful creatures. It's an act of killing. That's what it is, and it should be called it. This is an elk kill zone. Let's call a spade a spade. And I'm against it, and I don't. Also, I'm against culling deer to predators to make more deer for hunters. Hunters seem to control this committee. There seems to be a hunters agency. Obviously, the hunters have they're the ones speaking out the loudest, so maybe that's to be expected. I really oppose increasing the kill limits on these creatures. Let them come back a little bit to where they used to be, which was so much more than it is now. Thank you very much.
Your comment. I do see a couple of other hands raised.
We have caller wireless and Josh Bronis.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here. I echo the last speaker's comments. You know, this agency has for so long been euthanized, I should say, to the fact that, you know, hunters rule and that these animals can be called, and they even use the word harvest instead of slaughter. And, you know, for people like me to speak up and say, wait a minute, hunting is killing, and, you know, you're taking another life who has a mate, you know, who loves, who feels, who has emotion, who's one of God's creatures, and it's okay. And I think, you know, we're at a time that our resources, our land, everything is being taken away from these animals, and they're coming to us because our domain is the only place they don't get killed. And so they're starting to come to our neighborhoods, and they're starting to realize it's the only safe place. And this is for birds and for mammals and elk and deer and everything. And I think you have to set a new precedent and not be so lenient with hunters, and that it's okay just to kill. So please do not cull these animals. We need them, and there's not enough of them. So thank you.
Thanks, Lorna.
All right, Josh, followed by Randall.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Zavaleta and Anderson, Department and Commission staff. My name is Josh Bronis. Speaking here only on my own behalf, something that I would suggest that the department gives some consideration to is maybe adopting some consistent terminology or phrasing when trying to address regions. So in the context of our bear management, we refer to those as conservation regions. I would suggest, for purposes of alignment, that the bighorn and elk programs consider doing the same, where all of those programs get together, determine what terminology is going to be most appropriate and most accurate, and then try and align those all together. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Our next speaker is Atash.
Good afternoon. I'm also a vegetarian and an animal advocate, and I really would ask if hunting could become prohibited to stop animal cruelty. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that comment. One more.
I think, yeah, Randall raised his hand again. Randall?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. There's a little echo right now, though. Say something, Randall?
Yeah, he's trying to speak.
Can you hear me?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay, you trying to take care of it on your own?
I'm trying.
Okay.
He has to mute the speakers on his computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
It's coming back through the meeting and coming on his computer.
Texas.
So,
Yeah.
So if you can mute the computer and then unmute your microphone.
Randall, I think what's happening is that you need to turn the volume on your computer all the way down, but leave your microphone unmuted.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that here real quick.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
There you go.
Perfect.
Go.
Okay, great. Tell
No.
us what you got.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear.
No, on this phone.
He's talking into his phone, but he's using his computer to listen.
Oh, we can hear you, but
Okay.
yeah, so trust, we can hear you, but if you turn your volume down, you won't be able to hear us. We'll just listen to you and then you can turn it
I'll
back
try
on.
the phone.
Okay.
Okay. Go to the next person.
I think you might be the last person.
But we can hear you
We
now.
can hear you now. Yeah, right now it's working. If you don't touch anything, but go ahead and let us know what you have to say. It's perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I was going to call you on the phone. Okay. All right. I'm Randall Macero. First of all, it's been a long time since I've seen all of you, Commissioner Zavala and the rest of the board members. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Randall Macero. I am retired California State Police. I was trained, worked with the FBI, worked gangs and drug cartels, high security clearance, but I was also a Greenpeace representative back in the 70s. And I became a national president of union members for the Preservation of Wildlife International. So just so those of you that never met me before, you know who I am. Did you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm having trouble on this end, so I don't know if you guys copy me. Okay, well, anyway, listen, since we go back many years, I know where you guys get offended when those of us that are animal rights advocates criticize hunters. But keep in mind, as what I've heard from everybody previously before me, whether, Lorna Moppet, you got Humane Society, everybody that's had their comment about how the California Fish and Wildlife is looked upon as pro-hunting. There's been many a times, even when we showed the undercover footage of bobcat trapping at the Van Nuys meeting one time, when the head of Fish and Wildlife started yelling, wait, who showed this undercover footage of bobcat trapping? We won the fight to ban bobcat trapping in California. Our Teamsters Union with Native Americans, we won the fight to ban hound dog hunting on bears and bobcats. We won the fight to protect the wolves coming back to California. So kudos to us. But by the same token, if you're not going to let us show you the truth of our undercover video footage, but yet Fish and Wildlife representatives sit and fraternize with the hunting industry quite often at these meetings, but won't sit with us. Yet you guys say don't show any fish and game undercover footage of what we get from the trappers or from the hunting industry. This is what we specialize in. Now, what I'm trying to say here is this, is that let's have it a fairway fight here. Let's have the road run both ways. While often Fish and Game at the meetings, you guys say, did the kids turn in their essays with their kids going out with their dads hunting? So obviously it shows us that you guys are pro-hunting, and obviously you bring in revenue for the state. I get it. My family's a business family out of Brooklyn, New York. Okay. Obviously, I represent Teamsters unions. And here we're trying to tell you this, is it can't be one-sided where Fish and Game is monetizing the hunting industry. These animals are for everybody. But I'm speaking on behalf of Native Americans that have joined us in the fight, because coming up on public comment 8, the Native American community will be speaking. They are pushing for a boycott with our Teamsters unions against Catalina Island over the 2,000 deer that are going to be killed. So I'm letting you know what we're doing. But again, on this, I've heard time and time again, people looking at California Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, BLM, Department of Agriculture, all big killers on wildlife. We have undercover footage. I got a whole room of undercover footage to give testimony to Washington. I'm working with federal judges right now to bring the truth out on what's going on. But again, I respect the fact that you give me respect, and you're giving me a chance to speak on this. But I love the truth. And while you guys say don't criticize the hunting industry, quite often we hear from hunters, we only eat what we hunt. But if that's true, how come there's coyote killing contests? How many coyotes have every one of you eaten this year? How about the wolves? How many wolves did you kill and eat this year? Badgers, wolverines, fox, bobcats.
Because I think
This is what I'm asking you.
This current set of items, you can't hear us. Okay.
All right. Disconnect.
Okay. So I'll let you speak. I'm done until comment number 8.
Okay, thanks, Randall. Just a couple quick responses to some of your comments. I think you can hear us now. First, I just want to say that, we welcome, you can critique, you can dialogue with folks about differences of opinion. That's what this forum is for. And so no concerns with criticizing the positions that other people hold. But I guess what I'm suggesting, and this is not a rule, we can't tell you what you can and can't say within some pretty wide bounds, is that you talk about the issues, not about the people. And that, if you do that, the weight of your comments is, it's stronger. We can take into account what you're saying and sort of not have it be muddied by personal characterizations. So I just want to say that, you're welcome to give critiques. With respect to the department and the commission, I just want to say on the record that part of our work has to do with regulating hunting and fishing, which are very well regulated in the state of California compared to most other states in the US. I'm only not saying all because I can't pull them all up, but I think we're really cautious as a state. I also just want to call attention to all these other areas that the department and the commission work in, which include managing and protecting department lands, which include recovering endangered species and recognizing that they are threatened and endangered, and a whole host of other things that I'm not going to spend more time talking about. But, just to remind folks that hunting and fishing is just one part of the work that we do. We happen to be on that item right now, though. So that's the topic of this item.
May I speak?
No, hold on, please. Hold on just a second. And, so again, like I encourage folks to participate, but I would like to ask people to please speak to the particular items that we're on until we get to general public comment. So this is, again, it's deer, elk, bighorn, pronghorn, and upland game bird hunting only. Anyone else up here have any questions or comments? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for all of the comments. Again, this is like early in the conversation. And see, yeah. Oh, we have someone else who wants to make a comment on this. I'll allow it, but I want to make sure we have time to get to the other items on here. So
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
See, as a matter of fact, we're the runners up, I'm indigenous. And I'm Ieki and then Hikari Apache, and I always get together with the chief of the Tongva people, also in the Shumash. I'm also Ventureño Shumash, and we're the ones that we have this is a major problem for us indigenous peoples because we're the ones that are being forgotten. Opening up this gaming and stuff like that for our deer. Not needless to say about our buffalo as well. We want them back where they belong. They were taken; these animals were took over there on that island against us. We had no say at all. And now that we're getting a chance to speak, they need a voice too. They bring them back to the homelands where they belong, and that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm requesting. And we are getting in with other tribes throughout America, Mexico, and Canada, over this issue, with the animals that are currently are on Catalina Island.
Okay.
And
Johnny, I
yes,
just we're not talking about Catalina right at the moment, because that's not on the agenda today. But if you want to make comments
in general,
we can do during item 8.
Okay.
During general comment, which is coming up in just 2 more items. So hang in there.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay. All right. So with that, we can move to item 6B5, which is black bear. Do we have a presentation on black bear today? Okay, wonderful. All right, do you want to, so we're making a separate call for the public.
Yeah, I can remind people, just to remind
We don't have to do the
people,
whole instructions, just.
if you want to contribute to the conversation on black bear, use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the window or at the bottom of your mobile phone. When your name is called, you might have to unmute your microphone. If you're joining by phone, press *9 once to raise your hand. If you press it twice, you'll lower your hand. When you're called upon, you might have to unmute yourself using *6 on your phone. If you press *6 again, you'll remute yourself. You're welcome to turn on your video if you're able to, but it's not required.
Okay, thanks, Ari. So with that, turn it back over to Arjun. You giving the presentation? Okay, take it away.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners, colleagues, and members of the public. My name is Arjun Deer, statewide black bear coordinator at CDFW. Today I'll be presenting the department's concepts for regulatory change for black bear hunting for 2027 implementation. Next slide, please. So these concepts form the next logical step in implementing the Black Bear Conservation and Management Plan for California, or the BEAR Plan, which was published last April. They're responsive to the comments we received at the adoption hearing last month, and they're aligned with closely monitored and adaptive management. There's once again no change to the statewide harvest threshold of 1,700. I'll be going into the concepts in more detail shortly, but just briefly, they're first to implement the bear conservation regions, or BCRs, that were introduced in the bear plan and to allocate harvest thresholds among them. Second is to revise the cub weight limit to be more accurate to black bear biology. Third is to review season dates. And then fourth is to simplify the validation process. Finally, I'll present select results from the black bear hunter survey conducted last year, which we were asked to provide an update on the notice hearing last December. Next slide, please. So first, for BCR implementation, this would allow for the management of black bears regionally by implementing the BCRs in regulatory text and then setting harvest thresholds for each of the now 6 hunting BCRs. So this map on the right shows the BCRs. The 6 of them in solid colors are the hunting BCRs, and the 3 in hashed patterns are the non-hunting BCRs. So the way this would work is we'd maintain the statewide harvest threshold of 1,700. That's not changing. However, we're also recommending thresholds for each of the hunting BCRs. So I'll walk you through this table here. The first column lists the name of the BCR. The second column with the title N is the average estimated population size in each BCR for the years 2020 through 2024 inclusive, so those 5 years. The mean harvest column next to that shows the average harvest over that same time period. And then it says NA for the Northeastern California BCR there at the bottom because there hasn't been harvest there before. The threshold column next to that is the potential threshold range that we're thinking about for each BCR. And then the last column shows the hypothetical threshold percentage or harvest rate that range would yield. So we're providing ranges because the numbers we land on in the end may depend on a number of different factors. As you can see, all the thresholds there in that last column fall below 8%. Biologically, that's a conservative and very safe threshold for black bear populations in Western North America. In Western jurisdictions in North America, the harvest threshold tends to fall normally between 8 and 16% on average. And that includes nearby states like Oregon and Washington. So we're staying below the lower limit of that range. So the way this would work operationally is the hunt would stop in a given BCR when the BCR threshold is reached or when the statewide harvest threshold of 1,700 is reached, whichever comes first. So 2 hypothetical situations. First, if we went with a threshold of 600, let's say, in the North Coast BCR, and the harvest in that BCR was still at 400, but the statewide harvest had reached 1,700 because of harvest everywhere else, hunting would stop everywhere, including the North Coast. Alternatively, if we had a threshold of 600 in the North Coast BCR and it was reached mid-season, but the thresholds in all the other BCRs had not been reached yet, and the statewide harvest threshold was still below 1,700, hunting would stop in the North Coast, but then continue in all the other hunting BCRs until those BCRs thresholds were reached or the statewide threshold of 1,700 was reached. Next slide, please. The other concept we're exploring is straightforward. It's just to change the cub weight. So based on our data and then black bear biology, like I was mentioning, as cubs get older, as they approach the age of like 10 or 11 months, they routinely actually exceed 50 pounds. 50 pounds is the current weight limit or definition for cubs below 50 pounds. So 80 pounds is actually a more accurate threshold to have for cubs. So that's really it for that concept, actually. Next slide, please. The next concept is specific to season start and end dates. So currently there's a 1-week lag between the deer and black bear general season openers in several deer zones in Northern California, the X zones. Additionally, there are gaps ranging from 1 week to 5 weeks between the black bear archery end date and the black bear general season opener in several deer zones. So we're considering closing both of those types of gaps, basically starting the black bear general season opener on the same day as the deer general season opener in those X zones I mentioned. So it's consistent with everywhere else in the state. And then also shifting the black bear archery closing date to the day before the black bear general season opener, where there is a gap right now. Next slide, please. And then the last concept is really administrative in nature. We're interested in simplifying the tag validation process, reducing existing confusion about that process, improving compliance with reporting requirements, and ultimately bolstering our monitoring efforts. So currently the tag validation and tooth extraction processes, it's 2 different processes with 2 different deadlines. There's also no mention of online reporting for black bear, unlike for deer. There's no clear mention of mandatory premolar tooth extraction, which we rely on for population monitoring. And there's also no penalty for non-reporting, unlike for deer. So the actions specifically that we're proposing are to consolidate the tooth extraction and the tag validation processes into one process with a 10-day deadline, mentioning in regulatory text specifically the option to report harvest online, mentioning that premolar tooth extraction is mandatory, and then implementing a non-reporting fee starting in July 2028. So that's it for the black bear concepts. Next slide, please. The last part of the presentation will be to present some results from the black bear hunter survey that we did. It was developed in 2024, 2025 in collaboration and released in June 2025 as a collaboration between the Game and the Wildlife Health Lab programs at CDFW. I want to recognize Dr. Alexandra Heron from the Wildlife Health Lab for his great effort on this. It comprised of 16 multiple choice and open format questions to understand black bear hunter perspectives, preferences, and satisfaction in California. So we contacted 10,000 randomly selected California residents who purchased a black bear tag within the past 3 years through email. Over 1,500 of them responded. The department was asked to provide an update at the notice hearing last December, like I mentioned. And so I'll be presenting select results from that survey. Full results may be shared in a separate report in the future. Next slide, please. So one question we asked was, what best describes you when it comes to hunting big game? The options were to respond either that they're primarily a black bear hunter or a deer hunter that purchased a black bear tag. So 87% of respondents identified themselves primarily as deer hunters, and the remaining 13% said they're primarily black bear hunters. Next slide, please. Then the remaining 3 results are all based off the same prompt, which was to ask how much priority / importance should be given to the following when setting black bear hunting regulations. So the first was ensuring black bear populations are sustainable into the future. So if you look at that chart, the majority of respondents, it amounted to 77%, rated it as important or as very important. Next slide, please. The next prompt was having the longest black bear season possible. In this case, 61% of respondents rated it as important or very important. Next slide, please. And then the last prompt I'll present today was establishing additional black bear hunt zones / expanding the hunt zone. And in this case, 57% of respondents rated this as important or very important. Next slide, please. And that's it for me. Thank you all for listening. My contact information is on the slide.
Great. Thanks for the presentation. Questions or comments from my co-chair?
No, I will. I have some comments, but I want to hear public comment first.
Okay. Okay. It looks like we have 5 hands raised, but do we have anyone in the room? Yes. Okay. Bill Gaines, approach the table at the front, please. Okay. And as I see hands go up, you know what? Before you speak, Bill, I wasn't sure that I was going to take a couple minutes out to read this whole thing, but I think I am going to take a minute out to just read the meeting expectations surrounding public participation, because I think there's a lot of interest in this topic, potentially in the next 2 as well. And I'd just like to sort of make clear to everybody, like, you know, because there are some questions about it, what our expectations are for public comment. But bear with me for a moment. The Commission is committed to creating and maintaining an environment where all participants feel safe, respected, and able to contribute meaningfully. We therefore strongly discourage personal attacks, intimidation, harassment, hateful expressions, including racial or other identity-based comments, or other conduct that targets individuals rather than issues. These comments can diminish the quality of public dialogue, they can discourage community participation, and they can potentially reduce the likelihood that commissioners will give weight to comments delivered in this manner. The Commission upholds the right to free speech. All individuals possess this right and are entitled to use their full speaking time to express their views, including critiques, alternative perspectives, and disagreement. However, disruptions to the meeting will not be tolerated. Profanity, obscenity, personal threats, or attacks on members, staff, or other commenters references to protected characteristics, offensive speech, yelling, interruptions, audible and disruptive reactions, or disputing another speaker during their speaking time may constitute a disruption to the meeting, depending on the circumstances. So the commission may restrict an individual's right to speak when necessary to avoid disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. In these cases, the presiding commissioner, which is me today, may mute a speaker's microphone or gavel. If the disruptive behavior continues after a call for decorum and a warning, the person or people disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting may be removed from the meeting may be suspended and or the room cleared. So I wanted to read that because I think there have been questions raised today about, can we criticize other people? Yes, absolutely. And then also to clarify what kinds of disruptions and what kinds of bounds there are on comments, and just to reiterate that our ability to take in and give weight to your comments also depends on how you make them. So with that, Bill, please lead us off on this item.
Commissioner Zavaleta, Commissioner Anderson, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Department staff, commission staff. Bill Gaines, representing the California Houndsmen for Conservation and the California Bowman Hunter State Archery Association on this issue.
Just talk louder, Bill.
Oh,
talk louder.
You're happy to speak.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Door
Sorry about that. No, I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. I know that Chad, Scott, and Arjun have put in a lot of hard work over the past several years, and not only completing a very, very well-written and science-based bear management plan, and also and coming up with some of the suggestions they're coming up with today. I mean, we are pleased to support the increase in the bear cub limit of 50 to 80 pounds. That just makes good sense. Simplifying the validation process makes good sense as well. Thank you for that. Strongly support the extension of the archery season to close before the general season opens in all zones. Strongly support that. I think we want the longest season possible. You saw the survey, lengthening the season as far as possible is one of the things that most people supported. And also, as you could see, the hunters that were surveyed strongly support sustaining a very viable bear population, right? And managing bears more intensely by the BCRs makes a big step in that direction. So we're pleased to support that as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks. We have another commenter in the room. Hi.
Good afternoon, David Best, just speaking on behalf of myself. Like everything that's put forth today in the package, I would just say relative to the tag validation component for the bear tag, putting it out to 10 days, let's just make sure that we, and I'm sure you are, but have good coordination and conversation with the law enforcement division. 10 days is a long time to have that bear tag out there floating around and not having had someone sign off on it, especially as we move into this new realm where we're going to have 2 tags. So that's it.
Great, thanks for that. Okay.
Online. So online, we have first Matthew Duncan, followed by Josh Bronis.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just have one quick observation for Commissioner Anderson based on his comment at the end of the last Fish and Game Commission meeting discussing the black bear additional tag. Commissioner Anderson stated, quote, "I've been trying to protect the culture of the West," end quote. And my comment to that is, as one who's a student of the history of this state, does that include the slaughter by the European invaders of people from the First Nations, as well as the slaughter of the bison, the grizzly, the gray wolf, the jaguar, the wolverine? My opinion is, for what it's worth, we cannot discuss the culture of the West without acknowledging the really awful impact that these invaders had on the native people and wildlife in the West, including California. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Do you want to respond to that or just take it in?
No, because it was in context as it related to bear hunting, in the context of all the rest of those awful things. Of course, I don't support any of those. But I do feel when I was referencing that, it's the loss of more habitat because we're losing more and more habitat. Bear hunting is harder and harder to do, and so it was really isolated or specific about that particular issue. And if you'd ever like to debate California history, I'd be happy to do that. I love the subject matter, and I'm pretty good at it.
Right on.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Josh Brona, followed by Kimberly Richard.
Hello again, Commissioners Zavaleta and Anderson, Department and Commission staff. My name is Josh Bronis. I'm speaking on behalf of California Deer Association on this matter. I'd like to express our support for the department's proposed black bear regulatory updates that Dr. Deer presented today, but I also want to echo Bill's praise for the work the department has done. It's my opinion that the black bear conservation and management plan represents incredibly robust science, and I personally believe that this plan should serve as a model for the future management plans that the department puts forward. So my kudos to Dr. Deer, who manages the black bear program, oddly enough. Most notably, in the proposal that I'm personally most excited by is our support for the proposed implementation of the bear conservation regions, especially when you consider the regional harvest thresholds. This represents a very important step towards modernizing California's bear management strategy because it, unlike in times past, it better recognizes the regional variation in habitat productivity, bear density, hunting pressure, population dynamics, etc. And importantly, it provides a mechanism for the adaptive regional closures before any risk of localized overharvest could potentially occur, because the threshold values, as Dr. Deer pointed out, fall well below the maximum sustainable yield. We also support the proposed change to the language defining a bear cub from 50 pounds to 80 pounds because it better recognizes contemporary bear biology. It increases protection for the younger age classes of bears so that they could successfully enter into the breeding population. And because I personally believe it should reduce the ambiguity for both hunters and enforcement personnel by more effectively aligning to and reflecting the prohibition, the maintained prohibition on the take of bears under 1 year of age. So an 80-pound bear is far more likely to be 1 year of age as opposed to a 50-pound bear. So even if a hunter had taken a 55-pound bear, if it was still found to be under a year of age, it would still technically be a violation of the regulation. California Deer Association also supports the proposed season alignment changes, setting bear season openings to coincide with existing deer seasons. We believe will simplify the regulations, reduce confusion, and as the hunter survey data demonstrates, it better reflects the reality that many lawful bear harvest opportunities occur incidental to deer hunting activity. And all of that would be able to take place without negatively affecting bear ecology. And then finally, the proposed updates to reporting, validation, and tooth collection, we believe are very, very important. Improving harvest reporting and establishing better consistency with the premolar collection will do nothing but strengthen the department's ability to monitor age structure, harvest pressure, and population trends, which are all, again, important and foundational to science-based wildlife management. So collectively, we believe that these all reflect a meaningful evolution towards more modern, regionally informed black bear management in California. And thank you for this time.
Okay, thanks for those comments.
All right, Kimberly, followed by Rick.
Hi there. Sorry I had to leave. Had to beeline it back to Napa. So now I'm putting on my political hat as a representative for District 4 here in Napa County. I I just have a couple of questions on the bear tag. So as far as county goes, Napa County, we have, according to bear researchers that we give grant money to, we have about 78 black bears here in Napa County. Hunting is allowed in Napa County in certain areas on the other side of 29, I believe, up on the other side of Calistoga and up by Lake Berryessa, going up that way. We have about 78 bears. Is the Northern California bear count, does that include Napa County as well? Because if we have hunters coming here hunting bear and they take 2 bears, that can wipe out half of our 78 bear population. And I just that was my main concern right there. But I also want to say kudos to our department on doing an excellent job of what they're doing. I'm not in support of the extended bear hunt, but I am in support of raising the weight limit on the bear. So kudos to that. Could you answer a question to that? Is Napa County lumped in to the Northern California limit, or am I misreading that, or am I just not understanding? Thank
That's right.
you.
Let the department staff respond to that.
So northeast of Highway 128 of Napa County is included in the North Coast Bear Conservation Region. Harvest in Napa County is usually 1 or 2 bears per season, I believe, but we can double check that.
Okay,
So
great. Does that answer your question okay?
It did. I just wanted to make sure that half of our bear population didn't get wiped out. Y'all know that I'm not anti-hunting. I'm just, I just want to protect what we got. Thank you.
Yeah, and to my understanding, maybe just to ask a question on the back of that. I think I'm understanding this right. The statewide limit currently is what there is, and it's just a cap, and that harvest can occur anywhere throughout the BCRs in the state. And so what this does is impose an additional protection, because now there are thresholds by region, and so over time you can't inadvertently have a disproportionate concentration of harvest in one area versus another. So it's sort of a second layer in addition to the existing one of protection. Okay, thanks.
And also too, bears are migratory, so they're not just Napa County residents, right?
That's right. Yeah, the
They're going to
males.
Sonoma, they're going to Yolo, they're going to Solana. They move in large sections of
They
area.
need to be able to vote. Just joking. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us online. All right. I don't know the order, so I wanted to listen to that on folks.
No worries. All right, so Rick followed by wireless caller.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Hear you, go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, Commissioner Zavaleta and Commissioner Anderson, department staff and commission staff. My name is Rick Duenas. I'm a hunter in Northern California. I appreciate the presentation from Shelley and Dr. Deere as well. I had a question about 2 of the items, and then wanted to voice some feedback on some of the items as well. I support the cub size increase, the validation changes, and the bear conservation regions pretty uncontroversially. I had a question about the X zone start date. Historically, I was trying to figure out why that is, why the northern X zones have the bear season start staggered into the general deer season. Couldn't find a ISOR or any information about it, so I was wondering if you could speak to that. For the archery change, I would say I'm slightly against that. I kind of like having that week or 2 weeks, depending on when the first Saturday of the month is, to have a gap between the end of archery and the start of general, just so fewer people are out bumping deer, mostly referring to it for deer, bumping deer out of areas just before the season. But I don't feel strongly about that. Just a concern I had. And then for the conservation regions, I was wondering if Dr. Deere could speak more about kind of why the threshold percentages are different from region to region, like 2.2 lower bound to 3.5 upper bound in one area, and then 5 to 5.5 in a different area. I was just curious about some of the factors that kind of contribute to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah. Do you mind? Can I
Yeah.
pass those questions off to you? Okay. Yes. Quick pause here to make sure this is not. Okay, Dr. Deere, please.
Okay, so starting with the X zone question, that was a product for when there was still the use of dogs for bear hunting. They wanted a 1 week gap.
That's why.
In those areas. So originally it right now bear season there starts on the second Saturday of October. So the change would be the first Saturday of October to align it with deer. So it was in that dog control zone. And then the second one, so the reason why the threshold is very low in, for example, the North Coast, it's because it has over 20,000 bears. And so it's a simple fact that there's just way more bears. The percentage ends up being lower. The transverse range BCR or the Southern Sierra BCRs have smaller populations. So lower harvest leads to a higher threshold in those areas. But universally across those BCRs, those thresholds all fall below 8%, which is the lower limit of the usual, Western jurisdiction bear harvest threshold that we normally see. So that's the reasoning behind that.
Great, thanks. Okay, moving on to wireless caller, followed by Amanda.
Brian Rosen here. We have, how many people live in California? It's something like 40 million. How many bears do we have? We're crowding them out of existence, and we keep on doing this. I'm against this hunting of bears. A lot of people are. I want to quote Mahatma Gandhi. Ethically, they had arrived at the conclusion that man's supremacy over lower animals meant not that the former should prey upon the latter, but that the higher should protect the lower, and there should be mutual aid between the two, as between man and man. This is important. Here's another quote. Animals share with us the privilege of having a soul. A lot of people hunt for fun. It's one thing to hunt for sort of meat and eating your food, but it's even worse than hunting for fun. And this is just so wrong. There just aren't enough wildlife out there. I know there's way too much cattle. There's way too much impact on the animals' land. We stole it from the Native Americans, and now it's our private land of certain few rich people. Now we're stealing it from the animals, and they're losing more and more territory. And so we've got to get rid of more and more bears because we're saying they're overpopulated. But why are they overpopulated? Because somebody's stealing their land. And anyway, this is all very wrong, this killing of our fellow creatures. It's murder. Now, that's going to offend some people. I'm sorry. That's very subjective, how you react to these things. And people who are trying to make a difference in this world, often the great people, were greatly offensive because people get offended by truth. And they get offended when evil in this world is called out. So please have some more mercy towards the animals. This hunting thing is not, preying on animals is not a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Who's next?
Yeah, sorry. Amanda, followed by caller wireless, and then Randall.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Amanda Dukart. I'm the legislative director for California Bowman Hunters and State Archery Association. I know Bill Gaines is there in person representing us who live in SoCal and can't be there in person all the time, but did want to speak up and directly voice our support for the bear proposals and specifically thank the department for their ongoing leadership and vision for bear management in the state of California under that new bear management plan. Again, just appreciate the ongoing efforts to make sure the regulations are dialed in. And yeah, just thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Amanda.
And then we had another wireless caller before Randall.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Lorna Moffett here. I echo what Mr. Brian Rosen has said. You know, I'm afraid to walk in the forest anymore because I'm afraid a hunter's going to accidentally shoot me. And I think that you need to, I mean, this archery hunting should be outlawed. And the reason being is they're silent. They can get away with killing a person and no one would know the difference. I don't know how many animals they can kill without anyone knowing that there's someone with a gun out there shooting animals. And this, we have to make your body of government a body of government that says, whoa, we're no longer going to be so permissive in this murder, because that's what it is. It's, you call it a harvest, like these are plants. They're not. They're animals. They're living creatures. They have families. Okay? And so we have to get away from that mentality that it's okay to come in and kill these animals and with bows and arrows silently, and it scares the public. I horseback ride in the national forest at hunting season, and I'm scared. I go, I'm not going to do it during hunting season because they might accidentally shoot me. And God knows how many times I've heard horror stories of where hunters have killed, maimed an animal, and it's run off, and they haven't even had the time or the energy to follow it. And so that animal ends up just suffering and dying. So it's, and also you don't even have a proper count of how many black bears there are, unless you tag every single black bear in whatever hunting vicinity. It's not, you don't know. And so I think you have to have rules and regulations stating that. And let's just outlaw hunting, period. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't usually comment on things like this because I want to hear everybody's opinion, but I do want to just address two things. I mean, I am a hunter, and when you're in the field, every safety precaution that that can be done is done, from the training that the department does when you're a young kid to the continued training that you take as a hunter, and we're responsible. I won't get into each and every one of the facts because I don't want this to be a debate. But this idea that hunters out there recklessly, killing people, the facts don't substantiate that. Very, 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 very few people ever die at the hand of a hunter. So with all due respect, I have to disagree with you on that. And I want to make sure that we keep the facts, correct.
Yeah, thanks, Co-Chair Anderson. And I'm not a hunter, but I have done the hunter safety education training so that I understand what that process looks like. And I agree, it's I mean, that's just a little piece of it, but it is something worth doing to familiarize yourself with it if you're interested in understanding like how that works. Okay, we have one more speaker. Randall. It's Randall. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner and board members, for putting up with me once more. I'll probably be with you on item number 8, but I'd love to pay for the to see a debate between Mr. Anderson and Matthew Duncan. Matthew Duncan is very well versed in history. I know him personally. Also, I'd pay to go to that one. Also, I did what Mr. Rosen says, as well as Lorna Moffett, and also going on back to Rebecca Dimitrick and Randy Filich. But I know all these people very well, and they're all excellent at what they do. As a national representative of union members for preservation of wildlife, I sit on 5 Native boards. Keep in mind, Commissioner Zavaleta and board members, I'm not Native American. I sit on 5 Native boards, though. They trust me. My family's from Brooklyn, New York, Italian, Sicilian, very proud of it. But obviously, getting involved with speaking up for wildlife is I stand with our Native brothers and sisters. So for those of you that know this, that there used to be 70,000 grizzly bears in California at one time. In fact, where I live near Big Bear, California, that was a big majority of grizzly bears. That's how the Big Bear got its name. But we used to have antelope in Antelope Valley. We used to have Mexican wolves, gray wolves in California. They're no longer here. We used to have gray wolves in California until we won the fight to protect them. So what I want the hunters to understand is when it sounds like we're criticizing you, I think we're speaking on behalf of Native Americans that hold the bear sacred. Well, did you guys take into consideration how many bears are hit by cars or, on the highway? Did you consider how many bears are trapped in traps? Did you consider how many bears are shot by people that live in Lake Tahoe or Big Bear and they come on the premises and they shoot the bear? Did you consider the fact of how many bears are poisoned? Did you consider the fact of how many bears, cubs as well as adults, just get killed by everyday life? I'm just saying is, let's be fair, like what Lorna Moffat said, what Mr. Rosen said. Native Americans honor the bear. They do a bear dance, just like they do a deer dance to honor the deer. Yeah, they survived on it. But getting back to the European ways of wiping out the natives and wiping out wildlife, 70,000 grizzly bears in California. Tell me, do we have any grizzly bears in California now, besides what's on our flag? Of course, you keep raising the limit to kill more bears. And yet again, look at Nevada. We fought Nevada over the bear hunt there. They only allowed 10 bears to be killed, went to 20. Now it's at 40 bears. And the Native Americans, the Paiutes, the Shoshone, and the Washoe are all protesting against it. Why? Because they honor the bear. They bring the kids up to the pine nut region and teach the kids about the pine nuts with the bears. So I'm asking you, consider the Native American culture. We work with the Native Americans. They go to war for the United States. They honor the same God we do. It might be under a different name. They work alongside us. They fought for us. They died for this country, and yet we took their land. And why can't we at least give them some respect on the animals that they hold sacred? We're not giving them respect. They go to our church. They're our neighbors. And it's sad to say this, but for those of you that like to hunt, many of us consider hunting comparison with gangbangers hunting kids that we used to work with in the streets, getting killed by gangbangers. They're hunting too, and that's unfortunate. But I'm just telling you is consider the Native American people that really honor these animals and why they hunted them. They didn't hunt them to wipe them out. They hunted them for survival. We're not hunting them for survival. We're hunting for fun, sport, and profit. There is a difference. And you will see me on comment item 8. And again, kudos to Matt Duncan, Brian Rosen, Lorna Moffat, Rebecca Dimitrick, Randy Filich. We support what they said. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Randall. That is the last of our commenters on this item. Comments or questions from Co-Chair Anderson or staff?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah.
Very, very informed.
Yeah, appreciate all the comments and the passion. Appreciate everyone keeping it fairly respectful. And I'll say it again, like you can criticize other people's perspectives. I am not a fan of trying to make people feel like you're not entitled to your opinion. That's not what we're trying to do, but I think it's really valuable to be able to do it in a way that's constructive. And I think we did okay on this one. I just want to reiterate, I think like the specific proposals we're talking about here are all adding layers of protection. We're increasing sort of how large a bear needs to be before we stop considering it a cub. We're adding layers of sort of safeguard around, the potential for regional concentration of effort. And, there hasn't been an increase in the state threshold. So all of this seems.
And if you look at other states, our threshold is very low in comparison to other states, with much smaller populations, correct? So I think we're doing a great job at managing it with, respect to the population. And, in your view, with regard to where the population is currently growing and going, do you see the population continuing to grow over the next 25, 50 years?
Well, it looks to be stable, but it's expanding geographically. So that's kind of the thing that's going on right now. But our IPM shows it's been stable at least since 2015.
Right.
And it's expanded though in areas like Modoc,
right.
So Valley, Foothill, et cetera. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to keep monitoring.
Yeah, we'll appreciate all the work to keep close tabs on the numbers and the extent. So, okay, great. Thanks again, everyone, on this item. And let me keep going.
Yeah.
Okay,
let's go.
go to item 7. This is department updates. We have a couple of 3 different parts to this. So before I even pass it over to Ari, I'm just going to check in about, can we do A separately from B and C, or do we want to do all 3 of them together? Any thoughts on it?
I do them all together if we can. Is that all right?
Yeah, actually, Jay.
Jay stepped out.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have a fisheries update unless he'll join back on, so I don't think he's, unless he comes back on, but I think he's out. So,
You think he's out? Okay, so we're not even gonna have a fisheries branch update. So let's take them together, A and C, if that's all right with you both. Yeah, okay. And I'll give it over to Ari to make the call for public participation first.
So if you'd like to contribute to the conversation about item 7, department updates, you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature, which is located at the bottom of the window and the bottom of the participant list. You might have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the options to appear. On the mobile Zoom app, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of your mobile screen. When your name's called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're joining by phone, press *9 one time. That will raise your hand and alert us that you will speak. If you press it a second time, you'll lower your hand and take yourself out of the queue. When you're called upon, you might have to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. If you press it a second time, we will mute yourself. You're welcome to turn on your video if you're able to do so, but it's not required.
Great.
I wonder if we should do law enforcement update first before we go to.
perfectly fine.
Yeah, okay.
I think that makes sense.
Well, then we'll flip the order there. So let's do the law enforcement division update
All
first.
right. It'll be quick. Robert Feldman, I'm Assistant Chief with the Law Enforcement Division here at headquarters over administration type stuff. Quick update on our academy, our law enforcement academy up at Butte College in Oroville. We're about halfway through. We're at 36 sponsored cadets or hired, and we have 3 self-sponsored, meaning they're putting themselves through hoping to get hired after the fact. And our graduation, which hopefully you guys attend, is August 6th. And then the rest, I'm just going to read this. Earlier this week on Tuesday, CDFW brought together hundreds of pieces of trafficked animal parts seized as part of criminal investigations to the California Capitol to show Assembly Bill 96 at work. Trafficked wildlife parts on display included carved elephant and mammoth tusk, a narwhal tusk, elephant snouts, animal furs, and more. On hand to educate lawmakers and the public were CDFW forensic specialists, wildlife trafficking investigators, wildlife officers, and canines, specially trained to assist in enforcement of laws that protect wildlife. It's been 10 years since AB 96 was passed by the California legislature and the creation of, it created Fish and Game Code 2022. AB 96 tasked California Department of Fish and Wildlife with stopping the trafficking of all elephant ivory, rhino horn, and other mammal teeth ivory in the state of California. This mission has since grown to create a strong team combating all forms of illegal wildlife trafficking or trade. AB 96 is named for the 96 elephants killed by poachers every day in Africa. CDFW's work to enforce laws protecting not just tusk but trafficked wildlife species and wildlife parts can have a huge impact, a global impact, in a state that sees massive numbers of cargo by land, sea, and air. Since 2016, CDFW has seized some 5,000 pounds of ivory, and its wildlife forensics lab has analyzed nearly 3,000 pieces to support investigations and prosecutions. CDFW will continue to support the world's exploited wildlife, giving a voice to those who don't have one. And that is part of a press release that was either going out I think it's going out today or it already has gone out. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Assistant Chief Pelsman. Straight over to you.
Yeah, maybe I'll just put a little preface here. Really on our wildlife branch chiefs update today, we're just going to focus on wolf. This has been a conversation that's on and off again through the commission and back through WRC here. We committed to coming back to you and just keep providing you an update. So today, really what we thought we'd do is help educate some of the folks that are tracking this committee, what the department's doing on wolf, but more again as an informational item for you all. This is not really
a regulatory package. There's no decision. There's no action by the commission being requested, but it was requested that we have a conversation with you all and let you know what's happening. So today we brought our experts in the wolf biology world to talk to you about what we're doing and give a little quick update on how things are happening and what we spend a lot of our time on these days. So with that, I'll let them introduce themselves and I think we'll pull a presentation up.
Terrific, thanks.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners and commission staff. Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Pete Figueroa. I'm a manager in the wildlife branch and I supervise our headquarters staff who are here. I also sort of play a role as a bridge between staff level issues and sort of our executive leadership. So today, Axel Honeycutt.
Yeah, Axel Honeycutt. I'm the statewide gray wolf coordinator under Pete, and I work with Ari, the other Ari.
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah.
I'm Ariana Sarkey-Flood. I'm the statewide environmental service intern and assist Axel and Pete with admin and field work when it comes to gray wolf in California.
Ari does an excellent and important job of, variety of things, but she's really helpful with our compensation program with processing and tracking and keeping tabs on dollars, which is great.
Thank you all for being here with us in person.
So we have a presentation today that Axel will provide.
Yeah, thank you very much. First I want to start off with some background before we go to the next slide. I just want to highlight that wolves are a highly adaptable species. They are a generalist, and really, historically, they roamed across almost all northern latitudes worldwide. And so it's no surprise that they covered large portions of North America, including the vast majority of California historically. Next slide, please. So along with much of the vast majority of the lower 48, California wolves were extirpated in the early half of the 20th century, with northern and southern California being the last records of wolves being found in the 1920s. So in 1922 in Southern California, 1924 in Northern California. Generations later, after the passage of the Endangered Species Act, wolves became an iconic species for recovery and eventually were famously reintroduced to Yellowstone National Park and Idaho in the 1990s. Those wolves very quickly expanded through dispersal on their own to northeastern Oregon. And by 2011, we all can recall that very famously OR7 came down to California as the first wolf in contemporary times on record. Importantly, also just to remember that CDFW these animals walked here themselves. We have never reintroduced wolves to the state, and we continue to have wolves walking into California from our neighboring state of Oregon. Also just want to note that wolves remain protected as an endangered species, a listed species, both federally and under CISA. Next slide. So at the time that, let's wait for next slide. And I apologize, some of these are staggered. So go ahead and click. Sorry, we'll just put it all up there. Okay, thank you. So following OR7's return, CDFW alongside a stakeholder group created the California Wolf Conservation Plan. That plan outlines phased recovery that links potential management strategies with reproductive success and population milestones. If you're not familiar with the term, the metric breeding pair is very important here, where we use that both in California and across the West as defined as an adult male and an adult female that have at least 2 pups that survive until December 31st. That is the main metric that we use for these 3 phases of wolf recovery. You could see that historically, or for the vast majority of the time that wolves have been in the state, we've been in phase 1. We've had less than 4 breeding pairs, and we've essentially been in a state of monitoring with also the strictest protections. In January of 2025, last year, we finally did record at least 4 breeding pairs for 2 consecutive years, and so we moved into phase 2. We remain in phase 2. The key element there is that 1, the department has committed to doing a review of status of the species, and also it allows for the potential of injurious hazing and potentially lethal take should that align with state and federal laws. You'll note as well that there's a third phase, which is something that we are looking into the future with. If we were to get to 8 breeding pairs for 2 consecutive years, you'll see that the actual management strategies are not that different, but it is important to note that potentially towards the end of phase 2, and definitely potentially in phase 3, that we would have enough evidence to support recovery or delisting criteria at that time. We are not currently there discussing that today. Next slide. So to bring you up to date, this is the most recent map that we have for wolf activity in the state. This reflects data as of the end of the first quarter of 2026. You can see there that there are orange polygons and then a single red hashed circle. Those represent pack territories, and the red hashing represents what we call areas of wolf activity. And the key difference there is that we define a pack as 2 or more wolves that either have reproduced or have been persistent in the same spot geographically for at least 6 months, and we have a minimum number of detections. Areas of wolf activity is where we have at least 2 wolves detected, but they have not met that criteria for pack. So they're basically potential packs. You can see that we have 12 packs currently in the state that we are reporting on. The vast majority of those, with the exception of the single pack in the Southern Sierra, occur in the northeast portion of the state. I also just want to note that we have had additional detections of wolves in the last few months in the Eastern Sierra, particularly in Inyo County and Mono County. We also had a single collared wolf from that Uolumne pack that went as far south as LA County, famously in February, and then decided to go back and then cross the Sierra and go up to Bishop, and is still in the Eastern Sierra. So we do have animals that are still expanding into different parts of the state.
Traditionally, when we're watching them, you know, if let's say there are 4 wolves in a pack, do we collar just one, or do we try to collar 2, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'll discuss collaring in a couple slides, but just to but just to address your point, ideally, we would like to have a collar in every pack, at least one. Once we have one, that does make it easier for us to go back then with aerial resources and add more collars. The difficulty is getting those first collars in. And you can see from the sizes of those polygons, on average, our wolf pack territories are significantly larger than other states. They exceed 500 square miles. At certain times of the year, they can exceed 800 or 900 square miles. That's nearly the size of the state of Rhode Island. That's not typically what we see in other parts of the Northern Rockies, and definitely not what we see in the Midwest, where wolf pack home ranges can be as small as 150 square miles.
And is food driving that?
It's probably a key factor. Resources. Yeah. Resources, and the fact that they're in new territory. A lot of them are very closely related, so they're more comfortable being close to one another, and we don't see that direct competition. Next slide. So in addition to the breeding pairs that I mentioned earlier, 2 other metrics that we track are packs, the number of packs in the state, as well as the year-end minimum count. The year-end minimum count is the number of animals that we are, the minimum number of animals that we are confident exist in the state at the end of the year. And so that coincides with our breeding pair end of the year as well. So we basically get a number of breeding pairs and the year-end minimum count. You can see that over the last several years, the numbers have continued to climb, both for year-end minimum count as well as the number of packs. You'll see as well that breeding pairs did drop between 24 and 2025. However, there are many of those packs that you saw on the previous slide are animals that are younger. Some of them are somewhat related, and we do anticipate that we will see, more growth into the future and definitely more reproduction as the years go on. Next slide. Key question that we get from the public, and also critical for monitoring an endangered species, is population size. Total population is dynamic and it varies throughout the year. So we track 3 different metrics here. We track the minimum amount of reproduction. That's the number of pups born every year. We also track an annual maximum population. That's the maximum that we would ever see in one single slot throughout the year. And then ultimately we work towards then finding that year-end minimum count. Last year, you could see our maximum count was 78 with 32 pups born. Pup survival varies quite a bit. We also have, being a wolf is it's a hard life, and not many of them survive. Some of them disperse, some of them disperse into other states. And so ultimately, that number, even though it may be high, and it's currently as high as it will ever be, is right now, because wolves, any wolf that was bred this year has already reproduced and given birth. And so pups are currently in their den. And so right now, at this very moment, this is the highest the population will be this year. It will take us a number of weeks or months to determine those animals. And I also want to share that the way that we do that is largely done through non-invasive genetic sampling, where we, survey scat, hair, blood, saliva, even the skin cells found on snow in tracks or in soil. That's all processed through our law enforcement division's wildlife forensics lab, and those are collected by department staff as well as partners. That allows us to get a unique confirmation of every animal. We have tracked since since OR7's return, 169 individuals in the state. Not all those animals are still here, are still alive. For reproduction, we have counted a minimum of 144 pups born in California since 2015. So, next slide. So I mentioned dispersal earlier. Wolves, when they reach sexual maturity, will leave their pack. They're seeking out other mates. They're seeking out new territories. Dispersal is the key driver for wolf recovery and wolf population expansion. It's how wolves got here. It's how wolves continue to form new packs. They travel long distances to do that, sometimes thousands of miles. Every known pack in California exists because a wolf dispersed from elsewhere to form that pack. You can see from this slide, we're showing in the blue there, those are immigrants to California. Those are animals that have all come from Oregon. So you can see that we have consistently recorded a minimum of 2 to 3 animals a year coming from Oregon. That allows for new genetics to feed into the population. You can see the yellow color there, that's wolves, our wolves that are born here that return to Oregon. So you can see there still is connection between the 2 states and the population. And most importantly here is that you can see in the recent years in the orange color, those are interstate dispersers. So that's wolves that are born in California that are forming new packs. And so what we see here is that the population is starting to become independent of the source population in Oregon, which is a good sign for wolves. Next slide. Dispersal in particular is probably the most vulnerable stage or life stage for wolves, other than when they're quite young, and contributes highly to their mortality risk. Tracking mortality is a challenge for us as wolves use extensive range, as I mentioned earlier. They have a secretive nature. And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of our tracking is done through non-invasive technique. It's not that we're physically watching wolves all day. That's quite difficult. And so you can see this shows the number of, minimum number of known mortalities that we have in the state. You can see that there's a number of cases that are undetermined, under investigation. Vehicle collisions remain something that is persistent throughout time. In 2025 and this year, you can see as well that agency action, that was the removal of the Bayham Sail Pack, contributed to known mortality as 4 animals were removed. And earlier this year, during a capture operation, we did have a mortality, unfortunately. And so that is the agency action for this year, not deliberate. You'll note as well that 2025, a significant increase in mortality. I want to note that is largely contributed to the fact that in 2025, we had a large amount of animals collared. At a certain point, I think we'll touch on it soon, we had collared 18 animals in the state. Compared to 55, we're looking at anywhere between 20 to 40% of the population being collared. And so that is more, I would say, a representation of just our higher vigilance in having animals collared, rather than a concern for a large uptick in mortality. Next slide. And on that note of collars, we do invest a significant amount of resources to get collars on wolves. GPS collars are vital for collecting the data that you saw on previous slides. It's important for mapping and conflict mitigation, and sharing that information with local communities is absolutely vital. We do I think there's a couple points here. You could just throw them all up. I think there's 4 of them, if you don't mind. Thank you. We do a variety of capture windows. We are currently just starting our ground captures. So we take advantage of the time of the year in which wolves are close to their dens to be able to try to locate those dens and try to get collars on wolves. We do that until it's too cold in the year, typically in November. And then if we're able to get collars on new packs, we will then, as I mentioned earlier, go back with helicopters and try to use that to get more collars on. So I think the highest we've had in a single pack was 5 or 6 collars at once. However, those animals do disperse quite quickly. You can see in last year, we deployed 18 collars across 5 packs. And this year already, we've deployed 5 and 2 packs so far, just with our January helicopter capture period. Although the helicopters are extremely helpful, again, we have not been able to actually collar an uncollared pack with helicopters. So we do rely on going back and doing the slog of trying to capture animals on the ground. Next slide. Okay, so as the wolf population has expanded, we have seen with it an increase of livestock conflict. Livestock conflict, or wolf livestock conflict, remains the most significant challenge to recovery and results in a significant impact on rural communities and the livestock producers that host and live alongside California's wolves. This graph you can see shows the number of confirmed and probable livestock losses each year. Those are both killed or injured animals by wolves or attributed to wolves compared to our population growth. These numbers for 2026, which already show 26 as of this year, is as of April 1st of this year. So there have been a number, just want to note this, that's ongoing. In total, this brings us to just shy of 400 confirmed livestock losses by wolves since 2015.
And what's the justification for the big jump in 25?
A big chunk of that, so 90 of those 190 were attributed to a single pack, the Bayham scale pack.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So that is part of it, or makes up a significant part of it. This is maybe a good place to touch just slightly on diet. Just a few notes. We do have an active contract with the University of California, Berkeley, which is answering a variety of ecological and social questions for us on wolves as we partner with them. One of the key aspects of that is looking at diet, as it obviously is quite poignant for this species. What we have found in 3 of the research packs is that summer diet can be as high as 70% livestock, primarily cattle, being found in wolves. And elk and deer, native ungulates, making up about 25%. When we look at the winter, it's about the same. That drops down where livestock and native ungulates are about the same. It's about 30%, 30 or 40% each. So it does dip. There definitely is a seasonality to it. I want to throw the caveat in there that does not directly say that wolves are killing all those livestock. We know that wolves do scavenge off of livestock. I also want to note in this slide, you will see that yes, it does. It is still a significant issue.
And how does that match up against our adjoining states or other states where we're looking at food intake? How do we match up against Washington or Montana?
Yeah, so wolves definitely, when you compare to other Western wolf states, wolves in California do eat more livestock. They eat more livestock. It makes up a higher percentage of their diet. Now, part of that is probably attributed to management action in that almost every other state typically does a lethal removal of a pack before it reaches a point where it can get to that. So as an example, in Oregon, a pack that has been found to have 2 confirmed livestock kills within a 9-month period, is eligible for removal. Some of the numbers that we have in our packs, those, under the same statute would be very different. So the point is that in other states, because of that management authority and action, animals are being removed before what you see here. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the question is, should we have acted sooner?
Yeah, I reserved that to.
Not to go and be a pain in the neck, but to ask the question.
Yeah. I will state that every known pack that you saw on that map overlaps with agricultural communities, overlaps with livestock areas.
But it seems like that was the case, but recently we've had migration both west, which is gonna be changing, right? Because there's not as much agriculture there, and then south.
Yes, yeah, I definitely could, if wolves were to, when they eventually do get into, say, the Marble Mountains, Mendocino, those areas where we do see higher deer and elk numbers, there's less livestock, there's less human infrastructure. I think ultimately that's where wolves can do better in the state.
Yeah.
And I look forward to the days that they are there as opposed to the areas where we see really high conflict. Yeah. I just want, also the conflict it's not uniform. And we do have a couple packs. There are packs that we have very few records, if any, of conflict. And obviously we have cases where we have extreme conic depredation that is causing significant impact on rural communities. Yeah. Next slide. So I won't touch on the various non-lethal techniques and methods that we use, we deploy, and we promote, but I did want to touch on livestock, the compensation program, which is a key, it's a key tool in addressing the impact that wolves have on livestock ranchers. And so you can see there's $3 that are popped up. Those have all been times in which the legislature has appropriated funds for the compensation program. That first happened in 2021, where we were appropriated $3 million to start a pilot program. Through a stakeholder working group, we decided on 3 prongs of compensation. You could see direct loss compensation. That's compensating for the fair market value of those livestock losses. Reimbursement of non-lethal tools, and then the compensation of indirect loss as well. Those funds were exhausted by February 2024, with 100% of that $3 million going to grants of livestock producers. We then, after being appropriated $600,000, have since then been compensating solely for direct loss due to the low amount of funds, or rather just to be fiscally more responsible with that. Then we're allocated a further $2 million, and in the last few months, we have met with a focused working group or stakeholder group to determine a better way to learn from the pilot program and see if there's opportunities to revamp that to make that more fiscally responsible and also address the concerns of people on the ground.
Is there money in this current, either in the governor's budget or the May revise for incremental dollars?
Not for this program.
No, not for this
I
one.
mean, the May revise just dropped today, but I'm not
Yeah.
aware of anything being in it for this program.
Okay.
The last funding we got was this, it's in this fiscal year currently, it's the $2 million you're talking about. that we
No.
just received.
Last budget as well.
Okay,
That was
got it.
25,
Okay.
that was 25, 26 funds.
Okay, got it, right.
I think there's a pop-up on this.
Yeah, there is.
Click one more time. Just to give you a summary of, since the pilot program ended, what we've been compensating for direct loss.
David, can you click on the slide one more time?
There you go.
There it is. Okay, cool. So yeah, as of this week, we've issued grants totaling $646,000, which has accounted for the compensation of 68 claims totaling 202 animals. And so that's something that obviously Ari focuses on quite a bit, but that is ongoing. We continue to have funds for that. We continue to accept applications, and we continue to promote that, not as a tool that can solve everything or even compensate for everything, but as something that can help alleviate some of that financial stress at least.
And just to clarify on that slide, that's just since July of 2024. That does not include the direct loss from the original 3 million, the left part of the.
Yeah.
The block.
So in total, you would just add 3 million. So 3.64 million is the total amount of compensation in the wolf livestock program, including everything. Next slide, which I think is our last. You could just put all these up there because I see they did not go in the right order. Thank you very much. So communication is absolutely critical, both for public transparency and trust, especially in such a contentious space as wolves. And we try very hard to put out as much as possible. You can see here what we do on a daily basis, monthly, quarterly. Daily, we have a live wolf collar map where you can go to our website, see where the collars have most recently updated. We have 3 full-time staff, including myself, that go and put out GPS, or we share cluster locations. So if a wolf has clustered or basically spent a certain amount of time in a certain area overnight, that could be a site in which a livestock has been killed or attacked. And so we're sharing those directly with landowners every morning, 365. Monthly, we update our depredation report so that you can see the final determinations of every investigation that has occurred in the state. Every quarter, we put out a wolf management report, as well as the update of the map that you saw earlier. And we also do what we call a known wolves document, which is we go into a more granular level of what each pack, what we know about it, what each group looks like. And then annually, starting this year, we are producing an annual report. And I was actually just about to put it online. So you will hopefully see that by the end of today. And the information that you saw reflects that, as well as additional information into this year as well. We do a lot of public outreach. Last year, we did, at least the wolf staff did 34 public events or engagements. The vast majority of those are in areas and counties where wolves are, going to county fish and game commission meetings, NGO, universities, local schools, speaking wherever we are asked to, essentially, to share information, share mitigating measures and strategies, and the rest. And then lastly, you'll see that we maintain our wolf webpage, where there's a variety of resources, all of the reports and information that I just shared as well as an opportunity for people to share sightings reports. We rely heavily on citizen science for finding new packs and determining new wolves as they pop up around the state. That live collar map can be found there as well. And lastly, you can sign up to subscribe for news blasts or news notifications to get all this information every time it's released. And so next slide, I will end there. Happy to take any comments, and just note that obviously our website is there for that information for folks online and in public. And there is my contact information should anyone have any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Axel. Super, super informative. Thank you, all of you, for what we know is like ongoing work on a daily basis on this. It's just really nice to have the overview and have all of the information laid out for everybody, so we all kind of have an understanding of what the numbers are like, what the change in progress are like. With that, any comments or questions for you, Co-Chair Anderson?
No, I've
Okay.
had them answered. Thank you.
All right, so we have a few folks who are interested in commenting on this item. Again, this is not a decision being proposed at all, any change, anything. This is just an opportunity to learn and find out what's happening in the program. So let's go ahead and call the 3 speakers we have. And okay, I don't have time limit, but I'd love to suggest that we try to keep comments relatively brief, since this is just an update.
Great. So Kimberly Richard, followed by Matthew Duncan, and then wireless caller.
Hi there, Kimberly Richard, Representative District 4, Napa County. I just want to say thank you so much for the hard work the department has put in on the wolf management program. Wolves here in California is a very hot topic, as we all know, since the arrival of OR7. But my question is, in a comment, if you don't mind, on the compensation of the livestock industry, the cattle producers, sheep, llamas, goats that get killed by wolves, on the compensation, is there going to be funding allocated again for that in the 2027-28 budget, perhaps? And then is there also a way and some of the livestock industry that I have talked to about the wolves just on the side at the meetings, they are having to jump through hoops to even prove it was a wolf kill that killed their livestock. And it's taken anywhere from 6 months to a year for them to get compensated once they do prove out of pocket that it was a deprivation killed by a wolf. Is there a way to streamline it? Because to me, if there's a compensation in place, it's a win-win not only for the livestock producer, but it's a win-win for the wolf pack that is doing the deprivation as well. Because cattle rancher, granted, they're going to be lost out of a cow or a calf, but yet they're going to wind up getting the money that they would have got at the feed barn or an auction. So is there a way to streamline that to make it easier for a livestock industry to prove it was a wolf kill and not actually, oh, I see a dead wolf, so there are a dead cow, there's a McDonald's hamburger laying on the ground, let me eat it for free, basically, is what I'm getting at. Is there a way to make it easier to where livestock industry does not have to jump through hoops in order to get compensated? Is there anything y'all can do to streamline that better for them to get the compensation?
There's two questions there. First, I've been sitting here all day, so I've not had time to digest the May revise that just came out this morning and the governor's announcement. As of the January release of the budget, Jan 10 budget, there was no additional funds for the wolf livestock compensation program. We are continuing to spend the $2 million we received this year. Maybe you can talk a little bit, just for folks that don't understand how our investigations work, how we find out, or a rancher finds out, and how we work through what that process is.
Yeah, of course. So obviously a livestock depredation or, a dead or injured animal is up to the onus is on the property owner. It's property and it's up to them whether they want an investigation at all. So even if we find information on the GPS collars, it's up to them if they want to report that. However, the vast majority of our investigations are actually done by our federal partners at USDA. So the Wildlife Services Division of that provides most of the investigations. We have a limited amount of resources in terms of getting out on the ground, but we do a portion of them as well. And so first, I would just say that anyone that suspects that they have had a wolf livestock encounter or depredation can reach out to us. We have that information on our website. Happy to share numbers as well. But you can also reach out to your county ag department, which we are in touch with most of them, as well as our federal partners as well to get that. And so that's the best way to quickly get an investigation, collect that evidence before it degrades on the landscape. Sometimes that's genetic evidence as well, and get that to us. All those investigations, regardless of who does them, then comes to our wolf team. We do a collective revision of all the evidence and come up with a final determination, which we then post online, as I mentioned. So in terms of getting,
is there a price differential between a calf and a full-grown cow?
Yeah, so the way compensation works is it's the value, it's the weight in which you would have sold the animal at. So say you have a 100-pound calf that dies, but you would have sold it at 900 pounds, we will give you the price for 900.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I could just add there is a standardized process for every investigation. It doesn't matter if we do it or one of our other partner or staff, we all use the same form and, essentially ask that the same data be collected.
Yeah.
So it's a uniform process. And then, like Axel mentioned, forms, the investigation report and data package essentially comes to the department.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah.
And
And
to-
then hired.
Oh, I was just gonna say to the last point of just, speeding up, it was an additional ask of us to then run a compensation program. We do put 100% of the funds back into grants, not towards staff. And so it's on sort of the rest of us to run the facilitation of it. And so bringing Ari on was absolutely critical in us speeding that up. And I think we've gotten the process down now to less than 30 days from
That's great.
that to actually, from submitting an application to actually being,
Reimbursed.
Yeah, sorry, reimbursed.
And I think as the caller said, we had hurdles and stumbles getting up to tooling up to speed, but now we've kind of got a smooth running machine. And
That's great.
So there are some
Good work.
complaints out there of how long certain things were taking for some of the early applicants. But I think
It's getting better and better.
It's gotten
It sounds
a lot
like, yeah.
I wish
perfect.
we could do the same thing with the salmon season and the crabbers.
In state terms, it was a fairly extraordinary process.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I mean.
These are actually
Comparison.
grants that we're
Right,
issuing and, you
yeah,
know, so.
that's it.
It's
Quite an accomplishment. Good work, team.
Thanks.
All right. Great discussion. We've still got 5 folks who are interested in participating. So let's go to Matthew.
Hi, I just wanted to make one quick comment. I really appreciate the presentation by Mr. Honeycutt. It's excellent. I wish everybody could see and hear this presentation. But one observation I have is that the state of Minnesota, and I have family there, I've been there attempting to photograph wolves to no avail, but they have, one estimate has that they might have as many as 3,000 wolves in Minnesota, which is a smaller state, obviously, than California. And yeah, they have to deal with wolves preying on cattle, and they have a reimbursement program. But when I've been in rural northern Minnesota, my family members are telling me, hey, you know what? People are becoming much more tolerant and appreciative of having the wolves here. So, and they never eliminated the wolves in the history of the state. They've always had wolves. So I think this is just an observation. I also want to commend the department. I am one who has become a big fan of the female wolf BEY 03F, who traveled from northeastern California all the way down to northern LA County, hung out for a while, and then turned around. And then some of you are probably aware of this. And then she went back up north and got up just north of Bishop, and then hung around there for a couple of weeks, and then turned around. And as of yesterday, I know the daily report indicates she's now south of Independence, so she's heading back south. So it's a beautiful black female wolf. There's a lot of interest. I have friends and people that know me that are not into any of this who call me and go, hey man, did you see the story on the news about the wolf? That's pretty crazy, huh? It's wild. Yeah, I'm hoping one of these days I'm going to get a photograph, and it's going to be my I'm going to shoot one with my camera eventually, and hopefully it'll be a California wolf. So, but I just want to again thank the department for their communication with the wolves. I'm a little concerned about the SSS crowd, but I hope that a lot of that's just online bluster. But nonetheless, when I see those, I screenshot them. So I keep a little collection of who's talking about SSS online. You guys all know what SSS means. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Looks like next we have wireless caller.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Brian Rosen. Maybe you could clarify what SSS is for the rest of us. The wolves, this is their ancestral homeland. They were forced out. Now they're coming back, and now they're being managed for the sake of the cattle, which are not native, which do a lot of damage to the land. We don't need to eat cattle. Mahatma Gandhi, when she was sick, very sick, her doctors told her, his wife was told to eat meat, and she said there are certain things we can't do for life itself. And they knew it was wrong. They felt it was wrong. And we don't need to have our land, the wolf's land, for cattle. And the idea of paying cattle ranchers who are invaders on the wolf's land is ludicrous. I mean, why in the hell should they be paid for stealing somebody else's land? And this has been going on too long. First, it was the Native Americans. They had to be killed. The only good Indian is a dead Indian. Then it was the wolves. And now when they're coming back in very small numbers, they're being tormented and scared to death by having collars put on them and helicopters. Why do we have to control everything? Why don't we have this fixation on controlling things in a very expensive manner, and we're tormenting and torturing these poor creatures. We should not be having cattle operations in their territory. There's a lot more room for wildlife if we didn't have the cattle, which are so destructive for the land and are non-native. And they've invaded after, the white man brought a lot of damage. To ask any Native American, and a lot of them still feel the wolves are their brothers. And look, there were always good people. We're not going to say that's not true. But what happened is horrendous, and we're continuing to do it by trying to manage and limit these little creatures and torment them when it's their land that's been stolen by the cattle industry and the cattle ranchers, who in turn, a lot of them stole it from the Native Americans in the first place. You go back generations, some of those ranches. Okay, that's it. That's my comment.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Rebecca, followed by caller wireless.
Hi, thanks. Okay, this is going to sound a little weird, but Title 14, 251.1 prohibits intentionally altering normal wildlife behavior, including practices that attract wildlife by leaving food available. So I'm just going to pose this here. How are livestock husbandry practices that attract and condition wolves not considered a form of harassment, especially when these wolves are on our public lands, where our wolves are then exterminated in favor of private livestock interests? It just doesn't make sense to me that ranchers aren't required to do more to protect their animals, especially on our public lands, our land, the wolves' land, like the caller said before. And as far as reimbursements, I sure hope they're not getting reimbursed for livestock loss on our public lands. And if so, that really needs to stop. And I don't know why non-lethal preventive measures aren't required, especially on public lands, before lethal action is allowed. This just all doesn't make sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca, for the comment. Let's see, our next speaker is caller wireless.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here. I hate the idea of bringing back the wolves. Because of the way they kill. They tear the animal and eat the animal alive. And so I think to myself, I have no right to stop these wolves from having their lives. I kill, I drive, I'm a vegan, but I do kill and, roadkill or whatever. And so what right do I have to exist? And so even though I really protest in my heart to allow these animals on their rightful land, I know I'm wrong. And I think that right here, we have to start looking into ways that we can live with the wolves. And one of them, this is going to sound absurd to you, there is a wonderful animal communicator called Anna Breitenbach. And she is hired to go all over the world to talk to animals, wild animals that are interfering with humanity. And to give you a good example, there was a pack of baboons in Africa that were harming people and taking their food away from them. And they were going to kill these baboons. And she went up to where they lived and she talked to these baboons and she explained to them that if they continued doing that, they were going to be killed. And I would suggest that maybe they hire this woman to talk to one of the lead pack wolves, since they're being traced. And, that wolf will pass on to its kin and perhaps to other wolves because they all talk to each other, even though we can't understand how. And maybe we can get something going there where they leave the livestock alone. Thank
All
you.
right, Lorna, thanks for your comment. We've got two more people waiting to
J.A.
speak.
Recton and Randall.
Okay, can I speak? Can you hear me? This is Julie, J. Recton.
We can hear you.
Okay, I just have a quick question for Mr. Honeycutt, which is this kind of piggybacks off the previous two persons back. So for the wolf livestock compensation program, is this only for livestock that are killed on the private land? Or how about the grazing permittees on national forest? There are livestock on state lands in Modoc, where I am. If there was a depredation out there, would this livestock compensation program apply? Thanks.
Thanks. Axel, do you want to speak to that or Chad? Okay.
Yeah, eligibility is not limited by land type or land ownership. It's just based on if it has been confirmed or if the final determination is confirmed or probable. And so, yes, we are compensating for losses that occur on public land, private land, yeah, equally.
Okay, thanks for that. And our final speaker is Randall. Go ahead, please. Oh, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, Randall? We can't hear you.
Yes.
There we go.
Hello. Oh, wait
Hi.
a second.
Go
Hello,
ahead.
can you hear
We can
me?
hear you.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I want to commend Mr. Honeycutt. Excellent presentation. We have a wolf rescue down here behind Big Bear called Wolf Mountain Sanctuary. And I belong to that Native American group as well. We have about 20 wolves out there, and I think even a coy wolf. But quite often, the authorities work with Wolf Mountain Sanctuary down here. There's also another Apex wolf program, Paula Ficarra's group. But again, kudos to that excellent presentation. I'm usually critical of you guys, but you did a great presentation on that. And I wish you would give respect to the coyote as much as you do the wolf as well, for the coyote is man's other best friend, for he keeps us from getting rabies, plague, typhus fever, and hantavirus. And many of the tribal nations used to pray to the coyote gods as a part of what's in our history books. And yet we seem to obviously not love coyotes very much. And still, does California still allow coyote killing contests, or we finally stop that? Because I know Nevada and Arizona are allowing it. I'm hoping that they stop it here soon too.
We don't have contests in California anymore. They were outlawed 10 years ago.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And again, on the reimbursement to the cattle ranchers, for those of you who don't know, I just finished little documentaries exposing the cattle industry versus the saving the wild horses as my film went to the Cannes Film Festival. And I just won an award in another documentary. Since I work with the feds, I've seen the books. They're spending 200 million tax dollars a year around wild horses and burros in 10 states, where obviously many of them get sent off to Mexico and Canada for the slaughter industry. But relating to our wolves, much the same thing. The horse is depicted as enemy of man, much like the wolf and the coyote. For those of you that hunt animals, obviously hunters have even requested to go ahead and have open hunting season on horses while they're doing it in Australia.
Brandon, can I ask you to keep your comment to wolves and department report, please, just on this item, and we'll be on public comment soon.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And again, when you reimburse these wolf or these cattle ranchers, is there a way that you require them to bring in Great Pyrenees dogs or anything to deter attacks on their cattle, like Great Pyrenees or wolfhounds or mastiffs or Australian ridgebacks that will fight a wolf or coyote any day? What about Night Guard? It was developed by a rancher up in Minnesota or Montana, where he was tired of being in the middle between animal rights advocates and wolves, and he invented this thing called Night Guard, NITEGUARD, which keeps approximately 96% of wolves and predators away from his cattle. So maybe start asking them to start invest a little bit. If you can't get them to invest in wolfhounds that will fight off predators against against killing their cattle. I mean, give them a helping hand instead of a handout. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thanks, Randall. We did have another hand go up. Yeah, Josh, if you can keep your comment brief, I appreciate it, and we want to hear from you.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you about that. My laptop died. I had more question for Mr. Honeycutt more than a statement. So, if I may, first, for my analysis of the known wolves data that was most recently published in December, it appears that we have 5 packs that meet the breeding pair all of the criteria for breeding pair. It's the Harvey, the Ice Cave, Lassen, Wellback, and Yolumne. First, is that count accurate? And then second, if you would speculate, after the census and other data that you collect following this year's pupping season, do you anticipate that 5 breeding pair pack count to increase? And then my second question is, during a past triannual mountain lion workshop, Alberta Fish and Wildlife staff indicated that an indicator of a healthy ecosystem is 1 apex predator for every 1,000 ungulates. Does California either agree with that ratio, or does California kind of have a similar standard that may differ? And then finally, I know from personally from mountain lion research that without aversion conditioning, livestock conflict can become cultural, meaning it can be passed down generationally by exposing offspring to the practice. My final question is, what consideration, if any, has the department given to attempting to preempt the livestock conflict and the risk of cultural conflict, irrespective of things?
Josh, you're breaking up quite a bit, but I think we got the gist of at least all of your questions except the last one, maybe even the last one too. So I'm going to hand it over to staff to address those. If
you want to take the first one on counts, go for it.
Yeah. So actually, while we were talking, the annual report for 2025 was posted online.
Right.
So I would reference the speaker there to look for the most recent count. So that would be as of the end of last year. So as of December 2025, we did have 3 breeding pairs. So it was 5 the year prior. The packs that you described. This last year, it was the Whaleback pack, the Harvey pack, and the Ice Cave pack. The Yolumne pack did not breed, and the Lassen pack was found to have less than 2 pups surviving till the end of the year. So the count was 3.
I won't comment on the apex predator, not sure exactly what they're talking about, so we'll just say thank you for your comments and thoughts on that. And then I think the last question was kind of jumbled.
Yeah, the aversion work, I mean,
I can talk about, so we work with anyone and everyone that is willing in the ranching producers community to address conflict and help them with conflict. We have tools that we loan out to folks. We do assessments. We work with the universities, with the local RCDs, with the local communities, all to teach, educate, and provide educational materials. Work with them to put out different diversion deterrent strategies, as we call it, different deterrent techniques. We're in the process right now. We're working with many of the sheriffs from all of these counties that have wolves, in trying to utilize tools that would allow them to have the authorities that the department has to be able to haze these animals. These are both, as Axel mentioned, they're listed state and federally. So hazing them, there's different levels of hazing, right? There's non-lethal hazing, and then there's what we call injurious harassment. So we're working with our partners and trying to get some of those tools into the hands of ranchers as well, to be able to be more proactive. So we are constantly working with folks, trying to be as proactive as we can. Part of all the public outreach that Axel mentioned earlier is us having conversations in those communities. There might not be wolves there today. There might be wolves there tomorrow. So we're sort of working that all the time. We're open for conversations and trying to work with folks, but we do that. That is literally what we do every day. So I appreciate the caller mentioning it. We are open to discuss it with folks and have those conversations, and we do constantly.
Yeah, we appreciate it. It's a huge lift, and we really appreciate you bringing all the information and answering people's questions today. So thank you for the update. If there aren't other comments
Nope.
from up here,
Maybe in response to the
Oh.
very first,
this is Ari Corman.
the very first commenter who said everybody should be able to see the presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
This whole meeting will be
Thank
posted
you.
to the commission's YouTube page. And so, anybody and everybody who can access YouTube will be able to watch it in the
Cool.
future.
And we can add this presentation to the doc meeting material?
Yes, yes.
So we'll-
After this meeting, we will, upload a PDF to the same place that you get the meeting materials on the commission's webpage. So you'll be able to get a PDF of the slides, and then you can watch the presentation itself once it's posted.
And just to clarify, the PDF with the presentation would be a separate link. It's referred to
Yes.
as in meeting presentations.
Okay. Just conferring over here, if we're taking a break or not. I think unless anyone else is very much in need, I'm just gonna
Thank you
the folks
guys.
from the department who
Great job.
participated.
Great
Yeah,
job.
great job. And that takes us to item 8. I think we're gonna keep pushing forward. This is general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So the committee cannot discuss or take action on any matter that's raised during this item, except to consider whether to recommend it be added to the agenda of a future meeting. And I just want to underscore that a number of people said they want to make comment during public comment, which is exactly what it's for, as long as it's not an item that was previously on the agenda today. So I am going to hold people to that. If you're talking about something that was covered already under waterfowl or fishing or one of the other items, I am going to interrupt you so that we can make sure that everyone who wants to speak to items that weren't on the agenda has a chance to. And I will turn it over to Ari to make the formal call, give the instructions yet again.
Sure. So if you'd like to provide public comment for item 8, general public comment, general public comment for items not on the agenda. If you're on Zoom, the raise hand feature, the button is at the bottom of the window and at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window in order to see it. And if you're using the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you might need to unmute your microphone. If you're joining by phone, press *9 once to raise your hand and let us know that you want to speak. If you press it again, you will lower your hand and take yourself out of the queue. When you're called upon, you might have to unmute your phone using *6 on your phone. If you press it a second time, you will remute yourself. If you're speaking, you're welcome to turn on your video if you're able to, but it's not required.
Great. Thanks, Ari. And since this is public comment, I am going to time folks and hold it to 2 minutes, given the number of people who already have their hands raised. So
We can start with Natasha Sultani. She previously had wanted to speak. Okay, we cut her off to maybe take this time slot. We start with Natasha and then move to Katie.
Good afternoon. I'm Atash Soltani, live in Rancho Palos Verdes, Southern California, and I did submit my written comment to the commissioner on April 24th via email. I take this stand for the bears. While every life matters, Blondie, the Monrovia mother bear of 2 cubs, was euthanized instead of being relocated. The cubs were about 2 months old when they were orphaned. If Monrovia is not the safest city due to bear habitat, why does the city permits building homes, and why are realtors selling homes where the hills and mountains are meant for those wildlife? I was informed of a legislative update, SB 1305, Senate Bill 1305, the California Grizzly Restoration Act, just passed out of its first major committee on April 15th. While it focuses on grizzlies, it is forcing the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to identify potential relocation areas and reconsider how they manage all bear species. I'm here to speak to the commissioners. I want black bear relocation prioritized just as much as this new grizzly framework. We need peace on earth. Thank you.
thanks, Atash.
Okay, Katie. And now it'll be followed by Rebecca.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Katie.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Katie Nolan. I'm speaking on behalf of In Defense of Animals and the National Goose Protection Coalition, an affiliate coalition of IDA. Apologies if this comment would have been more suited for agenda item 5A. I hope it's okay that I'm speaking now, but the National Goose Protection Coalition members are concerned about the current management approach towards mute swans in California following the passage of AB 764. Many members of the public are alarmed by reports describing the manner in which mute swans are being killed and by the broader normalization of recreational shooting of these birds. There's also concern that allowing the killing of mute swans could increase the risk of mistaken identification and harm to other protected swan species, including trumpeter swans and tundra swans. In Defense of Animals and the National Goose Protection Coalition urge the Commission to take these concerns seriously, closely examine the impacts of this policy, and ensure that lethal control measures are not expanded or treated as the default management approach, and instead to prioritize humane, science-based, and non-lethal management approaches whenever possible. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope we're able to continue this discussion at future meetings.
Thanks, Katie.
Rebecca, followed by wireless caller.
Hi, Commissioners. I'd like to respectfully raise a concern regarding the structure and function of the Wildlife Resources Committee meetings. And it was my understanding that these meetings are intended to be less formal than the commission meetings and meant to allow for greater time for us all to investigate the complex issues that we're faced with and encourage discussion, dialogue. But, I used to experience that at these meetings, but today that's not what I experienced. Stakeholders were given limited time to speak. Commissioners provided their comments. And without further discussion, an item was closed. So it's my understanding that it would be here at this committee meeting that myself and others would be given an opportunity to actually discuss, dialogue our concerns with the commissioners and staff about, for example, item 2, the mammal trapping, before it advanced to the full commission for approval. And I don't believe that we were given that opportunity to express additional concerns. We had questions, additional solutions to offer, and that is what I thought this committee was for, and this actual meeting today was allowing us. So therefore, I am asking that you please consider tabling the mammal trapping item for a future Wildlife Resources Committee meeting, or alternatively, hold a separate workshop dedicated to stakeholder discussion. I believe trappers, humane wildlife professionals, rehabilitators, other folks should have the opportunity to really sit down with commissioners and staff and actually work through our concerns collaboratively. The Wildlife Resources Committee meetings could be incredibly valuable, and they have been a valuable forum for collaborative discussion, but only if there's room for us to actually exchange between the commissioners, staff, and stakeholders. And I didn't feel that happened today. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that comment, Rebecca. I take that to heart, and I agree. I think that, we face a number of challenges as participation, especially, we want to make participation by remote participants and people who are in the room, like, equally accessible. And also it has made it really challenging to have the kinds of conversations and dialogue that I think we were having at the meetings you described in the past. I want to do better by that, and I'd be happy if you want to reach out to touch base more about that item. But I don't.
But we have talked about it, and this is the second hearing.
I wasn't here the last meeting.
Right. So this is the second hearing. So and when it goes to the full commission, there'll be additional time to go ahead and hear. I don't know. With all due respect to the staff, they put a lot of time and energy into this. I feel like there has been enough discussion, and we should still move it to the full commission.
I'm sorry, sir, but you haven't heard from us who have solutions to offer and why things should have been included that weren't. This was supposed to be the meeting. That was my understanding, was today's meeting. We've never had a time where we can back and forth and discuss these things and offer more solutions.
Well, and again, Madam Chair, you can go ahead and submit. The only time the chair has gone ahead and restricted time was at the end for, public comment. The rest of the time she let, folks comment as long as they wanted to.
I'm
So I
sorry,
don't think,
we were given 2 minutes earlier and it was quoted, I quoted that. I said, I hope I can get this done in 2 minutes. And then before I was allowed to comment back on other things that you had mentioned, it went forward. And so I'm sorry, it wasn't.
Yeah, Rebecca, like I said, I mean, I think I hear you. I do feel comfortable that, we go to at least a 3 meeting process with the full commission. And yeah, I mean, I want to take your comments to heart. I don't want to now try to go back to another item on the agenda though and reverse ourselves because that's not the purpose of
Understood.
public. But I think the comment about how we dialogue in these committee meetings is an important one. And we're gonna, I mean, this is just a call for us to look more closely at how we can make sure that that's happening.
Thank you.
Thanks for
It
that.
may not be a dialogue, but if you have input to offer before it's taken up with the commission meeting, I encourage you to write in and write a letter so it can be considered by folks even before the notice hearing.
Yeah, or to reach out to staff or to commissioners yourself.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I see that we still have about 8 people waiting to make comments, so let's keep moving, please.
Yes, wireless caller and Matthew Duncan.
Oh, this is wireless, not caller wireless right now.
Correct. Hello? Hello, you're on.
Hello, is it my turn? Brian Rosen here.
Yeah.
Brian Rosen here. I just one of the persons responded that poaching is not hunting. Yes, it is hunting. It's illegal hunting, and whether someone hunts a human in an evil way or one hunts an animal, it's still hunting. The premise of this group basically is it's okay to kill animals for pleasure. And our society gives out all these permits. And we need to evaluate that. We need to have some more discussions and on the agenda about the worth of animals. They actually value their lives just like you all value your lives. And when we have a society where this kind of thing is so allowed, this mass killing and torture of animals, including domesticated animals in factory farms, it helps turn us into a violent, callous society. And now we have our government supporting the genocide in Gaza and other matters like that. And it's been going on a long time. Human depravity towards animals ends up affecting how humans treat each other. So we need to realize, and this is very important perhaps to preface every meeting, that when we talk about private property, yes, one person may have the deed, but we really are only stewards, and we will be held accountable for how we use what is entrusted to us. And it's the divine that owns the land. We're stewards, and we should be responsible. So we need to stop being a cattle agency or hunting agency and open it up to represent different viewpoints.
Please.
Thank you. And not silence people based on subjective feelings.
I hear you. Because this is general public comment, it is time limited. So I do need to give everyone this. Thank you.
Matthew Duncan, followed by Julie Recton.
I want to make a comment about an earlier mention today regarding the killing of wildlife in CO2 gas chambers. The city of Anaheim trapped and killed coyotes in a CO2 gas chamber from 2017 to 2024. Officials would not then, in the early years, or at any time since, have not acknowledged the use of CO2 gas chambers. Their contracted trapper actually told me that yes, he did kill the coyotes in a CO2 gas chamber that he kept in the bed of his truck. and he's acknowledged that he has to be discreet about trapping and then killing coyotes in a gas chamber. He mentioned to me, he said, one animal rights guy gets a video of this, and it would be very bad news for me. So I wound up playing an audio of pups being gassed in a council meeting, and it was not pleasant, but it was effective. So we need to put an end to the use of CO2 gas chambers. There's got to be a better way that is more humane. When they use the term euthanasia, that they are euthanized, is what city officials told me. Well, they're being euthanized. Well, how are they euthanized? They're being humanely euthanized, but they just danced around it because they knew it was this is Anaheim, home to the happiest place on earth. They did not want the public to be aware of this. Thank you.
Julie, followed by Craig.
My comment applies to a number of the topics that were covered today, but I wanted to call your attention to March 2026 change in policy. The Department of Natural Resources stated that California policy is now to aim to bring at least 7.5 million acres under the care of the tribes. And I can guess this isn't going to happen real soon. One of the major rights that they have, both by treaties and more often in California, unceded rights, is to subsistence wildlife harvest. And I think that this needs to be considered each time you bring up one of these topics, how that would potentially apply. So, for instance, in the case of the PLM program, then one of the, public access type of things that could happen would be for the landowner to partner with a tribe for them to have subsistence harvest on that property. These are just ideas of options, and I wasn't really hearing that to the extent that I would expect given this policy. That I believe that they're talking about actual habitat management cooperation as opposed to the, species management and harvest. But I would like to encourage that to be considered more. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment, Julie. I just want to mention briefly that our tribal committee, which typically meets on the Tuesday before a commission meeting 3 times a year, if I have that right, is actively discussing this very question, of how to separate tribal subsistence or customary tribal use from where it's now currently lumped, which is with all other recreational or sport hunting and fishing. And so if it's something you're interested in, it's something that you could read up on in the notes from the tribal committee, which met relatively recently. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Craig, followed by Randy.
Yes, hello. This is Craig Downer. I'm a wildlife ecologist, and I'm here at the request of the union members for the preservation of wildlife. Anyway, I wanted to address the Catalina deer issue. Is that possible?
Yes, go ahead, please.
It is possible? Yes. Okay, yeah, I was told that number 8 was the time. So, yeah, I spent a good part of the summer out there at a Christian retreat when I was a student at Berkeley. I was a member of the InterVarsity Christian Fellowship and really enjoyed Catalina. Wonderful atmosphere and real special place. There I saw the deer and a lot of the plants. And I was a student of primarily ecology there at Berkeley. So I've gone on to be an all-around ecologist, mainly specialized in the parasitactyls of the world. But I would suggest that there in Catalina, you employ the sound principles of reserve design and rewilding, which involves the establishment of certain core areas. I'm aware of those unique plants. I've devoted a lot of my career to saving endangered or threatened species, so I certainly am all for that. But I think to just make a blanket judgment and say that the deer are totally no good there, I would examine that much more carefully, and the solutions whereby you could have coexistence between the deer and those plants by the establishment of certain core areas for the plants, where you could have certain types of fencing that would exclude the deer if they are indeed proven to be inimical to these plants. And you could have buffer zones and various other means of establishing a respectful and harmonious coexistence. And I agree with those people who have a heart for individual animals, because we are all individual animals that we have our own feelings and we have our own consciousness.
I need you to go ahead.
And we shouldn't really overlook them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment.
Randy, followed by Chris Bowles.
Good afternoon, Randy Feilish, Los Angeles. Hey, first off, I thought those were excellent comments by Matthew Duncan, and I will get back to the carbon dioxide in a second. I first wanted just to preface this by, on the heels of what Craig said, that I am too deeply concerned about the killing of deer on Catalina Island. And I urge the commission to prioritize humane science-based wildlife management instead of lethal control. The detection dogs, the drones, the aerial netting they're planning on using is inhumane. Catalina's deer are living beings that deserve to be part of the ecosystem. They shouldn't be subjected to large-scale killing programs. I would suggest that Californians really support compassionate conservation practices that protect wildlife. I respectfully ask the commission to reject unnecessary deer killing and pursue humane, transparent, responsible solutions for Catalina. Okay, on the carbon dioxide gas to kill trapped wildlife, I do have a question for you. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, CO2 is not considered an acceptable method of euthanizing or euthanasia for medium to large mammals or birds because of the distress animals experience. Death can take over 20 minutes while the animal is conscious, struggling for air, essentially drowning in air. Very inhumane. California has already recognized drowning as inhumane and prohibited, as it is a killing method for killing trapped wildlife. So my question is, what is the appropriate process for asking that carbon dioxide gas also be prohibited for this purpose? And it goes back to coyote trapping. Would that be pursued through a petition to the commission, or through proposed regulatory language, or through the Wildlife Resources Committee process? So that's the question I'm posing to you.
Okay, thanks for the question, Randy. I think I'm going to give it to Ari real briefly, but mainly I think to suggest that you might want to connect to find out more about what the best way is to go about that.
There is a petition that's already been submitted and
that's right.
Has been referred to the department. Department's working on their recommendation for that, and it'll be returned to the commission for the commission's decision. I don't have timing on that, but it's already under consideration.
Okay, and is the petition open for more signatures, or is it a closed petition at this point?
It's not a matter of signatures. It's a request from the public for a regulation change. You can certainly comment on that petition. I believe it's available on our petitions list. If you want to read the original one on the website, on our index. So you can take a look at that, and you're welcome to submit comments on it at any time.
Yeah, and Randy, reach out to the FGC. What is it? What is the email address? Is
FGC@fgc.ca.gov.
Thank you. If
Okay,
you need help getting to it. I do need to keep moving to other speakers.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Ari.
Sure.
Chris, go ahead, please.
And then Chris will be followed by caller wireless.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commissioner Anderson, distinguished staff, department leadership, Chris Bowles, President, California Bowman Hunter State Archery Association. Just some real, I've been, I guess, uncharacteristically silent here today. Just wanted to comment real quickly. Obviously, there's been some very good dialogue here today on both sides of the issues. Just wanted to say a huge thank you to the department leadership, Deputy Director Dibble, Mr. Gardner, and Dr. Clip for some excellent presentations, and obviously some very excellent recommendations, science-based recommendations on waterfowl, fisheries, big game, et cetera. Obviously, we know a lot of work goes into that, sometimes with limited budgets. And on behalf of the bow hunting community here, we very much appreciate all the work that goes into it, as always. One last thing I would have like to just simply get out there. I've never been very good at keeping my mouth shut, so I'm not going to start today. I've been involved with this entire process for the better part of about 15 years. I've seen a lot of leadership and commissioners come and go, retirements, et cetera. I have always been very impressed with the overall transparency and integrity of both agencies, the commission and the department. And obviously that continues to this day. We appreciate that very much. I know that the integrity and the transparency of both the commission and the department have been called into question multiple times today. On behalf of the archery community, I can tell you right now that we do not appreciate that, nor do we engage in that. Commissioner Anderson obviously has had his reputation called into question as well on a personal basis, and I think there's no room for that at all. I appreciate that continued transparency and integrity from both agencies, and we look forward to that continuing going forward. Thank you all very much for everything that you do. And that's all I had to say. Thank you all very much for your time today.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
All right.
Caller wireless followed by Jamie and Charlie.
Can I just pause for one moment? I think we may need to let Commissioner Anderson.
No, I've got a few extra minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get,
hear it all.
if there's only 3 more, I'm gonna try to get
We have
it.
3 more people waiting to make comment. Caller wireless. Go ahead, please.
Caller wireless, you're unmuted on Zoom. You're muted now.
Say something. Okay, we can't hear you, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, and then hopefully you can sort it out in the meantime. So this is Jamie and Charlie.
With the union members, preservation, wildlife representation in Santa Clarita, and I want to thank Randall Macero for inviting me today. I've learned a lot. This was a beautiful discussion, crossing a lot of topics. But my main concern today is no animals deserve to be slaughtered. I believe the animals should have the ability to live out their life in a natural life cycle. I think that the deer were taken to Catalina Island, and I think they should be relocated to areas where they can be useful in habitats like the mountains. I had a personal experience recently living in a residential area, seeing a mountain lion in my backyard. So if the deer are in the mountains where they can be utilized or helpful to their habitat, would be a beautiful choice and decision. I know it costs to relocate, but I think this is one of the best decisions we could make.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Randall.
You're on mute.
Randall, we can't hear you yet. There you go. There we go.
Okay. First of all, again, I'd like to thank some of my members, including Craig Downer, ecologist, biologist who also worked with the BLM, who wrote the book The Wild Horse Conspiracy, exposing the feds and the roundups of the wild mustangs. I'd like to thank Jamie, Brian Rosen, Atash Sultani, Matthew Duncan, Randy Filich, many people that we've worked with over the years, but they're all excellent people. I would agree with what they have to say. Again, really quickly, I'll make this short within the 2 minutes, but really quick. Yeah, ban all swan hunting. We're not for it. Again, we are an animal rights organization that does not care for hunting, trapping, and poaching. But the simple fact is that we're kind of like people say, a sister to Greenpeace, but where we actually go after the poaching industry and the hunting industry. However, I'd rather see hunting in a viable manner than trapping. Trapping is really cruel and vicious, along with hound dog hunting. I wish we could ban both of those. But really, on the deer issue, you guys are going to kill 2,000 deer. California Fish and Wildlife voted along with Catalina Island Conservancy to kill 2,000 deer in Catalina Island. On behalf of the Native Americans across Canada, the United States, I sit on 5 boards, and what we have received is a letter from our European unions that we're going to push for a boycott of Catalina Island. On behalf of our Teamsters Union, AFL-CIO, SEIU, and the rest of the unions, my family started them back in the 1930s out on the East Coast and in Chicago. We'd like to go ahead and push for the boycott of Catalina Island and any doing all business because of California Fish and Wildlife and the Catalina Island Conservancy voting to go ahead and kill 2,000 deer. So as of this day on, we are standing with our Native American brethren and boycotting any business on Catalina Island. Again, thank you for your time. I hope that we see you down here in Southern California soon. I haven't seen you very often down here, but it was a pleasure to see you that time in Baldwin Park. Hopefully we'll see you again soon somewhere down here. On behalf of union members and Native Americans, we do push for the boycott of Catalina Island, doing all business there, because you are going to kill 2,000 deer on Catalina Island. It's really disrespectful to the Native American people. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Randall.
All right, so Lorna is back. Lorna, are you able to unmute your phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the chance again. As far as the deer go, 2,000 deer massacred. I mean, unbelievable that we would ever have that kind of a heart to even discuss something like that. So may I suggest that you round up these deer instead, and you ship them to places where deer are scarce. There's plenty of places where the predators have to prey on livestock because there's not enough deer or elk or other form that they would prey upon. But to massacre them in this mass way and to even think about it is unconscionable, and it shivers makes shivers down my spine that we would even stoop that low. On another note, we need to understand where the invasive species comes from, because it's invaded on every level. George Bush signed an executive order 131112 creating the National Invasive Species Council. This was created by Monsanto to use herbicides. And Nelroy Jackson was the inventor of Roundup and the public relations for Monsanto. And he started a group called the California Exotic Pest Plant Council, which then the National Invasive Species Council was founded upon. And so it comes from the chemical industry and the astroturf people, and it's bled into our animal life and our animal kingdom, and it's just a kill, including ourselves, because, tons of sprays to kill, these so-called invasive species is killing us all. So please recognize that. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Okay, and that takes us to the end of folks who had their hands raised for public comment. Any comments?
No.
Parting comments?
No.
Ari, did you want to?
Well, first of all, Randall, we enjoyed coming down to Southern California to meet with all of you. We would love to do it again, but that's going to depend on budgets as to when we get to travel again. So we'll have to see how that works out in the future. But I did want to just say, only because a couple people mentioned it and raised it in reference to Catalina,
and urged the commission to take action. And the commission was neither a proponent nor did they issue the permit that authorized the action on Catalina. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that that wasn't a commission action.
Thanks, Ari. Okay, I think we have to bid our co-chair Anderson farewell.
Yes.
But we do have a final item that we can take,
Yeah, I'm
you know,
good. Thank you.
surprises.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. And that takes us to the final item on our agenda, which is item 9, future agenda items. To review work plan agenda topics and timeline and discuss potential new agenda topics for the commission's consideration. And I'll hand it over to Ari, our staff lead.
I don't really have an introduction to the, actually,
Okay.
you know what I can do is,
Maybe we can talk about it first.
yes,
Yeah.
let me, I should have had it open and I closed it.
So exhibit 9.1.
Yep.
Yeah, 9.1 is the work plan for the Wildlife Resources Committee. And in that, you see the different topics that have either been held at the last meeting today or for the upcoming meeting. There's 3 columns that highlight each of those.
Okay, I've got it. So for the next meeting in September, we have the periodic and annual regulations. So the topics that we discussed today, which would be upland resident game bird hunting, all the big game hunting species, waterfowl hunting, Central Valley sport fishing, and Klamath River Basin sport fishing. And we're slated to have discussion and potential recommendations on all of those, as well as initial vetting for any new sport fishing ideas or recommendations that the department may have and come forward with. And then a further discussion and a potential recommendation on the private land management program. But of course, we said we'd see how that goes and what the situation was like in September as to whether that was right for a recommendation. So we'll see. That is all that is slated right now for the September meeting. But we'll see what comes up in the meantime.
Great, thanks, Ari. So are we looking for potential comment on adding items to the agenda? Okay. There's nobody left in the room who's not staff. So
We have Lorna.
Okay, so Lorna, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, I'd like to suggest for the next meeting to put on your agenda that your commission and the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Fish and Game start, and I don't know quite how to ask this, but to start an agenda item that is a conversation that, because birds migrate all over the planet, and because of global warming, we can no longer say new birds that are coming in are invasive. Because of global warming, they have to be able to seek new territories or they're not going to survive. And I think this is a very important conversation that we have to start having and implementing. Otherwise, all new birds that come in because they're seeking new places because of climate change, they're not going to survive. And the mute swan is a good example of that. So please, let's start that conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lorna. I think, real briefly, we actually had a conversation at a recent meeting. It was at the meeting down in Santa Barbara, in which we did talk about this issue of wildlife needing to respond to climate change through movement, and what that might mean for our planning for conservation long-term. So a little different from what you're suggesting, but we did decide that we wanted to put that on the agenda for a future meeting, probably looking out, several months at this point, because we've, a lot to cover over the next several months. And I just want to signal to you that, I think that kind of thing is something we're interested in. On the sort of non-native species front, I think, there are ways to distinguish sort of animals that are moving, in response to changing distribution of the conditions that are right for them over time because of climate change, from introductions that are happening for a whole host of other reasons like, hitching rides on transportation that's intercontinental and stuff like that. It's a much longer conversation, but I think because we can make those distinctions, that is something we have on the agenda for some point in the future already. So thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, non-native species and invasive species are two different concepts that sometimes overlap. You can have non-native species move in that aren't invasive. They weren't naturally here, but they're here, but aren't really necessarily causing a problem. You can have non-native invasives that move here and cause problems. And you can even have native species that become invasive, for whatever reason. So
I think things that are shifting distributions, incrementally, I take your point, like that may be an adaptive response to changes. So thanks for the comment, and seeing no other hands raised, I think we do.
It's Julie Recton.
Julie, did you want to comment?
Yes, I did. I am unsure exactly how much you cover non-game species because they seem to, they're relevant because they're the prey items, they're the ecosystem in which the game species, occur. And so that's my question, is how much can we get into non-game species management in future meetings? This one seemed to be very targeted towards game species. And I have some items that I would really like the committee to look at if you do handle non-game.
It's a great question.
We do.
Do you want to address that in part?
We do, and we have. Just last meeting, we handled rattlesnakes, and which aren't a game species, right? Well, yeah.
Right.
Okay, we didn't physically handle them. We dealt with a regulation that's coming up before the commission at some point to deal with commercial use of rattlesnakes. We've dealt with wildlife rehabilitation, which deals with both game species and non-game species. There are several recommendations that the department is expected to come forward in future years, having to do with a whole host of non-game restricted species and lots of other things that we're talking about. So stay tuned. There's plenty of non-game issues to be tackled with the committee.
Okay, do you
just
also
so happens that we didn't have a lot this meeting, but
okay, so I know that you handled wolves this time, and they are a endangered species, I believe, in California. But I'm concerned about species that have been delisted, but are still rare, species that may be getting into trouble. I've worked 50 years in wildlife monitoring, most of it in California, and am noticing a disturbing turnaround of bald eagles disappearing from territories like I have not seen in my entire career. Not sure how much that has to do with avian influenza. Just a lot of things that were not kind of the focus today. And I don't know how much you folks get into that, or if there's other committees that do that more.
On land and in fresh water, this is the committee for most all of that. I mean, there are a couple of things that primarily go to the full commission, like as you mentioned, issues around listing species and delisting species. But I think we're open to your ideas. A couple of different ways to go about that. One might be to have some conversations with staff, just to find out like what the nexus is between what you're observing and maybe ongoing monitoring and so on that's taking place by the department. Another is if you have several ideas, you could put them in a letter, and that way we can sort of like digest them all and come back with some ideas about, what things might align with existing priorities and so on. One of the realities I just want to be transparent about is that there are so many things that we would like to do. I'll speak for the commission side, but I think this is, I've heard this from the department too, that, we have to hold off on because of resource constraints, like limited time, limited personnel, limited funding, and so just
Yeah,
know that.
believe me, I
that
understand.
we're
Yeah.
not- you understand. Okay, we're not covering everything we might want to.
I think it's also important to, obviously not knowing exactly what you're referring to understand whether there's actually anything the commission would do, whether that's something
Thank
that's
you.
in code or whether there's an
Right.
actual regulation that could affect or change an outcome. So I think having a list or better understanding of what your interests are would be the first step and most helpful.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so
Julia,
I think probably my best bet is to, for instance, talk to staff about whether this could be an issue with, for instance, lead being used in ammunition, for instance, for ground squirrels that are then eaten by the bald eagles versus the avian influenza affecting the waterfowl that the eagles are eating. You know, there could be a number of different issues why this is happening. I'm just seeing it happen, and it's just anecdotal. Finally, after 50 years and finally retired, I get to do what I want to do instead of what I'm assigned to do. So
yeah,
thank you.
talk to staff. I think that's the right path.
Okay.
Like Deputy Director Dibble said.
When you say staff, are you referring to commission staff?
Oh,
or
thanks for
department
clarifying
staff?
that. Well,
Because we did.
that is a good question. We didn't make
there.
we didn't make
Maybe
that
start
clear.
with
Maybe start with commission staff,
and if
because then you know whether we have authority to even,
Yeah, you can start with
engage.
commission staff.
Yeah, and
If
if
it's
you
more
narrow it
appropriate for the department, I'll shunt it their way.
Yeah, if you can get it to some issues, we could put you in touch with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To,
So Ari Corman would be the staff person, and you can contact the main line and they'll put you in touch with them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks,
you.
Julie. Okay. Seeing no further hand, and that's the last item for today. Thank you everyone so much for your participation, and with that, we are adjourned.